Hello and welcome back to coverage of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas. If you like what you're seeing here on your screens and maybe want to get yourself a little buy coming into something like an arcade, go head on down to your Summoner Skirmish. Get some Riftbound games in.
Yeah, they are so much fun to play in. Absolutely community driven, and there's multiple per set as well if you're interested.
Yeah, a little more competitive than maybe your Nexus Knight. Kind of if you're looking for the next step in your journey as a Riftbound player, definitely something you can get going. Again, organized play at Riftbound's got something for everyone at all levels. We talked about Nexus Knight, Summoner Skirmish, kind of your next step from there. And you know what? We'll probably be casting your games here as a regional qualifier as we are back for round number 5 today. It's been quite a day already.
Yeah, there have been so many great games. I mean, we got to see Rumble, we got to see Jinx. I saw there was a Zir on the last round. Very sad that I didn't get to cast it, but so many cool ones. And I'm sure a lot of these were tested at the Nexus Nights, those Summoner Skirmishes, and now coming in today. A round one bye does seem nice.
Yeah, and we were kind of scouring the top tables kind of between our ads, looking to see what might be coming up. And there are still some pretty spicy legends undefeated. We'll take a look though at the pre-RQ metagame or the pre-Q metagame. This was yesterday. You could win a buy, and unsurprisingly, with no best-ofs on the line, there's a lot of Draven in this metagame.
There was. I was walking up and down the aisles, and I mean, Draven was everywhere, so was Irelia, and it was really cool to see the players choose, you know, what they thought was the best deck. Because one thing that was up on the line for that pre-RQ was if you went undefeated 5-0, I think it is, you were able to get your round one bye as well.
Yeah, good stuff there. You can see 17 on hopefuls, the same as Misfortune, which is quite a lot. As we kind of go on through the rest of the metagame, we'll actually go check in with not just this metagame, but today as well. We'll get through the RQ first, because it's always interesting to see what might be coming through. Obviously, things change a bit in a bigger field. 14 R is quite a lot, same number of Teemos used, and somehow 13 players decided Lux is what they wanted to play in the pre-RQ.
Yeah, I think you and I were walking up and down. We actually saw a Lux versus Yasuo. They are side by side here, but that is coincidence we didn't know in the moment. Was really cool to see. And the one Garen who decided to run it in the pre-RQ, much more confidence than I have.
And the fun thing is, if you know Riftbound, you don't have to ask who it is. Everyone knows who that Garen plays. You may even see them on stream if they go for the best of once again. Here's the day 1 metagame here, though, for the regional qualifier at Las Vegas. And very similar, actually, as far as numbers. I thought Ezreal would have a bit higher representation, but Kai'Sa's still sitting in spot number 3 as far as representation.
Yeah, it's interesting to see them flip positions, because pre-RQ, Ezreal was in 3rd place. Kai'Sa now just moving up with about 20 more players. And with it being day 1 metagame, we are looking more at best of. So even though Draven is at a lower percentage, I do think it's largely because of those best of.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Draven's certainly still the best deck and certainly the most represented deck. So alongside Aurelia, makes sense that they're the majority of the metagame. But even just looking down, there's Azir, Lucian, and Fiora all with similar numbers. 45 hopefuls have registered Lux, which is an unbelievable number of people. The fact that there are more Lux players than Ahri players is very interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure the decision. I think Ahri is so much fun. I actually played her a lot during set 1, and I do like her ability where the leader does -1 to all those attacking when you're defending. But Rek'Sai is one that I really, really love. The Broodmother, I think it is.
We'll have a look at what else is going on here, because the numbers are going to get a little thinner as we go down. Renata still with healthy representation, 42. MF we've seen already on stream at 40. Seems to be a decent number of those. What else is sticking out to me? Not so many Teemos, a decent amount of Annies, and of course, we've I don't know the number. We've octupled the number of Garens from the pre-queue with 8 now trying to vie for that best of slot, which you got to be careful for, because one player has won them both so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. Garen multiplied by 8, but Volibear only by 2. Who would have thought? But so many cool decks. I was actually surprised that Misfortune, I think, was only I think like 20 of them, even though it got second place.
Yeah, it feels like we've seen a lot of other Aurora variants. This is actually a really cool variant. This is comparing kind of what you were talking about, right? The amount of Draven in the pre-queue versus day one here. And there is less here on day one thanks to those best ofs. In general, though, the numbers do seem to cleanly convert pretty well. In fact, for the most part, the top 5 decks, they're staying the top 5 most represented decks, even with the numbers shifting down slightly.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, I mean, that they are still the most represented. It does make sense overall. A lot of these players do want to get a lot of those games in. And top 64 still does qualify you, I believe, for the Nationals if you make it. So if you can get top 64, sometimes it doesn't matter the best of. You just want to be able to get a lot of wins in.
Yeah, kind of seeing, again, like the number of Arian Lux players like shoots up at the RQ as they want to make sure, you know, maybe vie for that spot. Volibear, actually, not a bad choice if you're looking for a best of. Not too many in the RQ slots, and kind of down the bottom there alongside Garen. Lee Sin, another deck that didn't expect to see too much of, but a lot of fun stuff here. And we've seen a pretty good amount of diversity on stream so far, even though we have seen kind of the metagame players. So I'm excited to see what else we have, because our first few rounds, and even the rounds we've had on camera since we've been gone, have been pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, still so much diversity, and we are already up to round 5. It's going to be really interesting to see how it continues. But I know walking the tables, there's so many different leaders in just like those top tables, so I'm excited to see what we get.
Yeah, at least early on enough that we still have quite a few undefeated players on a host of different legends. But let's talk about our upcoming feature match and have a look at some deck lists, because they're two similar decks. Not necessarily the same. I'm going to start here with a player that should be familiar to the Legends of Runeterra audience, Aikato. He is on Ezreal.
Yeah, I actually was talking to him briefly, I think yesterday during the pre-RQs about his list. He is going down to 2 Vexes. I was talking to him briefly about like in set 1 a lot of times, if you wanted to be able to mulligan away some of those cards that you have in your starting hand, you wanted to run at least 3 because you couldn't draw as much through your deck. But with Cod Shot now and these miracle lists, we are seeing sometimes our entire deck. So now he is able to go, he said, that down to 2 Vexes, which was really interesting.
Yeah, I think they were not necessarily happy with their play yesterday. Aikato was a player that if you're in the Twitter sphere, in TCG spaces, especially for LOL Riftbound, you got a lot of takes from them, and very wonderful person, very skilled pilot. Not surprised to see them still undefeated here. But we'll take a look at the other list as well, because it's a list that's kind of similar. And I think a player that people are definitely going to recognize, Alan ZQ, has made it all the way from Italy to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, he just won the Bologna Regionals. I think it's a very similar list from last week. As I mentioned, this is the 3 Vex versus the 2 that we watched earlier. But there are a couple of differences, largely in that sideboard, I believe. We have Dr. Mundo, which I think is really interesting. Dr. Mundo is so difficult to kill, and it's one of the big differences in the sideboard. I'm not sure how it'll play in this matchup per se, but I know it helps in different matchups like Kaisa and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. Those 3 pickpockets did good work for Alan in his other Ezreal mirror that he had to play in Bologna. We'll see how it fares here. So you're going to get down to the feature match and watch 2 extremely talented players play what I can only imagine is a pretty complicated mirror match.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a masterclass here. So exciting. We are starting that Void Gate and Sigil of the Storm.
All right, so Aikato on the left of your screen on Ezreal Prodigal Explorer. Alan ZQ, the winner of the last regional qualifier, pretty literally less than a week ago at this point. Flying all the way in from Europe here to NA, seeing if he can't do it again.
Yeah, it's time. I mean, I can't imagine the jet lag you would have. I'm from East Coast, and it was a large enough difference to Italy, much less if you are all the way on the West Coast here. So it's crazy to see him playing here. Already 4-0. Both these players are. Fantastic job coming in here.
Yep, so we're going to start things off. Void Gate, the battlefield of choice here for Aikato, and it is Sigil of the Storm, the opener here for Alan, as stack deck and open things up. Pick a card, shuffle them up, and put them on the bottom. I do expect these players to play quite quickly. This is definitely a matchup that can go pretty late, and both these players are very clean, very good technical players, and they know that this deck can go to time, especially in the mirror, so they're going to want to play as quickly as possible in the hour-round timer.
Yeah, I think these battlefields are really interesting. We do have Void Gate, which both of these players are going to have to watch out for. They are both running damage spells. I'm thinking the Bellows Breath, but also a couple of different ones. But if you're in Void Gate when damage spells come down or damage abilities, then it is +1. So you have to keep that math in mind. It may not be as easy as you would think. And then Sigil of the Storm, it does cost a rune to go into it. And so it kind of persuades you not to go there at least immediately.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, both these decks are running 3 Seals of Discord. In fact, the fact that Alan has one so early is a very good sign for this mirror, because this is an extremely good card as Aikato playing the third stack deck of this game, just filtering through the cards as quickly as they can. Ezreal, of course, a pretty good kickoff here for Alan as well. And
Yeah.
there's a seal on the other side.
The seal into Ezreal is so nice, and we're going to have to see if Akaido can get it as well. It just makes it so easy to go from seal, pay for the Ezreal, and then from there, Ezreal will help you pay for those later cards with the additional costs.
Yeah, somewhat innocuous, but second seal there into the Ezreal. So again, paying all these power costs nice and early. And seal is kind of the thing that powers these decks in many ways. You want to do so many different things with power. You don't really make gold. But once you get through your deck, you can just constantly cycle through your cards. So things like Cold Shot, especially with Ezreal in play, get very, very cheap when you have a seal.
For sure. It reads 1 power, but with Ezreal, it is going to decrease those additional costs. In this case, that's the repeat cost, and it's just 1 more power, but now 0.
Yep. And so just have to pay the first power, basically on the Cold Shot. Seal does that basically for free after you've invested that initial bit of power into it. And you get to look through a lot of cards and draw a lot of cards very swiftly for the low cost of 1 seal tap.
Yeah, and that does not feel bad. I mean, it's almost this like permanent resource when you have seals. In later games, we'll have to look out for Pickpocket, but they are both in the side decks for both of these players. So game 1, these seals are pretty safe.
Yeah, certainly so. And this game feels like a relatively important one to win because there's a lot. Like, I think this is the game where players are most likely to see the most of their deck. I think it speeds up somewhat in the post-board games, depending on how the positioning can go. So it's Cold Shot on the other side after double Ravenbloom Student. And as you kind of notice, a very different pace of game from what we've seen. Players have just not committed to battlefields yet. Just no need to score points right now. Just want to keep sculpting, keep getting through their deck.
Yeah, I think that's something that was really interesting to see, especially in Bologna. We are watching the actual mirror match of these like mirror Ezreals, and they stayed off the battlefields for a large part until they had more units in base and could spread out their units. Because if you just put them all in one battlefield or all one base, then Bellows can get a lot of value.
And you can see Bellows did exactly that, taking out both of the students in the backline. Void Gate not needed, just repeated there thanks to Ezreal and a little bit of initial blue power committed there by Aikido. I believe Aikido is running 3 Bellows Breath in the main, if I recall the deck list correctly. So definitely prioritizing the power of that card, which makes sense. You'd have a battlefield like Void Gate.
For sure.
Oh,
and Frigid Touch is going to finish it off. Ezreal did get that 2 damage on him as well, but he has 3 might, so he survives until a might decreasing card like Frigid Touch.
Actually saw that exact combination of cards be very good for Alan in his win recently in Bologna. So makes sense that things are working out. And Ezreal's going to finally take a trip to the Void Gate and get the first point on the board.
Yeah, now that there's no Ezreal on board and Alan's EQ doesn't have any other units set up, this Ezreal's a little bit more safe. We do want to keep Ezreal alive just because otherwise we won't have someone to discount those cards like we want.
Wages, pretty good card. Deals 3 damage to a unit at a battlefield and gives you a gold. And turns out Ezreal got exactly 3 might, as Alan Dickey plays a very special gold token. This is a something that was made for the Polish community, I believe, in Riftbound. It's a little Poro holding, I believe, a Polish gold coin of some kind. It is adorable.
Yeah, they have some really adorable accessories. I love the rune sleeves as well. But to note, just because, Akaido's laying out his trash pile so well, we can see he is at 9 cards, almost where Rasa is a 0-cost unit to play. So a lot of discounts to watch out for here. We haven't had any battering ram counters just yet, but we'll see some discounts come down, I'm sure.
All right, unfortunately, Alan has to trade out his gold token for one that's a more feature match appropriate, but I'm glad we get to see it on stream, at least temporarily. Stacked deck going to go ahead and enter the chain, and I do appreciate that Aikido is fanning out the trash quite so neatly. Makes our job easier, especially, again, things like Fizz, which these decks love to lean on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Fizz is such a great card in this deck. When you play Fizz, you're allowed to play one of those spells from your discard pile with an energy cost no more than 3. So there's just so many options. We've talked about it today. There's so many 2 costs and below, but also there's some that are just completely free as well, like Cold Shot.
And you do have to pay your power costs, and Fizz does cost the power, but again, between the seals and the Ezreal, a lot of these things can get pretty heavily discounted. There's another Cold Shot here from Alan. Going to keep on digging through the deck. Very quickly chooses a card so quickly I couldn't even see what the 2 choices were, and it's going to be same again, keeping them close to his hand. Alan going to not give away any extra information, not even to us here at coverage.
How dare he?
There's seal number 3. Has to feel good to be the first one to hit that benchmark. And
Oh,
there's Rasa.
There is Rasa. I didn't see how much of a discount we got. I can't tell too much, but it is going to be nice to get that 6 might unit down. The only unit currently on either battlefields, and with 6 might, I mean, it's going to be difficult to knock him out before he can take a point.
Yeah, looks like Alan had to pay 3 there, I believe, because there's 7 cards as Alan also laid out his graveyard.
Oh, that is very nice.
But of course, again, costs the power, but once more, we can see the power of Seal of Discord. And this is Alan's only copy of this card. You see a lot of these kind of purple shells that want to dig through their decks pretty aggressively. A lot of them play 2 to 3 Rasa. It's a card they're really looking to draw for and play a lot. Alan's like, I only need 1. I'm going to be able to play it for the rest of the game if I need to by recycling it, so why would I ever need more than 1 of this card?
Yeah, I think that's so interesting to me that this game enables, right? Because a lot of these costs are recycled. Even the Fizz, you recycle the spell after you play it. So then when you're doing these recycling, you're getting them back into your deck, able to play them again later. And especially when you're cycling 1 at a time, you can kind of start getting an idea of the ordering.
Yeah, even if they're just a couple at a time, you'll know, right? If it's randomly 2 cards on the bottom, you'll be able to keep track of that. And I can tell you, both of these players are keeping track of their recycles. I don't know if they're also keeping track of each other's recycles, but they're going to be very aware of what their stack looks like at the bottom of the deck after all this recycling. And if you may be newer to TCGs, this is something that is just genuinely very powerful. Not just knowing what's coming up, which a game like Riftbound does enable because you are putting cards on the bottom pretty frequently, especially in decks like this, but you can see the players like fanning out their graveyards. These are extensions of the player's hands. So it's like, not only is Fizz giving you access to all the cards in your graveyard for the most part, but eventually Fizz is going to give you access to them again when they go to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, that is a great point, and it's so cool to see it. I'm really excited to see how this continues to develop, but I will say it's one point that makes this, nice. A lot of these players have learned how to know what card is in what order, but you also can take notes if needed in this game.
Yep, you absolutely can. And you can't see the players' notepads. They're off to the side somewhere of the frame, but I'm sure they're taking some as Morbid Return. Not a card you always see that often, but a very nice one-of can get you back a unit. And again, with Fizz being able to recur spells so consistently, I feel like something I'm going to say a lot in this matchup, kind of gives you access to the rest of your graveyard, right? If you consider that Fizz accesses basically all your spells because they pretty much all cost 3 energy or less, then Morbid Return as a spell gives you access to your units. And now all of a sudden, Alan has access to every card in his graveyard.
Yeah, it's going to be so nice. We are able to keep that going, but there's always like a nice loop later in these games between Morbid Return and Fizz, because you are going so much through your deck that sometimes you can get almost like a deck out situation. In Riftbound, it's not an automatic loss unlike some games, but your opponent does get a point. But between Morbid Return and Fizz, you're actually able to kind of keep cards in your deck depending how many cards that really is, though.
And I think that's a good point, because when the decks get low, and they certainly can, I know players in these matchups often, there's like an invert timelines running around sometimes as well, you do not want to hit burn up. Not because your opponent necessarily gets a point, but because you have to shuffle your entire trash back into your deck. And when these players are carefully curating the cards that are in their graveyard and on the bottom of their decks and trying to basically sculpt the perfect deck that they can continually reuse, you don't want to miss what happened. You don't want to jumble that up by shuffling everything back in. So you do have to be careful.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier it's okay to shuffle 1 or 2, but that's like 50-50. I know what's coming next. But when it's 39 cards, 38 cards, it's just a random deck again, which, in these decks you don't want. But both of these players are starting to, develop their boards again. They're getting to that point where they're going to have to, they kind of seem to fight it out in short little bursts. Like, who can wipe each other's boards, take the points, and then you got to rebuild again. Yeah,
there's kind of this classic adage in TCGs where in matchups like this, where it's very slow, there's kind of a lot of back and forth, you kind of want to win the resource war first and foremost. So you don't really usually want to be the player to commit first, because if you commit, then you kind of trade back and forth with your opponent with all your spells or whatever you have. Typically, the player that gets to awaken again and then go once more is going to be the player that's going to find an edge. And these are the kind of matchups where little edges really matter. So you can see both players happily building up their boards. Last Right's getting played here for Aikado, which is a key component of how much recursion this deck has access to. And then we are going to get over to the battlefield, because again, Rasa going to get a conquer here, able to play something out of the trash. Don't think I see a unit, but Last Rights is going to trigger. There's something, and hey, it's an Ezreal coming back for more.
Yeah, we do love discount, so it makes sense that we're bringing back Ezreal. We did have to recycle 2 for it as a part of the cost, but it's a cost, Kaido, and this deck is very happy to pay. Especially
with all those seals. Oh, yeah, sorry, the recycling part, yes, you're happy to pay. The power costs are not so relevant when you're able to ramp up some seals, but yes, it's funny that the Last Right's drawback, we have to recycle cards from your trash, which makes sense because the design intention, I assume, is that if you move stuff out of your trash, you're not going to be able to replay it indefinitely. Well, turns out, recycling cards from your trash, putting them back in your deck, actually in this deck is just an advantage.
In increments of 2, at least.
Yes, in increments of 2. In slow enough increments that you can slowly sculpt your deck while still getting access to your graveyard. So there is this balance of how many cards do I have in deck, how many cards do I have in my graveyard, what do my Rasa's cost, what else is happening, how many resources does my opponent have. There's a lot that these players are going to be calculating here. But Ravenbloom Student's going to kick things off, and again, there's been a lot of yap, a lot of back and forth. It's now point number 3 for Hokkaido. This, again, is not a quick mirror match.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow burn to those 8 points for sure. And Ravenbloom Student, to me, has always been an interesting card. When you play a spell, it gets +1, and you can have, that stack up to pretty hefty numbers in some of these turns. So excited to see how Ravenbloom looks. It looks really tiny as a 2, but it can be a lot bigger.
Yeah, interesting as well. Hokkaido put a Vex in the trash here.
Ooh.
Definitely, I would expect to be pretty good actually in this matchup. Again, we talk about cost reduction being good on something. Ezreal Vex gives you that in combat, and also making your opponent's stuff in the mirror cost more also seems quite powerful. So maybe looking at it as a last rights target here with that Rasa potentially going to hold at the sigil.
Yeah, Rasa, if we get that hold off, will be able to choose one of those units potentially. So while we're able to discard it now, we could still bring it back later. So that is really, really nice. And then Ezreal, while we did have to discard 1, we get that 2 draw, and we can widen our hand even more. Sometimes your hands in this match can almost be a little mini deck in itself.
Oh yeah, hands are massive, access to your graveyard is massive. Like, nothing is ever truly lost in this kind of matchup. Again, players at some point will be able to get access to whatever cards they want, whether they're in the deck, in their hand, or in their trash. Just a matter of how much time is that going to take. As Alan going to finally kind of pull the trigger here on a little play, try and clear off, I think, the back line, as Ezreals are going to get taking some damage, and then perhaps have a Frigid Touch to follow up here to shrink them.
Let's see. It could also be Stupefy. We only need 1, and it does look like 1 Stupefy is coming down, but both Ezreals, assuming that is it's the base, do have damage on them. 1 more Ezreal here. Will we have another one? And it is a second Stupefy, which is all it takes for the Ezreals to be sent back to the trash. But if we can't clear out this Rasa, one of them could be back as soon as his own turn.
Yeah, so obviously Rasa is as big as each other, as both players have access to the card. But with the shovel, it is +2, so 8 might currently for Hokkaido on the southern battlefield. But Fizz can maybe shore up that as well. So Alan's going to have plenty of options here. And again, Alan is just not worried about committing too early, right? Play your culture, keep sculpting, get my deck to a point where I can start really refining what's in there. Yes, Hokkaido is applying some pressure, which is good if you can ever push your opponent to a point where you're forcing them to make decisions when they don't want to make them before they're kind of ready to really go for it. That's a good thing for you because you can often leverage your opponent having a bad turn and then going back and trying to find a way to win. So applying some pressure is good, but I'll tell you, 3 points is just not a lot in this matchup. There's plenty of game left to play, as it looks like Fizz and Rasa are going to rumble into the bottom lane.
Yeah, it is going to be 9 might. We do, though, have 2 runes up, which, as we've said, it can be so many different things. One of them, though, however, is going to be that Stupefy. We are now currently trading. It is an 8 versus an 8, but Alan ZQ's own Stupefy is going to come down back to that 1 might difference.
Yep, so a point ahead right now, and they're going to win the war. Looks like Rasas are going to trade off, because again, damage is still being dealt, so even though the Rasa and the Last Rites unattached from each other and Rasa goes back to the bin, Alan's going to grab his first point of the game, and we're going to pass it on back here.
Yeah, we do get a hold point, but we don't have that same drawback as the Last Rites bringing back another unit. So we are up to, I believe, 4 then from on Hokkaido's side.
Yep.
What does he have in hand, though? I mean, he's got probably a lot that he has access to. It looks like I could see an Ezreal there. I'm not fully sure. It is slightly off screen, but we will have to see. It looks like he's quickly just making sure his deck is big enough to play out his turn.
Yeah, if you just want to look in the player cams at home and just kind of see the size of the player's hand, like the thickness you can kind of tell, there's a lot of cards in these hands. Alan just played 3 Stupefies, and they each replace themselves. So both players are loaded up as far as resources go. But Alan did have to tap a little low here, so Hokkaido should be able to find something else to play. Have to imagine, though, that was hoping to set up some sort of Last Rites play, maybe that Vex, maybe something else, but if we can get access to that again, conquer that battlefield that the Fizz is currently occupying, then of course that Rasa can come back at a pretty good discount. There is currently more than 10 cards in that trash, so you do have to be a little careful because, again, you have to recycle first for the Last Rites, so have to put that into your calculations when trying to figure out how cheap is Rasa at the moment.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. Honestly, sometimes when I have hands that big, I almost lose which cards are there sometimes. So hopefully we'll have every piece we can find. It looks like a Fizz is going to come down.
Yep.
So we're going to be able to recycle one of these spells and use it. Looks like it's going to be that Fight or Flight to bring Raven Bloom back to our base. It's going to go, that same spell is going to go to the bottom of the deck. But because it's ready, it could still see play into that other battlefield. We'll have to find out.
So it was 12 cards in the trash, I believe, when I counted before. I'm going to count again quickly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 now. Last right's obviously going to mean you have to recycle 2. So it's going to be at 9. So Rasa not currently only 1 power. We only have to play 1 more card to get it there.
Yeah, and that's not too bad. Also, there's other cards we may want to do. Maybe Ezreal to discount stuff. We could also potentially see Vex somewhere here in the future, but we will have to conquer something to get off this ability, and it is going to be going up into that Fizz. 4 versus 3, we win the showdown.
One of the really nice things about fighting your Raven Bloom back to base, just kind of as a move, lets it stay ready so you can attach the last rights and then shovel on over to the Sigil. Does not only give you a point, but gives you the ability to play a unit from your trash. So which one is it going to be? Because again, Rasa, not fully free at this point, but I gotta say, it feels like 1 is still a pretty low number, but it looks like Ezreal gonna be the choice here. Again, so powerful. Both the draw text and the passive text really power this deck.
Yeah, that is so nice here with that Ezreal being able to draw 2 more cards. Depends what we want to discard, though, obviously. It is going to be Arcane Shift, it looks like. But, I mean, again, you replay these Fizzes, and you're able to play it from your discard pile. It doesn't feel bad to discard these spells.
No, not at all. Again, you kind of get everything back at the end of the day. Stupefy can hit this easy. Looks like it's going to activate Ezreal here. Oh, draw a card from Stupefy. Sorry, looks like Ezreal maybe got a Awakened there as well, or got ready there as well.
Yeah, we are digging for something here with that Stupefy. It looks like it's potentially maybe this Bellows or something else, but Bellows is going to be able to... Oh, it just... Yes.
Yep, is Bellows.
Makes him in range.
Yep, really nicely done there for Akedo. Pretty cleanly clearing that Ezreal out with 2 cards. One of them replaces itself to Stupefy, and you get to draw a card off your easy. So doesn't feel all that bad as the third seal does hit the board for both Ezreal players now. And Akedo's going to play one more thing.
Let's see, and it is going to be another Rasa. You mentioned earlier Alan ZQ only playing 1, was going to have to find some way to bring back his Rasa, but ours, we have multiple. He doesn't need to come back right now.
Yeah, seems decent in this kind of spot. Again, Akedo, the one applying a little bit more pressure for now. 5 points is a good lead, but again, no lead is safe against Alan ZQ. We'll see if he's able to navigate his way out of this. So again, plenty of options in the hand, plenty of options in the bin. In fact, currently flicking through the graveyard, I believe, is Alan. So probably has a Fizz locked and loaded here. And, oh, it's a Vex instead here. The first Vex sighting of the RQ, for us at least on stream.
Yeah, very, very exciting. Vex was, I would say, almost the MVP of Bologna. I mean, Ezreal has, it's not a surprise to be seen, but having this addition of Vex where when in a showdown, spells of your own are decreased by 1 cost and your opponents are increased by 1 cost really just brought home the bacon for Alan ZQ. And now we're seeing more of it being played, including in this mirror match, obviously.
Yeah, it feels like Alan kind of setting up to do something pretty big in the following turn or 2. Akedo is up to 6, which does feel a little bit threatening right now. Potentially a hold can be threatened if we go to 7. Potentially a double conquer from either this point or from another point. And looks like that hold also did mean the shovel is online. So for holding there, not only get the point, but get to play this Rasa at a very steep discount. It cost exactly 1 exhaust of your Seal of Discord.
That is so nice compared to the written price of 10 energy, 1 power. But we are just like getting such a wide base here. We're really getting developed and set up for some of these future turns. And we're going to try to hopefully probably find a way to deal with this Vex before it makes its way to a battlefield.
And Ravenbloom student going to go back home. Already scored a point at that battlefield. No need to do it again. Seal going to get popped here for... Is Rasa once again back to base.
Ooh,
and it looks like I think Akedo is deciding, you know what, 6 points is enough. I'm going to try and play for the double conquer on the next turn, because what do you realistically get done if you go to the Void Gate and get the 7th point?
100%, and to some extent, it kind of opens up, the worry of could I get hit with something now. It does look like Alan ZQ will scoop with that.
That was enough.
And we're going to game 2. This is the spice though that Akedo brought, and it's going to be that Mariah Spire?
Mariah Spire.
Mariah Spire, there we go. Versus Obelisk of Power.
Mariah Spire, I'm gonna really rack my brain at this point. I believe Mariah Spire is when you hold here, when you control this, repeat costs you 1 less.
Let's see. I'm going to bring it up in front of me real quick so that I can find out what it does. Yes, I think you are correct here.
When you control this battlefield, friendly repeat costs 1 less. Thank you, production. Putting it up. I had to tilt my head sideways. Because unfortunately the card viewer does not have orange for battlefields, which makes a lot of sense. Want cards to be the way they are up 99% of the time. Obelisk of Power, though, is going to channel an extra in for each play here, and Alan is off to the races on the play here in this game. So Ezreal already, this is one of the really nice things about playing with Obelisk, even on the play or draw. You do get to put Ezreal down nice and early, and even better news, Seal of Discord for Alan already on the table.
That is so nice. Both these players were already playing fast for this deck, I would say, game one. And it already took 29 minutes for game one. So, I mean, Alan's EQ is going to want to play even faster here. He needs to fit, 24 minutes for that game one. He's going to play even faster here because he needs to win 2 more to win the round.
I have full confidence these players can finish the round in time. Also, I feel like they're the kind of players that they're playing this deck, they know each other. They have enough respect to want to play at the appropriate speed to try and get this game because they know how long it can take.
For sure. It's just such a long matchup, for sure. It's an intricate one.
Very, very intricate. As stack decks being exchanged across either sides of the table. Each player going to select a card and put 2 on the bottom after looking at the top 3. And Ravenbloom Student is going to be the first unit deployed here for Aikado's Cold Shot. Is going to look real good with this Seal and this Ezreal. And already a second Seal's in play. Alan's EQ is just zooming off here in game 2.
Yeah, we are getting so many seals here. It's going to set us up really nicely. I'd be interested to see what cards ended up getting sideboarded in. Both of them did have Pickpocket in their sideboards, and that can be used to destroy these seals that Alan's EQ and Aikaido are both playing, but Alan's EQ is the only one with them currently on the board.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident both players have brought all copies of Pickpocket they have access to in for this matchup. Destroying Seal is just such a good bit of value. Again, it is really the engine that powers the resources for this deck, even though eventually you will get them back, because as we've talked about many times, there's lots of ways to recycle cards for, in this deck. Getting them taken out early is not something you want to see, as we are going to be zooming through a judge call. So don't worry if the time dilation starts to look a little funky on your screen. That is completely normal.
Yeah, I think it's honestly really great that we're able to do that. So we'll see that speed up here in a second, but it is going to be really interesting to see what they do here. I mean, I think Mariah Spire is great for both of these decks.
Yep.
Obviously, maybe sometimes you don't play this more against an opponent who can't use it as well, but when you're already playing Ezreal, maybe if your opponent has that Ezreal and you don't, it's going to be really nice to get back into the game, I think.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a double-edged sword. That's certainly one of the things about bringing these kind of tech battlefields that are good for your deck, but obviously you expect to play some level of mirror at this event because there is a decent amount of Ezreal in the field. Stack deck again here for Alan, going to be looking at a few more cards. Again, both players happy to sculpt 2 in the early game. Lots of cold shots, especially when you have an Ezreal and a Seal in play. And stack deck has just been, honestly, one of the best filtering cards in Riftbound since Origins. It's been, this card shot to the moon instantly.
Yeah.
Every deck wanted to play this card that had the access to it in purple.
Yeah, every single purple deck loves Cold Shot. It'll be interesting. I mean, we already saw how well it's done in Bologna. It's continuing to do so great in this regional as well. It's just so many purple decks. So we'll have to see if Kaido can find his own seals and maybe his own Ezreal, but what Ravenbloom is going to Mirai could potentially decrease some of these cards as well.
Off to the Spire here for the Student. That's going to be the first point once again to Aikaido. I wonder if Aikaido feels like it's got to be a bit more aggressive in this matchup. We know Alan is very patient as a player. This deck is, again, designed to really control the game, to play as late as possible, to get access to your one-ofs consistently, basically solve any problem you can think of, given a long enough time horizon. So I think Aikaido is saying, you know what, I don't want to give you too long.
Yeah, especially since he already has, I think, those seals in place. He definitely has a bit better on the resource front. And Aikaido obviously has a lot of those same tools, but he hasn't been able to get to them yet.
Yeah, Stupefy here. Looks like there's going to be a follow-up, you have to imagine, here for Ezreal. And Stupefy again. Keep on drawing cards.
We're looking for our pieces.
Drawing a card for Ezreal, again, has targeted something twice. They do get to draw a card off of the Legend Exhaustibility as well. Something that we actually didn't see that much in this matchup so far, but is something that is nice, as you get to kind of, you know, anytime you do things your deck already wants to do, every now and then you get to draw an additional card, which is some of the sweetest words in any card game is draw a card. My favorite word, certainly.
For sure. And all you have to do for Ezreal to get a draw is to choose enemy units or gears twice in your turn, which, you know, isn't the hardest thing to do, and especially in these decks where you're stupefying, you're bellowing, these are all choices, right, or chooses in this game, since it's kind of a keyword here. And so it is going to be so nice to get that draw. Hopefully find some of these pieces we're looking for. We are going to hard bargain this Wages of Pain. Raven Bloom Student is our only unit that we have. We have to protect it.
And this is so nice. Akedo holding this bio here. This hard bargain repeat costs 1 less, and that is exactly the amount of rune that Akedo had left, and exactly the amount that Alan doesn't have, because he cannot cover 2 twice. Effectively had to pay 4 to not get that spell counted. Unfortunately, didn't have the option. Now Student's even bigger and better. It's still on the table for Akedo.
Yeah, that is so nice, and it's going to stay for the entire turn now. So now you don't even just have to deal with a 2, my guy. It's, I think, 3.
Singularity to the bin there for Alan. Kind of a... I mean, these units aren't so big that you want to singularity them away. Alan, of course, again, on a long enough time horizon, will have access to these units, but kind of like, oh, that's a bit scary. Like, what other cards are in your hand that you want to keep more than this spell that could potentially do pretty big damage to boards of almost any size that Akedo could build? Even something like Rasa can be shot down by singularity, or at least get it close enough.
Yeah, maybe that's one of the reasons that Akedo is actually keeping Raven Bloom. I would say, obviously, that if he's got a good enough hand, he's going to want to load up his board no matter what. But while he's still trying to find his pieces, playing Singularity, you have to shoot 2 different guys, and Raven Bloom is at a 1 right now. But here comes Fizz. We're finally finding our pieces, and Bello from the trash pile going to be able to deal 2 to this Ezreal, and Mirai kind of acting as the Ezreal ability here.
Yeah, I think it's Frigid Touch. Yeah, only didn't repeat that Bella's Breath, because even though the Spire reduces it, it doesn't take the power cost away, and there's not enough blue power in Akedo's runes right now. So use the 1 there, and then Frigid Touch to sink it down below with the damage already marked on it, an easy way to kill the Ezreal. Again, Ezreal, you get a lot of value when you play it, because you get to draw cards immediately, but both halves of the card in the sense, both the on-play ability and the passive text are so powerful that it is very much worth killing them efficiently when you can. As Wages of Pain finally finds its mark, I'm going to take out that Student.
That is going to be very nice for Alonzi Q getting that, getting the Raven Bloom out of Mirai. We are going to be looking, though, for Ezreal, obviously, on Akedo's side, especially now that we don't have that same effect.
Gets a draw from Ezreal here as well, thanks to that Wages already taking out the Raven Bloom Student. Stupefy is card number 2, aimed at that Fizz, and you have to think that maybe another small damage spell in the future here for this Fizz, as that's already been reduced by 1. Also, if Alan's just cycling it to draw a card and then drawing for Ezreal, that's also fine. Fizz doesn't necessarily need to be removed here on Alan's side, but he does clearly want access to more cards, so happy to kind of cycle a Stupefy here potentially, as it looks like stacked deck, not even Wages, going to come out here. So Fizz looks like it's going to live for now, but Alan is valuing the filtering more at this stage.
Yeah, he's looking for something, obviously, with that. Going through a bit more of his deck, he will be able to choose 2 to go to the bottom of his deck as well, getting it roughly in the order that he would like. And we'll have to see if he's found all the pieces, but we are currently just at 1 rune versus 2 or something like that for Akedo's turn. And it looks like we are going to stack deck again, getting to look at 3 more cards, choose 1.
I love this, by the way. Akedo is just awakening while Alan is resolving the spell. This is the kind of thing you need to do in order to play this kind of matchup efficiently. They both know nothing's going on here, nothing's happening out of order. Akedo's just like, I'm going to start my turn while you're picking cards, because we have matches to play, and I know we're not going to finish them if we don't shortcut a little bit here and try and speed up the pace of play. So it looks like Akedo is going to get access to more points here. Again, Alan has been pretty much nonchalant about not wanting the points in the early stages, not needing them at least, as the first seal finally lands here for Akedo. As we kind of talked about, this is a way that deck gets powered. You do have to invest the initial power, but kind of once you do that and the seals stay there, especially as seal allows you to play more seals, you kind of eventually get a larger rune base while still being able to pay the power cost that really power this very power-hungry deck.
Yeah, and it is pretty late in the game to see these seals come down. Alan ZQ already at 2, just to like point out how different it is. We're multiple turns into this game. I think almost 10 minutes into the match, and we're only getting the first one for Akedo.
Yep, shovel happening again though. Fizz gonna pick up the shovel, go digging over at the Spire, get a point, and get Ravenbloom Student back from the bin. Trash not too filled here for Hokkaido, so Ras is not going to really be on an option for a little while, as I think Island just peeled the one Rasa, and that trash is very stacked. Cold Shot going to make it even more so here. No Ezreal, no problem. Just taps both the seals to pay for the spell.
Yeah, that is going to be so nice, Balance EQ at least. But more cards to see and more cards to select for our hand. We're just going to get to cherry pick the perfect hand to win or hopefully take this game. It's
so powerful because the repeat on Cold Shot means that not only do you get to do a bunch of filtering, but this now effectively free, we can say, with these seals that you had to invest. But this effectively free spell at this stage of the game, it not only selects more cards, but you just get to draw 2 of them. So you're actually up on cards, even just selecting a bunch. Usually card selection cards, you think about something like Stack Deck, you play a card, you get 1 card out of the deal, right? But you got to look at a couple extras. Cold Shot is you get to look at extras and you get to keep an extra card. That is absurdly powerful for a deck that consistently plays this spell for 1 to 0 power, effectively.
Yeah, it is so nice and really just like the crux of almost any purple deck right now. Last set, I would say the crux is more like towards like that fight or flight, but now Cold Shot, it's calling the shot.
It is, and it's certainly at its best in this deck, I believe. I think Ezreal is clearly the best user of this card, even though plenty of other decks, we talked about Aurora already earlier today, also a deck that is happy to use that as well. As Alan Morbid returns back his Ezreal, trying to keep on chugging, and I would be horrified if I was Hokkaido, because a pickpocket just got discarded.
Yeah, that is rough, and it looks like Hokkaido scooped, and we're going into game 3 here. This time it will be that Obelisk of Power for Hokkaido. Obviously, they have similar battlefields as a whole, and in this case, we're going to be seeing that Void Gate that we saw game 1 for Hokkaido for Alan ZQ, and that Obelisk of Power that we saw last game for Alan ZQ for Hokkaido.
Yeah, it's just that Spire that's the difference here. So we're going to move ourselves into game 3, 1 apiece now as Alan ZQ. Can he stay undefeated once again, or is a different Ezreal player going to be undefeated here in Vegas?
Yeah, we will have to see. I mean, I think the Vex really took players by surprise last week, but this week they've had 7 days to prepare for Vex. I mean, 7 days is not a lot, and multiple of those were for traveling, but they have had some time. Obviously, Hokkaido is 4-0 with it. He's starting to play it, and obviously people have been testing with it all week long. Can Hokkaido take the win here?
Yeah, Hokkaido's been on Ezreal for a long time. This is the kind of deck that they love to play. The Stack Deck going to kick things off, as Obelisk does at least get an extra rune here for both players, because again, we kind of staggered when the Obelisk was happening. Kind of a fun little bit of like, when do you select your battlefield in this matchup when they are so similar? It's, of the 6 battlefields being bought, 5 of them are the same for each player, just 1 different there for Hokkaido. A Stack Deck answered in Kindo here for Alan ZQ as the selection continues. And with 16 minutes left in this round or so, I am very confident these players can finish this series, which is impressive, I must say.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. It is great to see these players, top of the playing field already a skill, and we're seeing them just, oh my god.
No wonder Alan's good at this. Ezreal, he draws seals every single game. There's all 3 of them already in play.
That's what oh my god, it like how.
I only saw 2. Kind of put them down like together. Like, oh, that's 2 seals. That's pretty good. No, it's all 3. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to pickpocket me, but you're gonna have to play 3 of them to destroy all 3 of these as well. So it is gonna be a hard price to pay here. Looks like Ravenbloom is gonna be coming up into that Obelisk of Power. We have 5 runes. What can we do here on Hokkaido's side?
Still be happy to see a seal, certainly. Be happy to see pickpocket as well, but it's gonna be something a little bigger than that. This is a 5.
Yeah, and a power. What will it be? And it does look like Vex is coming out.
That makes sense. I think that's the only 5.
That is true, yeah.
I was thinking in my head, I was like, I don't know exactly what this is off the top of my head, but thankfully question answered quickly, and Vex can be deployed to the board here in base. Stupefy. Gonna go ahead. I assume I've the student, but maybe Vex is gonna be the in the ire of, yeah, you can already see Hokkaido's like, yep, I got it. Rocket Barrage can deal enough damage. Stupefy shrinking it to 4, and Rocket Barrage, one of the few spells that can deal damage, actually only deals damage to unit in base.
But the thing...
So Singularity will and stuff, that, it is restricted to base, I should say.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rocket Barrage is just so strong, though, because it doesn't only kill your units in base, it could also kill a gear.
And if you repeat it, you get a little bit of both if you want, which is really nice.
That is so nice for these different decks, and it's a card that I think a lot of blue decks are starting to use because, I mean, between Aurora, between these miracle decks running all these seals, it is so nice to try to take out some of the resources.
Even some of the, the equipment decks, things like Lucian, Pour On gets a lot of splash damage for all of the gear hate that's running around. Even seals, again, definitely pretty critical pieces of gear to try and pick off. As we're going to get deployed here for Akedo, just draws a couple cards and passes it on back. So Alan ZQ with the 3 seal strong goes Ezreal again. Going to keep on chugging.
Yeah, we will see that Ezreal and we discarded the Bellows for a draw 2 here. Called Shot will be able to come down. Obviously, we pay for the first, but the second discounted by Ezreal. We drew 2, and we will be drawing 2 more.
Yeah, if you thought that Cold Shot using both deals to effectively pay for the full spell was good, this is even better. This is why Ezreal is so good at playing this spell, because once you have a seal and an Ezreal, you can basically play the Cold Shot for about nothing. Yes, you have to commit one of your pieces of gear, but given what it took to get there, the little investment you get pays off pretty big, as Bellow's Breath going to be pointed here at Ezreal. That's the only target currently that Alan Ziki would have any interest in pointing at. Gets a card draw off of the Legend as well, and going to be going again, perhaps. Cold Shot, though, first. The second time, which is a little confusing. We're going to go ahead and get even more cards, even more filtering.
You'll have to see what we pull here. We would love something to decrease the might on this Ezreal so that it can be killed.
Rigid Touch would be pretty good here. Stupefy looking good as well. And I believe the Bellows was repeated. So that is enough for Alan to go ahead and take out the Ezreal and draw some cards there. Stupefy, pretty good card in general. Very efficient spell. Really clean. Draws you an extra card, replacing itself. Looks at its best in a deck like Ezreal, where not only does it help you trigger your Legend ability to draw more cards, but there are so many efficient ways for you to shrink things that Stupefy goes from looking like a Vengeance, which is a wild spell to look at when it's just a 1 energy spell. Then it's just a kill spell in Order that no one plays because no one plays Order, sadly.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is, but that being said, I support it.
Yeah, okay. We've seen Harness Dragon today. It's kind of like a 1 energy Harness Dragon.
That's gigantic.
That sounds pretty good.
Or very small, I guess.
That's
true. That's very small. But that being said, that is going to be crazy. We do take out the Ezreal before we can get too much value on Akato's side. So Rasa is here. We did have to play a lot more than we would like to for Rasa, but obviously Akato is trying to get a board set up. We do not want to fall behind. It is game 3, and it is the game to decide the match.
Here comes Fizz once again. Here comes Cold Shot once again. It's an unbelievable how many cards this deck can turn through once its engine is going, and Alan is fully in the driver's seat with his Ezreal staying alive and all these seals to help power these very powerful but power-hungry cards in his deck. So again, makes the selections quickly, adds the cards to hand, just kind of leaves one on the table on top of the ruins because, got to do it quickly here. There's only so many minutes left in the round.
Yeah, only 12 minutes left, and we are at 1 point and 0 points. We have to either... Let's just say let's get to 8 points, but otherwise we still need to get 2-point difference, but we are far enough away. Let's get to 8 points.
And don't be fooled. This is the 3rd Cold Shot of this turn for Alan, by the way. Only 2 copies have been seen so far this turn. Fizz managed to recycle one to kind of make it a little bit extra. And again, Alan is just turboing through his pile of cards right now. I mean, Alan's hand is already like 7 or 8 cards big at this point. I think it's probably close to double-digit numbers of cards.
Yeah, we will have to see, but I mean, Cold Shot can be a 3-of in your deck, but with Fizz, it can be anything.
And there's that pickpocket. Oof. Get the goal, take out your only seal. Alan feels like he's got a pretty good stronghold in this game, and even going to add a stack deck just to make sure we have even more cards and even more selection.
Yeah, we're going to get to select just the best one for the situation. Get to look at 3, and which of those can help me in my following turn? That's the question you're asking here. We're cleaning up Akaido's board, but what can we do in these future turns as well so that we can get set up now and continue to hopefully win this game?
Yeah, trying to look at how many cards Akado's fanning out. Does seem like a pretty decent amount, but look at Alan's hand just barely at the top of the screen on the right-hand side. There are so many cards in that hand, as I think Akado knows that this is not a position particularly happy to be in.
Not at all. Both of these players really just, growing their hands, growing their options for each turn. Rasa is going to come up here into Obelisk. Doesn't feel great to go on and start, taking points when we need to get a lead. And so potentially 2 points here with this Rasa into Obelisk.
I think in general, the way Akado's deck is built is tough to win if you don't take points eventually.
True.
And I think Akado is I don't think I have the ultra late game in this matchup. I think Alan is not only a very skilled pilot, but I think his deck is built in a way where I'm a little worried if this game is going to go super duper late. So I'm trying to cut down this board. I'm trying to get some points on the board. And while, still maintaining a good amount of cards in hand, is Fizz going to go ahead and buy back Bellows, I have to assume, after Frigid Touch have a little poke around?
I think we Bellows into Bellows. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
That's also very good.
I could be wrong, but I thought I saw Bellows and then Fizz get played and then Bellows again. So we were able to clean out a lot of Alan's EQ side. I was hopeful for a moment that I was going to see the combo that I've been wanting all day, which is the Bellows into Watcher. But no, it's just Bellows into Fizz into Bellows.
Still pretty good, as it turns out. Very similar to Bellows into Watcher. As board gets cleared out, Akedo finds the line to actually take at Alan's pretty formidable force in base. So Wages of Pain going to come back through. Going to go ahead and poke the Rasa, because this one only targets units at battlefields. Gets a gold gear as well. That one's exhausted. That one's ready. Do have to make sure which one is which, because Alan might want to use that power this turn. Smokescreen going to shrink that one. That's a one-of in Alan's main deck at least. And hard bargain. Can you pay more for it? Alan's like, I can pay more for it. Do I want to pay more for it is the question.
Yeah, do you want to pay 6 potentially? I didn't see how many we turned over here for hard bargain, but it could be up to 6 energy for this smoke screen. It was 3 damage to Rasa, and then with this taking him down into that range to die as well, and it looks like we were willing to pay for that 4.
Yeah, hard bargain was driven by Akedo, but decided that, you know what? A price worth paying here for Alan. He wants to take out the Rasa, deploy one of his own, and try and get some might onto these battlefields. And again, slowly eke out an advantage, because Alan's turns have felt so efficient in this game. I mean, just looking at the rune differential, Akedo's kind of treading water, looking to build up a similar sized force. Alan's just got so many more resources. And that's the thing I was trying to say before. Like, in these matchups where there's a lot of kind of jostling back and forth, but both players know that they can kind of solve any problem on a long enough time horizon, one of the ways you typically solve those problems is just by having access to more things than your opponent. And we know both players have access to a lot of cards, but then you have to think about, okay, I can pay things very cheaply. We've seen how cheap Cold Shock can get, but nothing at the end of the day is going to be free. If you want to commit to taking out units, you do have to actually spend resources, and Alan just having so many more than Akedo is kind of making this game a little tough.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, and it's interesting to see that Akedo did end up going into Void Gate. I think we've seen them largely go into Obelisk Power this game because Void Gate is a worry for this exact reason that we're seeing played here. Wages of Pain is supposed to be 3, but it's actually dealing 4 here because it's a Void Gate.
Yeah, I think for the most part, apart from Rasa, Wages does kill just about every unit that Akedo is relying on here. And now Alan's starting to take some points, which, given how patient of a player Alan is, I would be terrified if he's starting to move out and thinking, you know what, I feel comfortable enough that I will actually commit my units to the battlefield where they're a little bit less safe.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good to see that Alan's EQ starting to move in. It does seem like he waits till the perfect moment to start taking points. He's not in a rush to do it.
Neither of these players, I think, are in a rush. And Akedo can still have pretty big turns here. So we'll keep watch here as the runes get channeled, the card gets drawn, and still plenty of options in their hands here for the Miracle Ezreal player.
And Akedo is officially at 10 in his discard pile, just to note. So Ross's could start being played potentially for free, but we are going to stack deck first, looking at that first rune, looking at 3 cards. No, for paying the 1 energy, looking at 3 cards, picking the best, and the 2 going to the bottom.
Yeah, both these players play with their hands pretty close to themselves, so actually generally cutting off the overhead view would otherwise get, so it will remain a mystery to everyone but Akedo right now as far as what cards are in their hand. Going to pay quite a lot here for something big. Mind Splitter. Oh, it's Thousand Tail Watcher.
Thousand Tail Watcher. He is going to decrease the amount of the units on the board, but I don't think we paid Accelerate or anything like that. So it is, I mean, the Rasa is completely safe. I don't always like seeing Watcher being played when we're not trying to kill something that same turn, but you need to get might down on the board. So while it doesn't feel great to pay this power, at least we have 7 might.
I think a little telling about the state of Akedo's current hand.
For sure.
This is the play they're making, but Fizz going to go ahead, steal another point. Now we're equal on points between these two players.
Yeah.
Fizz dances on over, and Alan ZQ currently has a stranglehold on both the battlefields in the game.
Yeah, and he's got the runes to protect it, I would say, between 2 gold, 3 seals, and
Is that Mind Splitter? Oh, it's Frigid Touch.
Ah,
I thought I saw Mind Splitter for a second. I was like, that is very bad news for Akedo. If Mind Splitter starts getting committed and potentially cycled through, that's going to be tough stuff. But it's Frigid Touch instead. We're going to follow up with something else you have to imagine. Stupefy again, looking for a redraw. Also gets the draw of Ezreal. And any damage belt at this point is going to do it. Fizz is going to find one because that's Fizz's job.
that is Fizz's job. I do believe there is a Bellows in the discard pile.
Yep.
It is what we are going to go for, and we are going to see that get put at the bottom of the deck. But Let's see. A little more backwards, but I like it. And, well, not really because I love Watcher, but it is going to clear the board for us.
A little bit of shortcutting, I feel like, from the players. Like, Alan's just like, yep, this is what's happening. It's going to bomb my deck. Aikedo knows, yes, we don't have too long to play. I'm going to go ahead and put my Watcher in the bin. Doesn't feel great that Aikedo committed basically all of their resources for that turn to try and play a bigger Might unit, and it just got taken out by Alan while he still developed the rest of his board. So Fizz going to try and do some damage back here. Stack deck instead, digging for answers. Again, just with the texture of how these last few turns have gone, feels like Alan is in complete control, and Aikedo is trying to find a way out of what is looking to be a snowball that is rolling down the hill.
I would completely agree, and I think that fits perfect with Frigid Touch.
Certainly does.
But we are going to play Fizz as well. There's just so many options, I feel like, in this deck to decrease might, deal damage, and that's all you need in this game to help, control where these cards are being able to survive. Wages of Power coming down to take this Fizz out, but it's not like we're going to be able to get points ourselves. We don't really have any units developed here in our base. Meanwhile, Alan's EQ already at 2 units.
Again, it's such a little thing, but just looking at those seals that Alan played were on turn 3 of this game. Seeing Aikedo on this late in the game, we've played so many turns, playing Arasa and still recycling an actual rune. Still hasn't found Seal of Discord. I think Pickpocket picked off one of them, if I recall correctly, but none of the other 2 have been found. And Fizz is still, roaming free over to the battlefield and scoring points as Alan slowly but surely is grinding away in this game, which is, again, something he and this deck do exceptionally well.
Yeah, this is so difficult. We had 4 runes up, so the fact that we're allowing both Fizz and Rasa in without having any response, again, another tell that says what's in Akedo's hand. And let me tell you...
Now we're all going to find out. And it's only 4 cards. That is not a big hand. It is Watcher, Bellows, Arcane Shift, and Cold Shot with no seals and no Ezreal to speak of. That hand is miserable. And it's getting worse. It's about to get a lot worse.
Yeah, we're going to lose one of them here. And that 7 might introduce to Alan's EQ's board as well. It looks like we're going to be taking that Watcher out, which could have been might, and also decreased might on Alan.
Yeah, unlike Sabotage, you can take anything out of your opponent's tank with Mind Splitter. So this is a one-of in Alan's deck, again, for exactly this kind of situation. When you're at this point, it's kind of a stalemate. You're looking to ice the game and take any option, any hope of your opponent winning the game. You dig through your entire deck, basically, find the Mind Splitter, and then it only gets worse, because eventually it's going to also get recycled as that gold just gets picked off there. Alan's like, whatever, I'll play this Pickpocket. Who cares about the seal? I just want to put more might on the board, because he knows this game is going firmly in his favor.
Yeah, and I would say it's so smart to take out the Watcher, because if you decided to actually go for one of those spells, it was Bellows, it was Arcane Shift, it was Called Shot, Fizz later can access it, right? And so by keeping it to the hand, it forces you to actually pay the cost, and you're not getting that value off of Fizz in the same way.
Yeah, and again, Alan's hand is chock full of stuff still in Aikedo. Only had 4 cards when the Mind Splitter happened. Going to draw 1 back up to that. And again, Ras is going to just try and challenge. And Alan says, sure, you can take the point. I don't think it matters that much, but you can take it.
4 points, let's go.
I think generally if Alan is ahead on points, it's kind of terrifying. It's Arcane Shift. Going to try and make something happen here. 3 damage to the Rasa, buy back the Fizz, and find a spell from the bin. What do we have? It is Wages to do the other 3 damage and try and clear things out. Aikedo is treading water, but trying to fight back still in this matchup. Again, Alan's board extremely imposing, but Aikedo is doing everything they can to try and equalize.
Yeah, and I will say, we've talked about it, these Ezreal decks can come back, right? They always have the ability to come back. We finally hit that Seal of Discord. 1 Pickpocket is down. We know at least, I think 1 is still in the discard pile. So maybe we're saying, maybe you won't have the Pickpocket, maybe you didn't think I would find it, and you went on and recycled it into your deck instead of having it in hand. And maybe that's his hope here, but at least we get to go on and use it this turn. Maybe
also, reasonably, where are my Pickpockets? You've had 3 seals in play since turn 2. I put these in my deck to do the exact same thing that you're trying to do to me. And Aikedo just has not been able to find the tech as Alan has navigated beautifully to this point to have an extremely imposing board. And there are still 6 cards in Alan's hand, and probably 2 of them draw 4 cards.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. It looks like we finally do find the Pickpocket that you were mentioning, though. We saw that call shot come down, so hopefully we're able to find it. We'll get a gold off of it as well. And, Alan's EQ can just have his turn with 2 Seals of Discord.
Yeah, that's a little more reasonable. You know how they say better late than never? I think that doesn't apply in this instance when Pickpocket's showing up not quite on time to try and stymie these seals, which are already doing the thing they've been doing all game. No Ezra required here for Alan's EQ to still pay basically nothing for this cold shot.
Yeah, and They did turn up literally turn 1.
All right, well, looks like we are at time between these two players, so we're going to play a few more turns. But Alan feeling pretty good with basically 2 turns left to play. Again, 3 additional turns starting at turn 0. So Alan, I believe, should be the 0 player at this point. And certainly has a big enough unit in the Mind Splitter to rumble on over and pick off the Rasa from that Void Gate. Although they have to be a little careful because, as you pointed out, you have to do a bit of extra damage. So there are ways for a Mind Splitter to potentially get shot out of the air.
But yeah, 7 Might is a lot to deal with in these decks. We do obviously, though, have a huge hand on Alan's EQ side. He doesn't have to deal with 7 Might, but ouch. Taking out the 2 units here, it potentially would take out, the 2, and they are going to both go to that discard pile. Kato is really trying to develop his board. He's trying to do anything to get there, and Alan's EQ is just, he's being the defy. He's saying no. Just
cruising right now as Alan. Going to rumble the Mind Splitter in. 7 versus 6 is the Might right now. What do you got, Kato? You have a Stupefy, Frigid Touch. That's a good one to try and defend your board. Repeats it as well, so shrinks the Mind Splitter relatively low. Oh, hard bargain. An absolute dagger to the heart of Kato. That's going to be 2 points going to 7. And Alan's EQ poised to win yet another game and stay undefeated here at RQ Las Vegas.
Yeah, and this 2-point difference is so important now that we are in time. You need to have 2 points to win the match, not for it just to be a draw. So keeping this point disparity is going to be important for Alan's EQ in these next, 2 turns left?
Pickpocket picks up another seal, and that Pickpocket, I believe, can still go over and claim the point at the Obelisk. I don't believe Alan has scored there yet.
I don't think so either, so it's definitely an option. Make that point share just a slight bit larger, and it looks like we're going to protect this Mind Splitter with a hidden card. That could potentially just be, Fight or Flight, or another hidden card that could keep Kato from going into Void Gate.
Yeah, both Fight or Flight and Wages of Pain are cards you can hide here on Alan's side. Bellow's Breath, try and clear out the back line here. Actually, I guess can hit both. I think that's actually what's happening here. So going to have a shrinking spell here as we're going to draw a card. Yeah, did pick both because you can see drawing a card immediately off of that. And Kato just doesn't have it. Alan's EQ going to take a win and stay undefeated here once again on Ezreal, looking to repeat in a different country less than a week later.
5-0, fantastic job. It was so cool to see these 2 different decks.
That was I think this kind of thing, maybe for some players, is kind of an acquired taste. Kind of slow, very back and forth. Lots of little edges really matter, but that is the kind of Riftbound that I personally very much enjoy.
It is so much fun to watch these 2 players play. They obviously know their decks so well. Obviously, Alan has had some more time with it, but they did a great job.
Yeah, Kato is still looking good. And you know what? We'd like to hear a little bit more about how they went. We have an interview with the winner coming up right now.
All right, we had a Legends of Runeterra grudge match between Kato and Alan's EQ. Y'all fought in Houston early on. I know you'd got the better of him. Once again, you're kind of bullying Kato in the mirror, but I mean, how did you feel he played this Ezreal mirror?
Better than Kaisa in Houston mirror we played. I definitely see the improvement. In game 1, he had a better deck for mirror. However, a post sideboard I think I'm favorite, and the only thing that mattered was just if we can play all the 3 games in time.
Yeah, I mean, how have you been feeling about the day overall? You're able to pick up another win. Now you're 4-0, still undefeated going into the next round. Have things just been continually as seamless as they were in Bologna?
Yeah, pretty much. I would say it's even easier. In Bologna, I think my day 1 was harder than my day 2.
All right, I mean, fair enough. Now, looking forward towards, day 2 and going forward, do you think you might get another rematch with Kato in the top 8?
I mean, hopefully he can make it that far, and I'll try to get him a good tiebreakers.
All right, Alan, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck with the rest, and we'll send it back over the desk.
Always great to hear from Alan. I think Kato as a player will almost assuredly see again on day 2. Very confident on this deck. Really loves to pilot this Miracle Ezreal. Alan, of course, is just the kind of player that it's really tough to bet against. And I said this already. If you're looking to win a best-of here at any regional qualifier that Alan ZQ is attending, just don't play the legend he's playing. That's about the only advice I can give you.
Yeah, I remember he made a tweet before Bologna where he was going for all of the Ezreals this set. We'll have to see if he's able to do it successfully, but he has the games. He's been playing it, I've heard, for a long time, even before Spirit Forge actually came out, because we've had the cards for a while. And so it is so cool to see that practice really converting into all of these wins.
Yeah, if you ever get an opportunity, maybe talk to Casanova and ask how it went testing against Alan. And they'll tell you, didn't go all that well. We are going to throw it to a break because we got more coming up. Riftbound round number 6 is coming to us. We see the sights and sounds of the feature match area. Players are battling as much as they can, trying to find their way through what is looking to be a very tough field. There are regional qualifier champions, there is action, there is everything we could hope for and more. Riftbound Las Vegas yesterday, it's been a treat so far.
It has been so much fun watching all these fantastic games.
Welcome back to coverage of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas here for Riftbound. And if you like what you're seeing, you maybe want to get yourself, get your feet wet in some Riftbound. You should go to your local game store and play a Nexus Night. Yesterday was the last Legend you played at Nexus Night.
Last Legend I played was actually, I think, Annie. I
Nice.
got top 4.
Ooh.
So I was very happy about it. And Nexus Nights are so much fun. Growing community is such a huge part, not only about this game, but card games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think the best part about card games is getting to meet cool people and sling some spells and just have fun. And Next Nights is where you can kind of do a mix of both. Whether you're a bit more competitive of a player, whether you're just a bit more casual, maybe you're just trying to make your silly deck work. That's pretty much what I'm trying to do anytime I'm brewing in a card game. Next Night definitely the place to be.
Yeah, I think it's such a great place to not only learn the game, but get to play some of those more fun decks. And then you can come here, and if you're interested, play maybe one of those more difficult ones that you think will make you into day 2 or not.
Yeah, so we've seen our 5 rounds so far. We have 6 of our 8 rounds today. I guess coming up, round 6 is coming through. So more than half of the rounds now are done. We have a lot to learn still about what the metagame here and what the texture of the field is going to be like here in Las Vegas. But so far, I feel like I've been pretty happy with the different decks we've seen. But understandably, the players, the names we know before, every time I check the standings, I feel like I see people going, so we can have a look at them right now, in fact. We already know LNZQ is undefeated, but here are undefeated Prismaticism, still undefeated, top 8 in Bologna. And the undefeateds are only going to get more recognizable as we scroll through these pages. There are a lot of players still here at XNO.
Yeah, it is so cool to see those same players making it into, going undefeated as well. We love to see that. And there's so many really great players here today that have multiple results.
Yep, looking to get to 18 points, which I believe is XN2. So pretty close for these players to lock for day 2, but of course you'd like to stay undefeated for as long as possible. As we take a look here, there are some funny names sticking out to me.
Yeah, I do love some...
Swagalisk, what a great name.
Yeah, it is so cool to see some of those summoner names from League of Legends coming in here. Maybe ones that you enjoyed, or people who are new to the game making their own new names as well.
We have even more 5-0s to show you. Don't worry, folks. We got still a whole other pages here. LNZQ, as we noted, just saw him on stream. Still 5-0. Stayed undefeated in Bologna for quite a while, but another member of the Bologna top 8, Randy, down in 45th place. Don't worry. They're all tied for first right now in the standings. Also 5-0. Looking to make another top 8 in again about a week between different countries.
Yeah, it would be so cool to see. I know Randy had a really interesting version of Miracle Draven at Bologna, but we'll have to see what he has here. I'm not sure if we've seen his list just yet, but a lot of these players have some great takes on the deck.
And still undefeated players here. He stopped the 5-0s after 59 players, but 4-0-1 with a draw. That is the last column there. That is still technically undefeated. Not quite as strong as it would be if you hadn't lost, if you'd won over games, but still undefeated at 4-0-1 for a bunch of these players as well.
Yeah, I mean, just so many great players still fighting with this X and O, and they're really hoping to make it not only into day 2, because they're almost there, but take it home into that top 8.
Yep. 3 more rounds left here after round 5. We've got 6, 7, and 8 all coming up. We'll be handling the duties for round 6, and I am very curious to see what we've got coming next, because I'll admit to you all, I knew what was coming up in number 5, and I was very excited with the 2 players we had. I have no idea what's coming up for this feature match.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It will be a little bit more surprise. Maybe we were in the back watching the last one as it went. Not exactly the plays, but seeing the rough idea of the game. But this one's going to be so much fun. I hope we have some more fun decks, but I really did enjoy the Miracle Ezreal.
Well, let's find out, because we're going to kick things off with Ari Nightingale, with my original favorite legend. As soon as I started playing Riftbound, the first time I saw Ari, I was like, this is exactly how I want to be playing the game.
I did too, actually. Played a lot of her in set 1, especially really early, but it is going to be so interesting to see how it plays here in set 2. And interestingly enough, we do not only have that one chosen champ, but there is the other one in the sideboard that we could see come out in those future games.
Yep, Ari Inquisitive definitely feeling like the more better one on average in terms of power level, but Ari alluring certainly some spots you can find there. Lots of really interesting card choices in this deck. Sturk's Gauge we see a decent amount, but Brutalizer, not a card I see in a lot of Ari lists. All 3 Watchers, obviously a card we often see, but not always all 3. Azir is something we started to see pop up in some of these other decks, but 1 Sona, definitely a card that's very powerful if she can hold a battlefield for you or just stick on there, and 2 Janna, not the card I was necessarily expecting to see, but one of my original mains back in League of Legends a very long time ago now. Excited to see this card play, because I think this card is super sweet, but we have something you've been asking for us today.
I'm so happy, actually. Now I feel slightly bad, but I am so excited for this deck. There was actually Azir in the Ari list as well that I found interesting, but I think Azir is my favorite deck right now in set 2, and I'm so excited to see that Sacred Shears here. Sacred Shears was not originally in some of those Azir lists in the first couple of Chinese regionals, but we did see it in the one that it got 2nd place in, and it is so nice, giving Death Knell. This Death Knell is a draw, so it's similar to the Watchful Sentry.
Yep.
Yeah, in that case. And so it helps cover some of the resource management with Azir, whereas kind of hard to make sure you have a good full hand. This card really covers that spot.
Yeah, it's nice. It kind of turns your Sand Soldiers, which you're making a lot of, obviously. That's what Azir's legend ability does. Turning them into little card draw units as well, which is always nice to see. With that, though, I'm super excited to see how this match is going to go. We're going to head on down to the feature match area, because I have never seen this matchup before. We've seen a lot of Calm Legends on stream. I'm very excited to get 2 that are not Aurelia. It is Ari by Nightingale, as Strude is going to be piloting Azir, Emperor of the Sands. This should be a blast. And Forge of the Fluffed already mixing it up in the battlefields for Ari.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. As is Hall of the Legend, I will mention maybe something that people might have noticed in Azir's list is it's not running any 2 drops, but that is a lie. That's a lie.
That's a lie? Why is that a lie?
Because Azir, if you can play a gear, allows it to create a Sand Soldier with Weapon Master as well. So a lot of those gears are also going to create your first unit of the game. So as long as we can play a gear that is within the amount of runes we have and leave one up, we'll still be able to get our turn 1 play.
Yeah, so interesting for these battlefields. Forge of the Fluff, to read it real quick. While you control this battlefield, this is Ahri's battlefield, friendly legends you control have exhaust, attach, and equipment you control to a unit you control. Ahri not known for her equipment prowess, but certainly Nightingale valuing the power of the equipment in this set and wanting a way to attach them even easier without having to waste precious power that these comp decks do like. Hall of Legends, on the other hand, when you conquer, you may pay 1. If you do, ready your legend. When your legend makes a Sand Soldier for only 1, that is a pretty good bit of text.
Yeah, it is so nice. It does look like we're going to be starting with that Guardian Angel here. It looks like we did go first, so we did miss on turn 1. We held that gear to be able to still create a unit on our turn 2. So we do create the Sand Soldier. We have Weapon Master and could attach Guardian Angel, but we're probably going to save this for a later turn, more than likely when we bring out Azir Sovereign.
Yep, so Sand Soldiers have Weapon Master, and you make a Sand Soldier as Azir, but you can only do it if you played an equipment this turn. So
Exactly.
really interesting mix of kind of making token units like Victor, but needing a bunch of equipment in order to make that happen. And kind of awkward, because Forge of the Fluff might also be good for Azir.
I think it will be. And to note, it's not just the ones that Azir makes from the Legend that has Weapon Master. If you create any Sand Soldier,
Yep.
it has Weapon Master. So you're going to need to watch out for this card, Guard, which is hidden, and you can use it to create Sand Soldiers later in the game. And also for, I think it's a Desert Call, which can be repeated to create up to 2 Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, certainly a way to flood the board and kind of use your equipment to make it happen as Sacred Shears hits the board. Today could not be happier with how this round is going.
Yes, I clapped my hands together a little bit, but hopefully it was not picked up by the mic. But Sacred Shears is going to come down. It does have a power cost, but this is going to be so nice to make sure that we maintain a good, healthy hand. And Ahri did start off strong, getting out that Stoutland Poro. He is 3 might when defending, but that's a good amount.
Yeah, you can just run. Actually, Soldiers. Oh, no, Shears is +1.
It is.
Soldiers have 2 might. So it would be a trade if Strudy wanted to run in here. But honestly, run in, trade, draw a card. Not a bad deal for a unit that you didn't have to really pay for to get all that much. Instead, it's going to be over to Forge of the Fluffed. Going to go ahead and take the point and put the Sand Soldier onto that battlefield instead. I see a Call in hand for Strude, but not sure what they want to fire off next. But something's going to cost you, and it is in fact going to be Call of the Week. So sacrifice something. Probably not the Ahri you just invested a bunch of resources into. Stalwart Power is going to hit the bin.
Yeah, but to note that will mean Ahri is now basically unsafe. When you are running against a yellow deck, the one thing you want to keep up is a second unit that can protect it from Cole. There's probably more than one Cole in this list, and so we're going to need something else to now defend Ahri from that type of card.
So actually a Cloth Armor, I believe, being played there in an action window that Nightingale had from that little exchange. So Ahri's got a little bit of equipment attached now as well, and should be moving over to Awaken now soon for Nightingale. It looks like players are just kind of managing their boards and making sure it stays nice and clean, nice and easy for people to read.
Yeah, it is so nice. One thing that I really love about equipment, it's happened multiple times, but really going to be utilized here with Azir and also Ahri, is that even though your unit dies, the equipment continues.
Yeah, it can get a little awkward sometimes if you can't, attach it to a unit you really wanted to. That's actually where, funnily enough, Forge of the Flood could come in, because you can exhaust your legend to move in. And Ahri, this passive is just always on. Your legend doesn't have to exhaust at all to do anything. So giving your legend kind of an extra ability through Battlefield is kind of sweet. This Hall of Legends going to be the thing here. In fact, you could even get really wild with it and sometimes exhaust your legend, go to Hall of Legends, and then ready your Ahri to pre-attach equipment. I don't know when that would ever come up in this matchup, but it is something you can do as Azir going to get cast here, but not on the Azir side.
Yeah, really interesting. And it's actually the Azir that Azir doesn't play.
Yep.
So this is the green Azir, and what he does is he actually has action for a green power. You're able to choose a unit control and move me to its location. and it to my original location, which made it really, really nice to kind of save some of these different units.
Yeah, if it's equipped, also you may attach one of its equipment to me. So you can kind of see what Nightingale is doing here. Cloth Armor, very good on defense, right? Ari gives -1. It's a very cheap source of shield too. Doesn't give any actual might, but on defense you can get it going. Now Azir can kind of swap in, pick up the equipment, and be defensive after the Ari trigger has already happened. In fact, potentially after the Inquisitive trigger has already happened. So all of a sudden, trying to break through this wall seems impossible on the Azir side. So we're going to the other battlefield.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, really, really interesting to see what this deck does. But I think Azir has some options. So sometimes Ari does like to hold. And in set 1, we kind of even saw that. Her ability as a leader is to decrease 1 might of every single unit that comes in down to 1. So Sand Soldier can still be decreased, unlike Victor last set with his recruits. But the big thing is I remember in set 1, you had to wait till the big push turn, like if you're playing Yi looking for maybe like the green dragon. And in this case, it may be that sovereign turn. So when we play Azir, we can accelerate it, and you can move as many Sand Soldiers as you want that turn wherever Azir goes. And that may be where we try to break the Ari hold.
It's obviously the champion in the chosen champion zone here for the Azir player. So Hidden Blade going to come in here and try and target that Ari that's gumming up the works on the battlefield. Zoni's going to say, I don't think so. I'll save my Ari instead. And it's a beautiful Ari too. Want to make sure you save that extremely blingy looking card.
Yeah, these Spirit Blossom arts are absolutely gorgeous in the Riftbound set. I have been absolutely in love with all of the arts. I was actually able to get a couple boxes here, and I'm going to be opening all of them. I hope to pull a Spirit Bloom Ari.
I hope you do too. That is a beautiful looking card. And if you want to play Ari, a very powerful one as well. Azir's still hanging out on the other battlefield though, so Azir has to make some decisions how to bust through the other side. 4 points to 3 right now, and Desert's Call gonna make some more Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, I didn't see if he paid for it. Nope, we do pay for it, and we're gonna get, as I said, that repeat to make 2 more. They're not ready just yet, but we will be able to attach to both of these. Shear's going to 1. But we are kind of lacking in different gears here. We're looking for those brutalizers. We're going to be looking for our sword. We have so many gears in this deck, and where are they, Azir Zing? Where are you?
Not sure, but it's going to be a card hidden at the battlefield there under that little Sand Soldier. So Ravenbloom student going to have to think twice before tussling in. Going to discipline right away. Ravenbloom's going to get bigger. Card's going to be drawn, and Strude says, okay. So that Ravenbloom student right now is a 5 walking on over to this battlefield.
He is a big soldier, but it does look like Hidden Blade is coming down. I think, though, the really interesting, well, maybe not so interesting, but a lot of times with Azir, you almost want to kill your own unit with Hidden Blade. It didn't cost a lot to create, but if you're not getting enough cards, you can just kill your own guy and draw 2.
And that's exactly what Strude went for there. Does mean Nightingale is actually threatening to win next turn at 6 points right now. Could double hold for the win, which is not something we see really ever in games of Riftbound, but you have to think that Azir's going to try and make a big turn here. So Brutalizer going to turn on the ability of Azir's Legend. And then, of course, that Azir hiding in the champ zone in plain sight could make a pretty big attack here on one of these battlefields. And you do need to dislodge at least one of them.
And I think there is the option for 2. So what you would do is you would bring the Sand Soldiers in against one of them. We're choosing the Azir up here. And when you hopefully win it, you can still bring in the Ascendant Azir, the yellow one, to be able to move it then into the other side if need be.
Yeah, so it looks like there's equal power, I think, but Ari made it an unfair fight. So Discipline going to try and get over, and On Guard is going to turn that right back around. Azir at 8, and I believe after calculations, now it's going to get a little bit bigger. So those double Discipline should be enough. I think it was 6 versus 6, and then -1 thanks to Ari's Legend ability. So call it 5 versus 6. Now, oh goodness, now 10 versus 6 and +4. Sorry, for 5 +4 is 9. So I think Azir is winning this fight. Indeed does at the end of it all. Still going to draw a card, but my goodness, that was a lot of combat tricks to count very quickly.
Yeah, that is so painful. And now we have, 2 still up, I guess, 2 that are ready. But we would have to spin our runes to be able to attach them now that we wouldn't be able to really use Weapon Master in the same way.
And not enough to pop Azir from the champ zone into the other side as well. So looking like at least going to be point number 7. And Ravenbloom student, by the way, in amongst that all, also got absolutely massive on that side. So Brutalizer going to be moved on over. We have to try and fight here. This one is a 5, 2 plus the Brutalizer getting +3 for reattaching this time. Is it 6?
Well, it says +4 on the Ravenbloom.
Yeah, Ravenbloom's massive. Oh, you're right. And also Ari's reducing it. So John is going to push that one away, and I think we might have a double hold win.
Ooh, that is exactly what Ari wants. This deck, or at least the leader, really leads towards defending. And so it's going to be really, really nice. Does look like that's going to be what we do.
Yeah, so Nightingale just Drude passed the turn. She's like, all right, I'm going to move my Ari back to the champ zone because we're shuffling up for game number 2.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really interesting one. We do see Vilemaw in Ari's list. I'm not sure it's going to be the biggest concern, though, for Azir. I assume it is more angled towards those purple decks with fight or flight, where you would want to push back and forth. But the only real time that I would see maybe it could do something as Azir, but Azir kind of counteracts it. It doesn't matter. It just moves it to the other battlefield.
Yeah, I think both Azirs actually, it's funny because each player is playing a different Azir. I think green Azir can dodge Vilemaw as well with the action ability, and I believe also yellow Azir will dodge it as well by moving the units in. It's not, it's not quite the same, I believe. So I think that all works out as intended for these players. Arena's Great is going to trigger here as Strude is going to kick things off on the play this time.
Yeah, I think Arena's Greatest is a very interesting one. We didn't see it in the Chinese lists as much, and it's going to speed up the game. So we'll have to see how it goes. We are going to have a really strong start, though, here for this year. We do actually hit that turn 1 gear, and it's actually going to be a minion gear. So it does +0. You don't get any extra might, but when you move it, we will be able to create that 1 might recruit, which can slowly build up into a nice amount.
Yeah, for starting with 2 runes, getting to activate your legend and put a gear in play that gives you additional value seems pretty good to start off the game, especially on the play. So Azir going to be off to the races, already has the point from Arena's Greatest, going to go ahead and conquer here for another point. And even if something does happen here, the movement still makes the recruit thanks to either hero, because it's when I move, play a 1 recruit unit token here, so wherever the unit is going. Whether that's back to base, you get a unit, or to a battlefield, you get one as well.
And the interesting thing for Weapon Master is you might think, is that Eye of Herald stuck now on Vilemaw? But if we can create a second Sand Soldier, even if it's not from that leader, we can actually detach Eye of Herald and attach it to the new Sand Recruit in base. So it's not stuck in Vilemaw at all.
Kind of makes sense. We have an ability called Weapon Master that you would be able to move weapons around quite freely. Makes sense that Jax obviously does a lot of this, and then Azir as well with the Sand Soldiers, specifically arming up the Sand Soldiers and getting on the battlefields and trying to, again, make this game pretty pacey on the Azir side. It looks like Nightingale's just considering maybe doing something here, but with only Stalwart Power and 1 rune up, not a whole lot that can be done here, it feels like.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do. There's so many things, I guess, on both sides. Obviously, it's a little bit harder for Ari to DC different units once they're in a battlefield, because her ability is very strongly leaning towards defense over offense. But once in, she is really hard to remove, just as we saw last game.
Yeah, honestly, Ari looking very impressive in game number 1. So many things I don't think I've personally ever seen in Ari list before. Really leaning on equipment, had a lot of tricks going on, really kind of moving units around to efficiently hold and get points. Very impressive stuff, kind of how you'd imagine Ari to be when you look at the legend and think, how can I make this really defensive, really powerful passive ability work? Look, the players are talking about something, but all in all, I think this should be relatively straightforward unless Nightingale has something for this 1 energy that I'm not thinking of.
I think it's the Arena's Greatest, potentially.
That would make sense. You do get a little more leeway now to remember your triggers.
But we are into turn 2, is the thing. So both players have passed their first turn. I'm not sure if that's it, and it's just like we're lagging on the points. That's completely fine if so. But that's my guess here, with the fact that we took the first point and then we're having this call.
I think you're right. Usually you see the players point to the battlefield when the turn begins.
I don't think either did.
And, well, you get to wait for each beginning phase, I believe. So Ari has a little bit of extra time to remember. Definitely going to remember now if that's the conversation they're having.
Yeah, we're both into turn 2 now, I think.
Oh, does it trigger at beginning of turn or beginning of game?
It's the beginning phase of turn.
Let's bring up Arena's Greatest and have a little read of the old battlefield.
Yeah, it should be only the beginning phase of the first turn, because Obelisk as well both have that extra point.
I think you're right. So it looks like we're maybe just thinking, hey, did we accidentally miss this? It does happen from time to time. In fact, famously in Houston, none other than Alan ZQ missed Arena's Greatest trigger.
100%. At the start of each player's first beginning phase, yeah.
So Nightingale will be able to wait till his beginning phase.
It's the second turn, though. But first beginning phase.
He hasn't had a turn yet.
He has.
Oh.
He's on turn 2.
You're right.
Yeah, so
I was back and missed it. Interesting.
Yeah, we recruit weapon.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
guy,
Play the Poro, pass back.
whatever. Yep, and then that's how we're moving up.
All right, we'll just play a regular game then. It's just a blank battlefield.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's just a blank battlefield. You can still score points on it.
Can certainly score points on it. Again, all battlefields let you score points on them. I do not want to see the battlefield that says when you go here, this does not score any points. That would be miserable.
Isn't there some battlefield in set 2 where it's like until X amount of turns it
Oh
passes
yeah, you
or something?
can't go there for 3 turns. Rock, floor,
Oh, you
path.
can't go there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's units can't be played here. That's a battlefield. And there's one that you can't go here until the 3rd turn. Looks like the judging staff are rushing on in, by the way, trying to resolve it. And we'll see shortly what happens. Because either the point totals are going to go up or they're going to stay exactly where they are.
I mean, either is a choice. I'm down for a full game of Azir. I don't think Azir is down for that as much because he wants his battlefield to work. But we'll have to see how this goes.
Well, it looks like I had my battlefields mixed up. Rockfall is, I think, the one that says you can't play units here. It's Forgotten Monument is the one you were thinking of. Can't play until your 3rd turn. It's kind of a fun thing to track. Looks like both players did get their arena's greatest points, by the way.
Let's go.
It's currently 2-1. Let's go. Judging staff making sure. You know what? It seems fine. I think both players likely happy with that outcome. Does feel a little bit bad when the game doesn't play it as it kind of should. Obviously, as a reminder, we are pretty late into the tournament so far. Still some rounds to go, but these rounds are grueling out there, folks. So give players a little bit of grace, and everyone's going to kind of go back to the situation I think everyone would rather be at. Because at the end of the day, yes, it's a competition, but generally you'd rather things go, about as they should when you're trying to compete. Again, especially win prizes both for best-ofs and, of course, potentially that qualification and in the top 8 of this event as well. So lots to play for here as we do finally get our reset, and we're back to the points as they should be.
Yeah, round 6, I feel like where I always get really tired in tournaments is like round 4. If I'm being completely honest,
Yep.
right after the lunch hour is what gets me.
Makes a lot of sense.
And round 6, I don't think I'm mentally there at that point.
Well, these players still undefeated, by the way. Also another good spot where they're sitting around 6. So it's Stalwart Paro over with the Brutalizer. Does get into Vile Maul's lair, excuse me, to get that 2nd point for conquering. And I'm going to hide a card there as well. So pretty good battlefield to kind of bunker down in is Vile Maul's lair, because once you're in, you don't get out. And instead, Strude is going to waltz on over to the other one, keep making recruits, and keep moving sand soldiers to the places that he wants them to be, which is anywhere this Poro isn't right now.
Yeah, he is a big boy. He's got, he'll be a 4, 3 normally sitting around, and then defending will be a 4 now that first turn of Brutalizer has passed. I'm really interested to see what that hidden is, but it does look like Ahri is going to be coming, the Chosen Champion Ahri is going to be coming in, and the Chosen Champion, a little bit different from the leader, attack or defend is going to have that -2, and that's going to be so nice to take out both of these units.
Yeah, quite good on offense, and you can kind of add the numbers up there and say, you know what, there was 3 might over there. I only have 3 might, but -2 is going to make most of the fights unfair as Ravenbloom's student going to be deployed. So Nightingale using a decent amount of resources early to get these powerful units out and kind of spend some power, recycle some runes, but feels valuable here. Still has enough tricks at 1 and 2. Can already see an on guard flashed in the hand. So this is already going to be pretty tough to kick out. And funnily enough, so is Stalwart Poro.
Yeah, I loved Stalwart Poro, especially during set 1. I always called him a mini boss.
He is a mini boss.
In E, he was a 2 cost that was a 5. Absolute mini boss, and with this Brutalizer attached, he's won again.
I mean, with the Ahri Legend passive and the equipment currently good on, Stalwart Poro is kind of back to being a 5, so seems tough there. As looks like some weapons are going to get deployed over to the Sand Soldier, and China if you can't pick a fight there. BF Sword, one of those pretty nice pieces of equipment. It's very straightforward, which is like it is in League of Legends. Just a lot of stats. Makes your attacks hurt more.
Yeah, it is so interesting as well in Azir because you're running Brutalizer and the BF Sword, and so Brutalizer can help you kind of swing in with that increased damage, but because you're having to only get +3 on the turn that you attach it, it kind of is awkward with those same Sand Soldiers. So it'll be interesting to see what the Azir does, but BF Sword always +3, which is going to be really, really nice to just concretely know what might that you would be able to swing into these Ahri battlefields with.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have a good mix, right? Because Brutalizer is a bit cheaper, BF Sword's a bit more expensive, but again, so much of Azir's Sand Soldiers is equipping units, because again, if your units have Weapon Master, and basically all your units are Sand Soldiers, you probably want things to equip them with. So makes sense to run a mix, try and get might totals up to a different point. At the end of the day, Azir is a deck that really does want to do one thing, and it's just make big units for cheap and then put them on battlefields, and that's exactly what Strude is trying to do here, fighting for game number 2 as we are back into the game. 6 and 5 now. Stalwart Poro has been holding on to the Vile Maul's lair, and the points are racking up quickly here.
Yeah, we want to get as many gears done as well because we have a really fun signature spell called Arise. It is 6 runes, so we don't have it right here. Fun for me when I'm playing Azir, but it does create a Sand Soldier for every single one. Doesn't look like we're just seeing it just yet, but we are going to be bringing in some of these different units. This Sand Soldier, though, looks absolutely monstrous. I don't know what the word I was looking for, but
Monstrous?
Monstrous, yes. It's 5, 6, and also bringing in this recruit that does not get decreased because it's already a 1.
Yeah, recruit does perish in a bit of collateral there as power is going to go down. That Death Grip actually moving another Sand Soldier over. Kind of a nice bit of tech again. Death Grip, a really cool card, very efficient, replaces itself, but not a lot of decks can utilize it to its full potential. We saw it already today in Leona. That looked pretty sick in the baited hook deck. Makes a lot of sense in Azir as well. And you have a lot of kind of efficient might just lying around your base every now and then.
Yeah, and you can kind of manipulate it with those different equipments and then still regenerate it if you're able to find a gear that turn or a Desert Call or Guard or something like that. So we are going to be able to take both battlefields now. Ahri, again, a little bit more difficult to attack with, but both of these players are threatening getting close to 8 points.
Yeah, kind of curious what the line is here now that we're at. I feel like Azir in general wants to play to conquer for the most part, because again, that's kind of what your deck says to do. Ahri, as we know, can play for holding. We actually saw that from Nightingale in the last game, winning game 1 by holding both points from 6 to 8, which is a very rare feat in Riftbound. So if maybe something like this Ahri can stick on the battlefield for a while, could see Ahri potentially holding someone like Delaire. So going to be shrinking the Sand Soldier here, excuse me. Currently a 4, and that's going to be enough because 4 minus 2 is a 6, and that all of a sudden looks very imposing on the other side. As this Steric's going to power up the student as well, and that's going to try and get both points here. That would be the win, I believe, if you double conquer.
It does look like it's going to be the win, and I think this is, one of those things where it's kind of difficult for Azir. You would like to play multiple units to these battlefields and try to hold right on this last turn, but Azir actually can't create them to the battlefield. His leader specifies specifically that it's only to the base, so that is going to be a 2-0 for Ahri, but really great job by...
We're in round 6. Ahri is still undefeated here at day 1 in the regional qualifier in Las Vegas. I did not expect that at all. I was so excited to see what other legends were kind of around the top tables. Ahri was one of them we kind of earmarked, saying, you know what, if this player keeps doing well, let's make sure we get them on feature, and I'm very glad we did. That is a really cool looking Ahri build, and I'll be stealing it immediately.
Yeah, I might have to try it as well. I definitely did not think about running so much equipment in Ahri, and so it was so cool to see, again, spice that these players are bringing to our regional open. So cool.
I think making sure to utilize like one of the major mechanics of the set, right? Spirit Forge obviously introducing equipment, didn't have the mechanic before in Origins. I think some of these more spell-based legends, I think a lot of the calm like legends kind of fit into this category. Felt like, yeah, I'm getting a lot of efficient might for this equipment, and it's nice that I can use it over and over again. If my unit goes down, I still have the gear. Didn't necessarily feel like Ahri had these things where Ahri wants to play a bunch of spells, lots of Dreaming Tree in these kind of decks. Nightingale just kind of figured out, actually, you know what? These equipment are just so efficient. This is a better way for me to get might, even if I get it, not in combat as much. Even if I have to do it a little more slowly, these cards are just worth playing. And some of them have quick draw, which also means them act like combat tricks. So really, really cool Ahri list. I mean, I did not expect Forge of the Fluffed Ahri to be 2-0 currently and still undefeated at Vegas, but here we are.
Yeah, and it was so cool to see them at 2-0 Azir as well. Really happy to see it again in 5-0, but really great job by that Ahri. I am so happy to see it succeed even in this following set. I really thought blue and green was so strong in set 1, and so it's good to see it kind of doing well as well today.
After agreeing, you know what's even better about us speculating about it? Hearing from the winner themselves. We're going to go down with the winner's interview after that match.
I'm here with Nightingale, now 6-0 on Ahri. I gotta ask you, why go with the Ahri choice coming in? Because it's working for you so far.
In set 1, I played exclusively Ahri. I had a anti-meta deck that's continued a Time Warp build. I used Green Master Yi's in that deck. So I just was really familiar with Ahri and decided to just continue using it in set 2. Since this is my first event of this caliber, I just was what I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, that makes sense, and it's working great. I wanted to ask you a little bit about the matchups. You said you originally built kind of like an anti-meta Ahri build. I assume you've kind of gone a similar direction. Have you been kind of hitting the matchups you want to see?
Sort of. I've dodged Irelia all of today so far, which is the worst matchup. But it hasn't been an easy route. I actually won 2 matches by 1 might. I beat a Kai'Sa so I played a Jinx Miracle, Kai'Sa, Draven Miracle, Draven mid-range, and then now Azir. And then in the Kai'Sa and Draven mid-range matchup, I won by exactly 1 might. So it's been a very, I would say, fortuitous and lucky journey so far.
You have any shout-outs that you'd like to give before we send it back?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my friends on the secret server and Tog. Tog actually helped me build this new version of Ahri. I just found my original deck I was gonna bring was functionally commander deck. When you go on Pro Tour Archive, it was 6 rows, but I changed it to this one, and I feel much better because when I was playing Tog, he told me the equipments were really good. So yeah, I would like to really thank Tog for helping me build this deck.
All right, well, with that 6th win, you've locked yourself for a day 2, so good luck tomorrow as well, and the rest of your round today, and we'll send it back over to the desk.
Well, Tog, I don't know who you are yet, but I'm going to need you to build all my decks as well, because that deck looked amazing.
Yeah, so cool. And I absolutely love the fact that he said this is his first regional qualifier. He's 6-0. He said he's been playing Ahri, only Ahri. So he's been having fun learning the game at Nexus Nights, at Summoner Skirmishes, now 6-0 in the regional qualifier, which does mean he is signed up for day 2.
Yep, and looking to obviously play for that best of Ahri, maybe even more in the top 8. But you know what's better than feature match today? Second feature match. We're going to take a look at the deck list here. So we have a backup match we're going to be launching into in just a moment, and it is, of course, Draven to start things off.
It is Draven, and it is going to be really set up for the Zon Warrant. I'd love to see if we start with it, but I don't think you're going to be happy about these runes here, Pastry.
Ooh, 8-4 split. I'm for everyone that doesn't know, I'm the person that says 6-6 or 7-5. There are no other splits.
Obviously, or 12-0.
Oh, 12-0, yes. Obviously, if you only have 1 power cost, running mono is fine. But you know what? Lots of different runes have been more successful than I've been at my Nexus Nights, and they're here at the regional qualifier. Really interesting build of Draven here. Again, kind of the standard shell here with things like Rasa, Seal of Discord, Fizz, stack deck. But there's a couple of fans, 1 shovel, 3 nocturnes. So again, a very malleable shell is Draven. We've heard about mid-range Draven, we've heard about Miracle Draven. This is kind of a mix of both of those things.
Yeah, it's nice to see Nocturne again. We've seen Miracle Draven, but we haven't seen really the Nocturne version of that. And I think it's going to be something for people to watch out for, which when you draw cards that are not drawing to hand, so not draw cards, when you look at cards, if it's there, so like Called Shot, Stack Deck, you can play it directly and then still draw the other card.
Yeah, it's funny to think, especially with seals, obviously, because you do have to play 1 rainbow power to do that. And of course, all the seals that these purple decks are running already to play things like their cold shots means Nocturne comes in very cheaply. It's funny, when this kind of shell was brewing, people were excited about the Nocturne, but Nocturne kind of get pulled to the wayside. But we're going to have to talk about that later, because Soup Fiesta is playing a legend I did not think I would see undefeated anywhere throughout the RQ. And here's Jax, Grandmaster at Arms.
Yeah, these runes are set up a little bit more as you'd be happy with. But yeah, I think Jax is one that we did not expect to see. He's got some really interesting text on his legend. Actually, 2 different ways to play him, and so that's going to be something to look out for. You can pay an energy and exhaust him to attach a detached equipment that you control, or just exhaust him to attach an attached equipment you control to a unit you control. And we can see how strong that was even in that Azir match we just watched. So we're just going to set this up great. And
something to note here, this is really important if you want to play Jax. I think for some of the Jax players, this actually kind of changed how they think about it quite a lot. Brutalizer, if it's attached to a unit you control and you activate Jax to reattach it, it counts as being attached again that turn. So you get the extra power that Brutalizer gives you when you attach it for the first time. That is a very powerful thing that pretty much just this deck gets to really make full use out of.
Yeah, it's going to be so nice. And it synergizes well with some of these different Jaxes that maybe we'll get to see. So let's see. We are going into game 2 here.
Yep, so this is game 2. Armando on the left, Draven Glorious Executioner, Soup Fiesta, which is an incredible summoner name, playing Jax, Grandmaster at Arms, still undefeated here so far in the RQ.
Yeah, we got to see Sunken Temple a little bit earlier, I think, with an Irelia list.
Yep.
But you get to draw one if you pay an energy, if you conquer it with a mighty unit. So a lot of ifs, but I think Jax will be able to use it. And on the other side, we are using Candlelit Sanctum. We did miss the Zon game, but Candlelit Sanctum, I do believe, is another card that really kind of harnesses that Nocturne that we're seeing in Armando's list.
Yeah, pretty stock standard in decks that play Nocturne, because it's just another way for you to consistently find the card. Because basically anytime you see a Nocturne, when you look at the top of your deck, it's like you won the lottery. You're so happy to slam that down, especially if you have a seal in play. So we'll see how things go, because the first game did go to Draven. I'm sure Super Fiesta has hit some Dravens already on the way to 5-0, but perhaps this is the one that stops the perfect record.
I mean, you don't need a perfect record to make it to
That
day
is also
2,
true.
so I would be excited to see Jax there if they can make it. We do get that Lonely Poro down on Jax's side. They are going first here, and now Draven has to find something. It looks like our first card is going to be that stack deck. No Nocturne just yet, but we will get to hand select one of 3 cards to be putting into our hand.
Yep, again, still good. These Draven decks still all want to filter through the deck pretty aggressively. Whether they're more mid-rangey, going to try to play, quote-unquote, more fairly, or if they're Miracle and really trying to turbo through the deck, this selection stack deck basically makes the cut in all of these decks, which makes a lot of sense. As Lonely Poro going to go to the Candlelit Sanctum and have a look at the top cards of the deck. See a Warmogs and see a Defy. Do we want to keep any of these on top? That's the question.
Yeah, we can put one of them at the bottom of our deck, or I think both, potentially.
Have a little
It's
read.
either one or both, but I'm not sure if both are if both of those two are in the text. That being said, though, it does really help us get through the deck. We may not get to stack it in the same way that our Draven can, but it will help us curate what we're going to be drawing in our future turns.
A reminder for everyone at home for Candlelit Sanctum: when you conquer here, look at the top 2 cards of your main deck. You may recycle one or both of them. Put those you don't back in any order.
Let's go. +1 for Ursa Day.
+1 for Ursa Day. That's a little bit of selection. Again, good for the Nocturne player, but not bad for either player here. Happy to take the extra. And of course, with no mighty units to try and take advantage of the Sunken Temple, not really somewhere Super Fiesta wants to go early on, as Traveling Merchant has been the early play, and the first seal makes an appearance here for Armando. Usually a good sign for the Draven side.
Yeah, he is not unhappy about the seal, and we can see some more discard here and drawing with that Traveling Merchant. Interested to see exactly where it goes. If it's going into Candlelit, which it is, it could also trigger that Death Deal on Lonely Poro. Spinning Axe already into that Traveling Merchant potentially. What's up?
Ooh, looks like maybe something.
Oh, he has to discard draw first.
Have to resolve it. Now Spinning Axe. Yep, good catch by Jax, making sure things are resolved in the order they're supposed to. Spinning Axe +3 onto the Traveling Merchant, and most importantly, Draven draws a card.
Yeah, that is going to be, I mean, happy for Draven, but Jax gets to draw a card too off that Lonely Poro. He did select, I think, one to sail on top of his deck, and he knew the exact card was going to be because of Candlelit Sanctum, and he's going to get one card further to find the exact cards he wants as well.
That's true. So check, there's a Warmogs and a Defy on top. I think I spy a Warmogs in Super Fiesta's hand, so I imagine that's the card that was kept. Again, Jack, kind of like Azir, does care about gear, has a lot of Weapon Master going on. As the Shovel going to come out for, I don't know what time this day, but we've seen a lot of Shovel today. Last Right's going to hit the table here for Draven.
Yeah, Draven, I mean, I don't think he wants it just yet. There are literally only 2 cards in our discard pile, and we want to get it to 10 if we're ever going to replay this Rasa for free. But going on and developing it is really nice.
See if the Spinning Axe does stick around. Lucian here, going to go to the GA. Equipped thanks to Weapon Master, that's native on this card. Then the first time I conquer each turn, Ready Me.
That is going to be so nice to be able to protect Lucian. It means we can go up into a battlefield, take it, and retreat back. A lot of the time when you conquer any battlefield, you kind of resign to the fact, more than likely, this guy's dead. He's a part of the cost to actually taking the battlefield. But because of his ability, he can go on and retreat back. So he's not a part of the cost this turn.
No, and thanks to, I'm glad you explained all that, because that's exactly what happened to Lucian, thanks to First Mate coming in there for Super Fiesta and readying that Lucian. So a point scored, and quickly scurries back to base to do it all again next turn. But Armando still there with the Traveling Merchant, gonna get the point for holding on the Sanctum, gonna stay with the Spinning Axe attached, which is where you want it to be. It is temporary if it ever drops off. Much like Draven in the game, you don't want to stop catching those axes.
Yeah, you gotta keep the loop going. I will say this may be the largest Traveling Merchant I've ever seen. It's only a 5, but I wouldn't want him, don't normally expect him to be that big.
Yeah, I played this in Yasuo, and I've pumped it before. I don't think I've ever gotten 5. And I'm playing a bunch of comp cards. There's Nocturne going to be seen off the stack deck, and that very convenient Seal of Discord is going to make that discount feel pretty nice.
That will be so nice. And to note, that does mean Traveling Merchant is a mighty unit. So if he moves into Sunken Temple, I've never called Traveling Merchant mighty before in my life, but we will potentially be able to get that draw, which it may be literally the first Traveling Merchant ever to do so on Sunken
I think
Temple.
certainly one of the first to ever do it on Sunken Temple. Certainly on this stream, I have to imagine. But you can see this equipment really efficient as far as giving stats, especially the spinning axe. There's a reason it has kind of a catch if you can't catch it, as it were. But Seal of Discord going to come back. Does have to actually recycle this time because we already found a Nocturne that didn't cost any power. So, you know, a little bit of here, a little bit of that. That's totally fine. As Battering Ram also going to be very cheap this turn.
We don't have a counter this time, but I do think it's going to be a very cheap Battering Ram. 4-1, I think.
It is 4-1. I saw Armando count it. Stack deck. Counting again, perhaps. Stack deck, Nocturne. Seal is 3. Maybe.
Maybe it was 2. There's 2 turned as well. That's still.
Players will resolve it, I'm sure. Looks like Armando just going to pass it back. Whatever it was cheap enough for the
That's
Battering
all that
Ram.
matters.
Pretty good price to pay for 5 might. And Draven kind of doing the Draven stuff here. So we'll see what Jax has up his sleeve. I see a Counter-Strike, Jax's signature spell in hand. That is 3 copies in the main of that one as Warmog's going to get deployed here. Nice, efficient gear to play. Jax is going to get exhausted. Lucian's going to come rumbling on in once again.
Yeah, and Jax really makes attaching these so cheap. It is the one thing that hurts in Azir sometimes. You just lose all your runes. But here, all you have to do is pay an energy and exhaust that Jax leader, and you can still attach it without having to pay a power, which is going to be great. And Lucian, mighty, we get to draw off Sunken Temple. He is ready again because of his ability. And where does he go from here?
Yeah, it doesn't have ganking, unfortunately, so can't go ahead and visit the Sanctum. But again, is going to go and retreat. Warmogs, when you conquer, buff me and give +1 natively as well. So, in essence, a very cheap piece of equipment that can give you +2 might, which is a pretty good deal for a piece of gear that I believe costs only 1 energy. And with Lucian, as you noted, can equip it very efficiently with Jax, I suppose, just by exhausting that legend and moving it on over.
Yeah, that is so nice. And they're doing such a great job at narrating how many cards they have and things like that. Really, really nice, especially when you're playing closer to the chest with the cards, which is really good in card games. Not so great when we're casting.
I see a challenge here as well for Super Fiesta. That Lucian is pretty big at this stage, so maybe you want to challenge something. Maybe the Nocturne, maybe the Battering Ram, maybe the old mighty Traveling Merchant has got to be taken down a peg.
Yeah, and it might be, sometimes I would like to say like Battering Ram would be good here, but kind of getting rid of spinning axes in general would be nice as well, because if we can get rid of it during Super Fiesta's turn, he'll have a Fiesta because it'll dissolve.
Well, that is exactly what's happening. Challenge is happening. Lucian's going to go ahead and fight the Traveling Merchant, and Armando just puts them both straight in the bin. That is not technically how that works, but in essence, that is what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a shortcut, but for the best.
And Lipora going to see the Sanctum again, sees a punch first, and I believe that one is snapped to the top for Super Fiesta.
Yeah, you may kill this Lonely Poro, but if you do, I will have +5 might in my hand.
There will be a reckoning here. Super Fiesta up 4 to 2 points. And again, Armando's board pretty nice here. There's Nocturne and this Battering Ram on their own. 9 might between the two. That's not counting the +2 might from the potential shovel, plus the other tricks that Armando could have, plus the extra units that may be going to get played. So it's a cold shot here. Again, tap those 2 seals and repeat it. Something we've seen a lot there. And I spy an Ezreal that's going to make it even better the next time.
Yeah, I was gonna...
Hey, look, another seal.
Oh, that is nice. I was going to say we were not able to discount the repeat because we don't have an Ezreal. So we had to pay both up with the Seals of Discord, but we hit the Ezreal.
Yeah, next time it's going to be even better there for the cold shot. And again, like you mentioned in our Ezreal mirror, it's not just Ezreal that gets to do this. It's all the purple decks if they want to, I don't know, go through the trouble of putting Ezreal in their deck.
I mean... Maybe if card draw was strong in card games, this would be good.
It is both in the name of each of those things, so that does kind of add up to me. You can see 7 cards or so fanned out in hand for Armando, including another copy of Spinning Axe.
That is so nice for Armando. Maybe not so nice for Fiesta, but we will have to see here. We are potentially moving Nocturne, but to where?
Yeah, again, also a couple things up. Calm is a pretty tricky domain. So is Body, honestly, as far as tricks go. We know about Punch First on the top of the deck. We know it could also be in hand potentially, and certainly Armando going to be thinking about it when trying to rumble in, but decides, you know what, this open Sunken Temple with my conveniently mighty battering ram seems like a good place for me to travel to.
Yeah, I think that is a great choice, and we are going to draw one, keep looking for these different cards that'll help us move in. We don't have as much side draw on Jax's side, but if he decides to kill this Lonely Poro, we will be able to at least access some of our draw here.
So we're going to keep going through the cards. Scrap Heap going to hit the bin thanks to Ezreal, and that's going to be draw 3 after discarding a card, which is just something that feels so good whenever it lines up.
Yeah, we have so many nice pieces here. We're able to obviously have our seals. We're able to discard Scrap Heap. Our hand is growing, and I mean, Draven's game plan is succeeding so far. We are at 3 versus the 4, but our base is just getting more and more developed.
Yeah, I think Armando happy to kind of sit back and give a couple points away here and build up an even more imposing army. On the other side, SuperFiesta is like, I need to get this game over with as quickly as I possibly can, because this person is drawing like 6 cards a turn, it feels like, and I cannot keep up with that on Jax.
Yeah, that is one downside, I would say, of Jax or non-purple decks right now. So hopefully we can make a move back in. This illusion is pretty big,
yeah,
and he is able to maneuver around the battlefields pretty swiftly, but he's going to need to keep it up if he wants to take the win here.
Yeah, Lucian currently is 6, so either battlefield right now seems like a decent place to go. Lonely Poro going to get challenged by the Nocturne. What does SuperFiesta have? It's Counter-Strike!
Ooh, the signature spell of Jax coming down here is reaction speed, and you get to choose a unit. The next time that unit would be dealt damage, prevented, and draw 1. So kind of a stun.
Yep.
Kind of not really. And that Nocturne will be bounced back, and we're going to get a card draw, meaning hello, Punch First.
Hey, got that card that we knew about already, and getting to cycle that Counter-Strike feels pretty good there, so Lonely Poro going to hold on, which is nice, given that we know Lucian is almost assuredly going to be able to take the top battlefield. So SuperFiesta will look like maybe going to be 5 points here on this turn. No, instead, going to threaten 6, which with this Lucian and kind of the way things have been going, feels pretty good. So another battering ram going to get added to the pile.
Yeah, our Lucian, I do believe it's 4, 5, 6 right now, so we will not. It's going to be harder to take out the battering rams now that we are kind of beefing up the top battlefield up to 10 might. But I wouldn't be surprised if Jax has a way.
Jax certainly has something. I mean, we know about the Punch First. That's already enough on its own.
True, true.
Turns out +5 when you're 1 might over 2 5s. Yeah, looking pretty good there to try and take up both the rams. So Rasa going to be deployed, but this time actually to the base. So not willing to reinforce, and that may be a very small error that costs a point here for Armando.
Yeah, and I will say, because we decide to play Rasa here and our discard isn't big enough that it's free, we actually are tapping out on Draven's side. There's not really anything now that SuperFiesta has to worry too much about. There is a hidden card, obviously, that we have to watch, but it's, you know, that really decreases the number of cards it could be.
I did manage to catch it. It is a fight or flight, as it's kind of the best guess generally when you see purple hide a card out of battlefield. So 10 might and a fight or flight for SuperFiesta to try and go through. Already it feels like Lucian, without getting to re-ready thanks to conquering, because you're going to get pushed up before that happens, going to feel tough to take that point away. So we'll go to 5 here thanks to Lonely Poro's heroic hold on the Candlelit Sanctum. But maybe not so much luck here on the Sunken Temple.
Yeah, Sunken Temple's going to be more difficult, but Jax has so many runes. We are looking at 8, which doesn't only mean Punch First. We could have Defies because it is green. I think I saw it, but I'm not completely sure if I'm confusing different games. And so we'll have to see what exactly happens here. He is moving into the Sunken Temple with 6, like we mentioned earlier, against this 10 and a hidden in the battlefield.
Does the buff fall off?
So this is really interesting because
I was told no, because he just recalls with the equipment on him, still the GA dice.
okay,
So the buff
really
stays
interesting.
on
So the
him.
buff is not going to go away when the Lucian gets killed to the GA. So SuperFiesta decided, I don't want to commit anything here with your hidden card. I'm just going to go and try and take them out one by one. Lucian is going to live thanks to the GA. Will shrink a little bit, and that does undo some of the damage. Doesn't get through the battlefield, but I think a decent exchange, given that you are pretty sure it's a flight or fight under that battlefield, even though I can see the card and I know SuperFiesta cannot.
Yeah, he doesn't have the same bird's eye view as
No,
we do.
which is
but
good. That would be very bad if a player had that.
That would be very bad for sure, but it actually looks like we're going to be using the leader to change that equipment over to the first mate, this card is not as high a priority as our Lucian is to keep alive. So with this discipline, we're going to 6, and we'll have to see what Armando has. It is a fight or flight, but we still have 6 runes up. Okay, is going to go through though.
Yeah, there were certainly draws there for Super Fiesta that could have countered this fight or flight. Defy comes up, not so fast comes up, but didn't manage to have one of those even after the draw of the discipline. So unfortunately, you're just going to get pushed back, which means Draven wins the combat, and Armando likely gets to hold on to this battlefield for a little bit longer as Lucian number 2 comes out.
Yeah, second Lucian into play. Is there anything we're else going to do? Otherwise, Armando will be going to 4 with this hold, and we still have 3 of our units in the base that are going to become ready this turn.
All right, so channeling 2 more runes. Armando up to 4 points now, slowly but surely catching up. Lonely Poro still hanging out on the southern battlefield, but I have bad news for the Lonely Poro. I don't think he's going to make it through this turn.
We still have Punch First in hand. There's options. I do think, obviously, there is a lot of might here in Armando's base. We have, I think, 13. I would assume we may still want to keep Ezreal safe in that base while we only have 1 of it, but Armando may not expect the Punch First and could potentially not play for it. Oh my god, we're going to hit a Nocturne, though, it looks like, off of a called shot.
Yeah,
Insane.
so a called shot that only costs a single power thanks to Ezreal being on the board, and then the second seal managed to put the Nocturne into play. So an extremely efficient called shot. Basically pay 2 power that you already had in play from some seals and get a bunch of cards and a Nocturne onto a battlefield. That's a pretty good deal.
That is going to be so nice. We saw him see that Thermo Beam. I saw a pause when he pulled Thermo Beam, and I almost was wondering if he was going to decide to play it because Jax is really built around those equipment. And equipment's just not equipment. It's also a gear in this game, and Thermo Beam can wipe out every single one of them with a single play.
Right now, not that much gear to speak of, so instead the Last Rites is going to get equipped to Rasa. We'll cycle a couple cards back and make the Rasa that much bigger, which should help in a potential tussle with this Lonely Poro. That's 8 mana right now, and we know Punch First is only good enough for +5. That would make the Poro a 7. But does Supi has to have anything else, and is Armando going to bring any other people to the fight?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about if we've only seen 2 disciplines, or how many disciplines we've seen, because it's also an option.
I think 2, and Nocturne's going to come for the right as well, just in case, and Lonely Poro is going to die alone once again. Yeah,
with 12 might coming in, we don't have enough, even if we have the best hand, really. So we are just going to take that Death Knell draw. Not the worst either.
I'm going to draw from Draven as well. Again, this is the thing. When Draven starts rolling, once the combat starts happening, if they go Draven's way, the snowball does keep rolling. So Armando now tied with points, drawing cards off the Draven, setting up the base, getting basically free might deployed to these battlefields. It's looking tough out here for Jax to try and crack these Draven-built battlefields.
Yeah, and Candle, it's going to help us set up for just, whatever we want to draw. Going to be so nice. Doesn't even cost anything, honestly.
Yeah, just a little trip to the battlefield. That's all you need to do. As long as you win the combat. You draw a card and then Candle, it happens. In fact, if you order them, you get to maybe pick the card that you get to draw on top. Although, actually no, combat happens before Conquer, so Draven cannot do it that way. There are other effects where you can, but Draven specifically does not let you do that.
Yeah, but there's so many things that went well here. We get the draw off Draven. We get to select our card for the next turn. We get that last right to return from the graveyard as well. And now we're also pulling up Ezreal to help protect because we could be holding to 7 points next turn.
Yeah, Armando has a casual 9 cards in hand right now as Draven.
Just casual.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's a Saturday. Just whatever time it is on a Saturday. Easy.
A bunch of runes being floated away here, enough for this Draven to be played from the champ zone. Again, Armando adding to the army, whether it's on the battlefields or the base. It's all might that he wants to try and get these last few points away from this Jax. So Soup Fiesta, wonder what Jax is going to have in terms of tricks as another card gets hidden under the Sunken Temple, which is, I think, a really nice battlefield to try and maybe overly fortify a bit, because that's also not only the way that obviously Soup Fiesta gets some points, that's the way to get a bit more card flowing, which is definitely the thing that compared to Draven, feels very much stifled on the Jax side.
Yeah, Jax does not have a draw. That is going to be for sure here. Like, let's see here. But Jax, with so many runes on his side, I will say as well, we have some options of things we can do on our turn coming up. And, I mean, hopefully we just have them in our hand.
Yeah, 15 on the top side, 13 on the bottom side as far as might totals go. And it's 3-4 in the middle for the first mate, 3 on the Lucian, and then 4 on the other Lucian at the top of the playmat. So not a lot of might to play with here. What, that's 10 currently on Soup Fiesta, and there's more than 10 on both battlefields right now for Armando.
It's definitely going to be a rough turn here. Soup Fiesta has a lot to overcome, but earlier we saw a turn where we overcome 40-something might. So it could still be done.
It is possible. Brutalizer going to certainly help the case here. Getting to reattach and get a lot of might very quickly. Looking like we're going to exhaust the Jax.
That would be
Patch that
plus
one
3
over.
to someone.
Yeah, it has to pay an extra energy here for the top Jax ability, which we actually haven't seen activated yet.
That is very true. We'll have to see who we could potentially attach it to. Obviously, Lucians can protect them at some point. So yeah, it looks like he is going for that first mate. I don't think first mates usually see this much action in the game, but this first mate is a special mate for sure.
Yeah, go to GA as well, and I think Sufiesta deciding that I'm actually just going to recycle the rune here because I want the extra energy. I feel like I'm going to have to play quite a lot this turn to get through the things that are in Amando's hand. Again, Amando has 9 or 10 cards in hand. Even with not that many runes, there's certainly some tricks that could be played. So trying to cut down the might slowly but surely here for Jax.
Yeah, and keeping up this legend also does mean he can reattach one of those gears, equipment, to one of these other illusions to buff them to go into the other battlefield as well. So really, really smart play by Sufiesta, and hopefully we'll get to see it come to fruition as well.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, sorry, it's not a Guardian Angel. I believe it's the Brutalizer that we saw and the Warmogs that's been ticking around. We saw a GA earlier, but Sufiesta not playing it just yet. Yep, I can just barely make out the text of Brutalizer. I can't exactly read it, but I can see there's enough lines of text that that's what it says.
Yeah, I feel like it's always the little might sign that helps me figure it out.
True. All right, so we're going to be trading off here. First mate's going to go down. As you mentioned, there's more where that came from here to re-equip and get it going here for Jax. Punch first, Guardian Angel, Ruin Runner, I believe, in hand there for Sufiesta, just spying the cards. And Aphelios, the last card in this 4-card hand.
Yeah, and Draven's actually really down on runes. It looks like here, his hand could be covering it, to be fair.
Oh no, there's only 2 runes. Right
okay, there's only 2 runes. Not something great only to be going 4 next turn, but 2 up is still some options that the solution is having to play around. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see these solutions move 1 at a time to try to bait out whatever those 2 runes are.
Notably, 1 a combat 2 for Draven as well. So of course Amanda gets to draw another card. I think Sufiesta said like, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. knows they have to do something regardless. So there's already 10 cards in there. What's a couple more?
Yeah, for sure. But that hand is gigantic.
Lucian's only a 7 right now. 3, 4, yeah, only a 7 versus the 8 with the shovel. Rasa just says, okay, yeah, whatever you got. Oh, never mind. Spinning axe.
Spinning axes as well. We're really committing to this Rasa.
Sorry, it is a bit bigger. So it said 7's actually a 9. Here's punch first. That's going to get us through. And Sufiesta can at least be able to get his trigger here, get a point, and get some things off the battlefield.
And that is actually just like such a strong play as well. We committed that spinning axes to Rasa, and now it's going to have to go away because it is Sufiesta's turn. We won't see it reattached here to something else where, that spinning axe could be looped more efficiently.
Here's Lucian readying up. So we're going to go back to base. Got a big stack of cards to keep neatly in order there. I appreciate that Sufiesta clearly a seasoned Jax player, keeping the buffs and equipment very well aligned. And now Aphelios is going to come down, another unit that benefits from equipment. And you best believe that Amando's has to read that one, because I don't think you see a lot of Aphelios.
I would have to read it as well. So thank you so much for putting it up on screen. When you attach equipment to me, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn, and there's 3 options, so you actually could do this 3 times, technically, in a turn.
Ready 2 runes, channel 1 rune exhausted, or buff a friendly unit. A kind of nice selection here. Lots of different things, not so much in combat, but more for kind of giving you more resources, which is nice. I feel like at this stage of the game, when Jax has to really punch through these big battlefields, it might be tough to get a lot of value out of Aphelios, but it is also 4 might for 4 energy, so not a bad exchange there either.
Yeah, that is for sure. And you can see probably so many different attachments with that Jax leader. So we could see some Channeling runes. We use just so many runes to offer all those attachments last turn. And also buffs to help potentially grow our different units, hopefully to be enough to break through these battlefields and not go out 0-2.
So kind of a nice thing here for Armando. Oh, Rasa coming out from the trash thanks to last rites. And all of a sudden, I was going to say, we're up to 7 points. You can maybe hold one of these, maybe play for the double conquer after. Amando's saying, I'm pretty sure I've got this game. I'm just going to try and put as much might as I can on these battlefields and see if you can break both of them as second Rasa enters the southern battlefield.
Ouch. Yeah, and we're going to have to, this is like one of those problems, right? We're doing a great job spreading out the might, and Lucians are not the largest. Oh my gosh, Overzealous fan, a hidden as well. Armando, he's saying, I dare you, and I'm not really sure if Sufiesta's going to have it.
It has to be Jover.
Yeah.
I don't see how you can break through this. This is just the thing, and Draven is going to win the game. Soup Fiesta gives the fist bump to Armando, and Draven is going to continue undefeated. Still live for day 2 is our Jax player, but finally takes a loss in round number 6.
What a fantastic game. I did not expect Jax. There's so many actually I did not expect here for this round going in 5-0. We saw Ari 5-0, Jax 5-0, 0 5-0, Azir 5-0. So many great decks here, and what a fantastic job by these players.
Yeah, really cool deck. I think Jax is something that people are going to look at, have fun with, maybe try and explore a little bit more. Again, awesome to see that the Jax is still alive for day 2, but at the end of the day, we can kind of see why Draven is the most represented deck. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, even without Miracle, he's drawing so much with these different combat wins. I mean, we didn't get to talk about Overzealous Fan, but it's just a fight or flight, and it can cause you to draw more with Draven. That deck is so well built to profit off of that leader's ability.
Well, we've talked about Draven. Well, let's hear from the winner themselves from that match.
All right, Ahmed, undefeated, took down Jax. How did that matchup feel?
It was my first time playing against it. I guess that had a lot of equipment. First time seeing that, but I guess a lot of the bodies that I pushed don't really care for the equipment. But it was pretty interesting to play against, for sure.
Cool stuff. So, Draven, why Draven?
I come from a Yu-Gi-Oh background, and the Miracle Draven just reminded me most of a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Just comboing, drawing your entire deck, and just playing as many cards as possible. So
I love the folks coming from other games, kind of just bringing what them with you. It's so cool to see. How are you enjoying the event overall?
The event's amazing. There's a lot of things to do, a bunch of stuff to look at, but I wish we could figure out time a bit better, because it is running a little long, but other than that, I think we're good.
That's great. Awesome. Well, good luck. You're undefeated. Keep on rolling.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And we are back, and I have bad news for us today. It is unfortunately our last time in the booth today. We will be back tomorrow, but I have to say, it's been incredible so far for the rounds we've covered.
Yeah, I had so much fun getting to Cassidy Day Pastry and so many great different decks to watch. I'm so excited, though, to see what we're going to see in day 2 and get to see those awesome decks.
We're not going to get to day 2 just yet, because we're going to go to the break, because we have 2 more rounds still left of Swiss. The hall has been packed with people playing Riftbound. That is the main event shot you just saw, by the way. But there are side events happening. There's cutscene happening. Travis Gafford is playing Seal with people on the side of it. I've seen a lot of really cool folks and a lot of great games of Riftbound so far. So I'm excited about what's been happening. And the best news is there's even more to come.
So many awesome games to watch.
All right, well, it's been a lot of Riftbound at Las Vegas. There's still 2 more rounds of Riftbound to go. Don't go too far away, because there is many, many, many more games coming your way.
If you're enjoying the action here in Vegas and you want to get involved, your great first step after your Nexus night is a Summoner Skirmish at your local store where you can play to win a bye in an upcoming regional qualifier. Go beyond and begin to qualify. Check out uvsgames.com/riftbound-organized-play, or use the QR code if you want to type that in. Makes it a little easier too. All right, welcome back to round 7 of the regional qualifier here in Las Vegas. I'm Jim Davis, that's Casanova. We are now in the stretch run of players trying to cement their place in day 2 and to make for a really deep run.
I mean, yeah, this is kind of that end of the road, right? If you are X1 right now, you have to finish the job. You've got to get it done, right? You cannot lose 2 more here. Being X2, that's going to get you there, right? 6 wins, 18 points. There's weird cases where you can have a bunch of draws, but realistically, 6 wins, that's the magic number that everyone's trying to get to make it to that day 2, to have a fighting chance to make it towards that top 8.
So let's see where our players are currently at with our standings. Now, we've got a lot of players at 6-0, and at number 1, not a bad name.
Yeah, not a surprising one, let's be honest. I mean, Prismaticism has been popping off over and over again, made top 64 in Houston playing Teemo, and then in Bologna making that top 8 on the Miracle Draven. On it once again at the top of the standings. We saw Manten earlier also, playing that Victor once more, still undefeated. As we go through some more of these, Talion, a really cool one. He played the entire China circuit, coming down, playing a close teammate with Randy. Going to be playing the same list as Randy, who has made the top 8 of the Bologna regional as well.
Awesome. Do we got also Awesome Rossum as a Magic Pro?
Nice.
Cool to see that too. Page 2, what do we got?
Well, we still have Alan ZQ undefeated, and also, speaking of Randy, Randy is undefeated. So the 3 players who top 8'd Bologna and have now come to Las Vegas are all currently undefeated here going into round 7.
Wow, weird skill game.
Who would have thought?
So we see our 6-0 players dropping down to 27th place. These are the players who are playing to still be undefeated. We have some draws also at 5-0-1, a great record, great place to be. But the draw bracket can be a little weird as you get paired with other players who have draws, might be slower decks. And let's see if we have any more players here on our standings board. Top 32 sounds good. So these are our 27 undefeated players. They all want to finish this day undefeated.
Exactly.
Of course, making day 2 is great, but you want to go in with that perfect record so you have a little bit of breathing room on day 2 and you can kind of feel really good. You have a great meal tonight, get a great night's sleep, and come back tomorrow and try and win the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? Because going X2 on the day might even eliminate you from top 8, right? It's possible, right? Some amount of X2s will make it, but your breakers are going to be a lot better if you take those losses later in the round. So every single one of these players looking to escape those losses for as long as physically possible.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to keep your fate in your own hands, Going into that last round or after the last round and feeling like, ooh, my breaker's going to hold, I don't really know, is a really, really stressful feeling. So keep the ball in your court, So we got a great match for you here in round number 7. We're going to hop down and see what our players are up to as they walk into the feature match area. Love the stage here. Love the core. Good stuff. And our players will be getting ready. We'll see what decks we got for you. Coming in with Draven. Pretty good deck, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty strong one. We haven't seen a ton of it today on the broadcast. We've gotten a little bit throughout the day. I mean, in the last match, we just saw one take down a Jax. This is going to be that mid-range variant, right, that is characterized by not playing Ezreal and Called Shot, instead having more room in the deck for combat tricks, right? So you get to play 3 of Fight or Flight, 3 of Spinning Axe, right? You're getting to play the Hard Bargains, the Ride the Winds, the Rebukes, all multiple copies of these cards, instead of where the Miracle variant has to make cuts, they start trimming the number of these combat tricks and trying to just find the single copy that they need to close out the game.
See the dynamic duo here of Kai'Sa and Darius, but Pouty Poro, kind of a holdover from Origins, right?
Yeah, I think little Pouty Poro trying to rear his cute little head because of the amount of Ezreal uptick that we're starting to see. Getting a little bit more of that deflect in your base is going to help out quite a bit.
Cool, so cool. A little bit of technology here for Spicy Noodles, and Spicy Noodles' opponent is going to be also playing Draven. So we have one of the more important matchups in the format in a mirror, but not a true mirror.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Miracle going up against that mid-range.
2 copies of Bushwhack. We've been seeing this more and more. I especially like the 2 copies when you are playing the Nocturne variant, because you're having these additional setups that you can make, especially in the second cycle of the game where you put the Nocturnes back on the bottom via your Last Rites, your Shovel, which we do see in the sideboard. Then you try and resummon them, but you play it as a combo where you get the Bushwhack out, you know the Nocturnes are there when you cast the Cold Shot, and then you're able to flood the board with these 4s that are pseudo-accelerated by the Bushwhack.
So this is really cool. One of my favorite things in this game is that when you think of a legend, like, oh, I'm playing Draven, cool, that's my deck. But seeing the huge amount of variation between 2 different Draven decks, now seeing them go against each other, what kind of makes the matchup? You know, where you have mid-range Draven versus Miracle Draven, how does it go?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that you see is the Miracle variation gets to kind of like, for lack of a better term here, because I just vomit a bunch of might on the board, right? Like, that is kind of where they go. They just put as much might on the board as possible. However, there are just more combat tricks available for the mid-range Draven. So sometimes they're able to chip away at the might with very favorable trades instead of, like, just going for a full trade. They'll be on less might baseline, but maybe they'll get a Spinning Axe trade where their Draven gets to kill off, you know, a Battering Ram for free. And then they're going to accrue value in that way and continue to draw and find more of these tricks to try and steal more of these fights throughout the game, because they're not going to win just on the sheer numbers. They're going to win from the trickiness.
Would you say that the Miracle version has a higher ceiling and a lower floor?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so, right? Like, if you miss your draw engines in the Miracle version, it is possible for you to break. It's pretty low odds of that happening. The deck just has so much, like, redundant draw that you end up getting there, and the card selection helps you kind of find the next draw piece to continue on. But the floor of missing that early on, you're going to kind of get run over by the mid-range Draven, just going 2 into 4 into continuing to develop the big things, especially if they can start finding Mind Splitters. That could be really important in the matchup. Try and start stealing some of the like card draw engines and stranding the Miracle hands.
All right, well, we got a fist bump. We are off to go here. We've got Zon Warrens on Kalor's side and Reaver's Row on Spicy Noodle's side. And rocking and rolling, getting all ready to roll. And Kalor with just 2 runes and a pass.
Yeah, but I did see a seal and a Called Shot being picked up in that hand, so I think we're kind of off to the races on the Miracle side of things. You can skip turn 1, who cares? You're just looking for Ezreal as soon as possible, and realistically, turn 2 can just be Draven. Turn 3, the ideal for Kalor here is going to be play the seal, play the Ezreal, play the Called Shot, and then, you know, ram, and we're going.
All right, sounds great. And then we got a little more modest on Spicy Noodle's side. We got Overzealous Fan, a little stack deck action. Nice to have the ability to play the stack deck and the 2-drop on the draw. But as you said, here's Draven. So Draven, kind of the scripted play for turn 2, and then turn 3 is the possible fireworks.
Yeah, it really is. Like, when you look at Miracle Draven, it is pretty formulaic for how it likes to start, right? Turn 1, you can play a 2-drop if you've got one. Often the decks are very light on it. It's maybe like 3 copies of 2s. Some of them are more on like 6. But it's not that many, so you'll miss fairly often. Then on turn 2, you just play Draven from the champ zone. Don't think about anything. Don't try and get fancy. Just play Draven from the champ zone. Turn 3 and onwards, this is when we can start to combo off. This is when we can start to consider trying to really go for it. It's not always correct to just go on turn 3. Sometimes you just do a light develop, continue from there, and wait until you have some more runes to really explode, or more pieces of the combo. Like, I actually see a Hopeful in hand, so there's a chance that he just kind of goes like stacked Hopeful, pass, and then next turn looks for the really big play. But 3 and onwards is when you can actually go.
There's kind of an interesting turn here for Spicy Noodles. Playing Kai'Sa unaccelerated instead of Draven.
Yeah, generally it is just the Draven going for the Kai'Sa, because wanting to keep up in cards, often you'll fall very behind in Miracle when it comes to card advantage. And so I kind of like the idea of just going for the Kai'Sa. Though, let's take a look at this Miracle turn. It looks like he decides to go off. It's stacked double seal. My thought is it's very likely that there are going to be some amount of Rams in this hand, which is why he's going for this already, especially because we're not seeing an Ezreal. So this is a full cost Called Shot that's coming through. And it looks like that was an Ezreal choice next to a seal. This next choice, Called Shot, and I missed the other card, but the Called Shot was the clear take.
Quickly taken as well. So kind of ready for that firework turn. We got double seal, stack deck, Called Shot. We got a Noxious Hopeful coming in. And not done yet. How about another Noxious Hopeful? And counting the cards played.
Yeah,
looks
so
like
1 Ram.
5 to me. So we got a Ram coming in for 1. Of course, it can never cost less than 1, which I think is a good balance knob to have on there. And Draven just staying home, passing the turn. So not a lot of aggression here in this first few turns for either player.
Yeah, I would say not the craziest pop-off, but having the early seals is quite nice. And then this is still a development of 13 Might, which is, quite powerful for turn 3. It's nothing to scoff at, but, when I saw him starting to go for this without an Ezreal, I was actually expecting a bit more. I was expecting a couple more Rams, potentially, when you're going to go for the double seal pre-Ezreal, go for the called shot. But considering the amount of cards left in hand, it feels like he's stuck on this kind of double hopeful play, and instead of waiting one more turn and just going stacked hopeful, and then kind of play from there, decides to this is the time to try and get the Ram out as well.
13 not enough for you, huh?
Not, to be honest, when I'm talking about this Miracle deck, not really, because I actually think if he saw Nocturnes in these called shots, I'm not even confident that he should shred his runes for it. And that's why I maybe would have liked to wait an additional turn, because if you saw the Nocturnes, I really want to play them, but because you're going on this turn that you played the seals, it ends up meaning you're going to burn more runes to your recycling at that point, instead of being able to use the seals.
Okay, so we see Kai'Sa go into Reaver's Row.
Yeah.
Conquer, draw a card. Now we're seeing a Ride the Wind to go into the Zaun
Love
Warrens.
this.
So Reaver's Row and then into Zaun Warrens, and then Kai'Sa's
going home.
back out.
We're going home.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely love using the Ride the Wind like this. You're not out-mighting, and this informs us why the Kai'Sa was played on the last turn as well. Has the Ride the Wind in hand already, I can assure you, and looking to go for the double draw, get a little bit of filter with those on Warrens, get to go home, and then he's just going to look for a development turn. You want to just keep building your board. If you can get as close as possible to the Might of Miracle, we already talked about how you're going to have more combat tricks, you're going to shred less runes, so you're going to have more runes, and you'll be able to actually start playing these fights efficiently to take better trades, even if you are less Might baseline.
So the counterplay for regular Draven or mid-range Draven is kind of, okay, you do your thing. You put a whole bunch of stuff in play. I can do that too. I might be able to do it. I have to do it a little bit more slowly. And once we actually get into a combat scenario, I have the advantage.
Yeah. Like you're on 4 runes, I'm on 8. Here's my spinning axe. Oh, you spinning axed 1. I'll rebuke your guy. And now I'm in there because you don't have enough resources that are going to be helping you in combat when you just have the flat might, right? So the math problem becomes easy for the mid-range Draven because he gets to see all your might, and the math problem becomes quite difficult for the Miracle Draven because his opponent's might is obscured.
Okay, so Noodles has now gone through and drawn a couple cards, and it looks like Draven is coming in out of the champ zone. And that is a little more, and a stack deck. Why not? So a little bit more setup, happily getting set up in the back row here with a decent amount of might. Going to resolve the stack deck and then pass on through, and we'll see what Kalor's follow-up is going to be. It was a pretty explosive turn. The question is, going to be more fireworks? So Noodles, of course, is up 2-0 here, the early point lead.
Yeah, not seeing the choice from Spicy Noodles, but I think if he has units in hand, the big thing you're looking for are the spinning axes. And then from there, I would say Fighter Flights and Rebukes are pretty nice. Overall, rebuking Battering Ram is generally quite okay because it's expensive to go off and replay it, but especially if you can hold on to something like a Rebuke for when your opponent plays that spinning axe to try and blow it out.
All right, so fireworks are here once again. Here comes Ezreal, discarding a Fighter Flight, draw 2. Now we see a called shot. That cost reduction from Ezreal, and the cards just keep on flowing.
Yeah.
Question is, can we see more might added to the battlefield in a somewhat dramatic fashion like last turn?
Yeah, didn't discard a Nocturne, and then we haven't seen a Nocturne, and we've done a lot of looking. I think we probably are going to be able to find one soon enough off of more of these searches.
I think I saw one in there, and that's a good call out.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I suppose not. I saw Rasa was in that decision. I'm wondering if it went back to the bottom.
All right, so still churning through here. Now it's time for some combat. Ram comes into Zaun Warrens. We got a point. We got more churn. A discard and a draw. And a scrap heap. So draw 2 more cards. The velocity of this deck is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The ability just to see so many cards over the course of these first few turns.
I played Cold Shot and Stack Deck only.
Okay, really looking to find Ram. He said he played Stack Deck and Call Shot only, but I believe Ezreal was also played on this turn.
Correct.
So that'd be 3, this would be 4. So he should be able to go Ram with the last 2 energy.
I think I saw Rasa was the pick there.
There's another Ezreal and a Scrap Heap. Don't like seeing those together. You really want to actually be able to grab the Scrap Heap off of this called shot. But if he has no Ezreal in hand, then not going to get that chance. But yeah, 2 energy should be Ram if he has it. But it looks like it's going to be stacked instead, so just one single Ram going to come down.
Nocturne, where are you, my friend?
There's the last Ram. Can add it to hand, but this is, another turn where you played a lot of cards and you're not going to have another good chance. I saw the Spinning Axe. That starts to look a little bit more attractive to try and match some of these fights. As of right now, this Ram might just be forfeit unless you go for a bigger stack, and we are going to see second Battering Ram come down. I think you're going to have to commit more than that if you want to try and hold this on Warrens, and this is where things get dangerous. Miracle, tapped out. No energy. You're going to pass to all of these runes from mid-range, and while this is 18 might, that is a very large number. There's already 10 here for Spicy Noodles, and what, are we going to be 8 runes?
Wow. Yeah, this looks risky.
It's yeah, very unsafe.
Possibility for disaster, and then the Draven stays home, not going into Reaver's Row. Is that just Kalor saying, I don't want to give you a card?
Yeah, I think generally trying to deny the cards from the mid-range Draven is going to be good. That's like where one of your big advantages is. You'll be just ahead on cards. You can try and starve him out. I also think that point tempo doesn't matter in this matchup. It's just control. It's just like board control. If your board position is better, you're going to win. Especially when the points are this low. If someone's been really racing it and pushing the tempo very high, then you have to start thinking about it. But we're 1 to 2. It really is just who's going to get the board position, and they're going to be able to close out the game.
Yeah, very cool to see. We've seen a number of uncontested battlefields this game not moved into. So both players kind of recognizing the pacing. And we got a discard of a Nocturne. This is for the Warrens, right?
Yeah, must have missed the trigger earlier. Judges have them correcting it because this is a mandatory trigger. Skipping it can be considered, like advantageous for you to skip it.
Correct. There have been plenty of times where I had saw Warrens and did not want to discard a card.
Yeah, of course.
But had to move in. So first move for Spicy is going to be Kaisa coming into the Reaver's Row. Going to get a point and a card. And again, like you mentioned, there are 8 runes available and a good amount of cards in hand for Spicy Noodles, while Kalor is just kind of exhausted.
Yeah. My initial bet is that he actually can't break 18, which is why the Kaisa has gone into the Reaver's Row. The other side of that is that you could just be looking to draw more cards, and you're not worried about Kalor just having like 1 turn hanging out on Warrens. The big reason that if you can break it, you would is because of the fact that okay, your opponent is tapped out this turn. So if I can break 18, I will trade like a good amount of my board to just like break this 18.
Right. Because so much of the work that's been done in the last 2 turns is just drawing the cards to get the Rams in play, get these Noxious Hopefuls in play too. So undoing that is kind of nice.
And you can't full trade, so he would need to be better than 18 for it to actually feel good. If you just go 18 and 18, you don't get the Draven draw, and then your opponent is still on Draven Ezreal backline, and they're playing Shovel. You do have to be ready for like 3 Rosses to land on the board immediately on this next turn. There's definitely 10 things in the bin at this point, so breaking it is not free. You are going to have to do some amount of trading, and it's really about finding a good way to break it where you're going to get to gain some resources, not burn too many runes. There's a lot of factors that you have to consider when you go to break this 18.
All right, well, here's a Darius ready to rock and roll. Readied up and pumped up. So we've got potentially 7 on the Darius, potentially 6 on the Draven. And doing a little math here, a little finger tap math. A TCG player classic.
Yeah, so stack Darius. I mean, Kaisa already ran in, so this is 6 + 7, 13. Spinning Axe isn't getting there. Rebuke can get you to a tie, but as we said, tie is not good enough in this spot.
Fan's hanging out also, so the fan could come in, but it's still a pretty devastating loss of resources. It was Draven and Darius. And then leaving the fan on the Warren just to get eaten by...
Yeah, and you're having to burn another red rune to do this anyway. I would say it's probably not worth it. I would say just continuing to develop. Like if he's got a 2-drop, I'm just like jamming the 2-drop and saying you can draw off of pushing my Kaisa off of Reavers, and let's slow down the game. I'll find a better spot. Unfortunately, you might not get another chance where Kalor is completely tapped out, but realistically, you're still going to be overall ahead in combat tricks and rune volume as the game continues on.
All right, so Spice Noodle's really thinking this one through. We are in round 7. These players have been playing for a long time, and that edge of the weight of the feature match area. Also being 5-1, you kind of know you're on the edge. You kind of know if you take that second loss, you might be in a spot where you're, even if you win out, you're on tiebreakers. So it's stressful spot, and we're going to see decision being.
I mean, hopeful is like best case scenario in my mind right now.
Yep, just numbers.
Just like the best numbers that you can get here.
Noxious Hope was so good.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Falling Star.
It's not like I don't like it. I just don't like deramping this much.
I was going to say, yeah, that rune advantage is no longer there. Now down to 4 runes. Does take damage Raven, but at a pretty heavy cost.
I mean, yeah, the rune advantage is entirely gone. Your own Draven cannot be pumped, so you just have to go for something like this. I like the idea of the Overzealous Fan. You are denying just like an immediate pivot, though I will say, you know, Bushwhack is a hell of a card in this Miracle deck. We've seen the entire deck pretty much at this point. I have to imagine Bushwhack multiple Rossas is within the range of what can happen on this turn. We did just see it get drawn. I actually don't see that many Rossas in hand. I think Kalor was knows this game goes long, looking for the second cycle Rossas, which I think is very reasonable when you're playing against mid-range Draven. I'm not entirely sure what the whole bin collection is for this Fizz, so we're going to see.
Let's take a peek.
Well, that one makes sense.
Going for Call Shot.
Yeah, I could have guessed that one, actually.
So, a few more cards. There's a Nocturne. All right, finally found the Nocturne.
Yep.
And just, again, more numbers on the board. Get to play Nocturne. When you reveal it, pay a power, put that thing right into play. Very fun.
There's another one.
Oh, yes. I mean, this makes sense, right?
Yeah, we knew they were coming.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of cards so far and not seen these yet. So Nocturnes are coming in. And definitely a high variance card. One that's quite explosive, which fits the bill for this deck.
Less variance when you have 16 looks.
Right, for sure. As you saw, we went through a number of turns without finding one. So, so just added, just a casual 8 might to the Zon Warrens.
Yeah.
Now we see another battering ram, the 3rd copy.
13 might this turn.
Yeah.
For those counting at home.
Just 13 again.
Yeah.
Lucky.
You can add a little more. We can do a little better than that.
All right, how about a hidden card as well? So, now a hidden card on the Zon Warrens, and Kalor's at 2, I believe, not 1.
Yeah, because the hold Kalor should be at 2.
Right, so you can score and then hold. So Kalor 2 and Noodles at 3. Now, what is Kalor's plan as far as stacking this battlefield up so heavily, being behind in points?
So the Nocturnes have ganking. Little did some people know. I know some Miracle players who played an entire tournament at Bologna and didn't realize that their Nocturnes had ganking. They found out after, and they're like, wow, that's crazy. And they still made it too. But I think that is a way that you can continue to look to attack this Reaver's Row. You're stacking really well. You've got the Nocturnes there. If your opponent crashes like all of their units in to kill your Nocturnes, you're probably still having a good time, because if we look at the base, it's 16 might. Yeah. Like 16 might is going to be able to contest Reaver's Row in most cases. I think right now there hasn't been enough development on the side of mid-range Draven for me to feel very good about the spot. And Kalor has been able to find positioning. This is a huge stack. You're not getting free trades here. That is one of the big things that you need to be able to find with mid-range Draven, are these favorable trades where you get to push over, the 10 might of 2 battering rams, or 14 might, or even that 18 might spot. That's beatable by Draven. You can get there, but you kind of have to find those opportunities and be able to get over the top and deal with some of the units before we hit this critical mass. And this development turn is like exactly what I wanted to see on the previous turn, right?
Yeah.
So and now it might be too late. We'll see.
Yeah, a Hunter, a Noxious, and a Fan. I mean, played a similar number of cards to Kalor to the board, but they are all much smaller.
Yeah, and this is where cards like Switcheroo really come into play. Like, your Treasure Hunter is a really cheap unit that later your combat tricks get to really increase the value of, where that Switcheroo becomes a 8 might swing into a battering ram, or a 10 might swing into a Rasa, which is a great way to start breaking some numbers.
All right, well, Ezreal will get played at this very popular Zon Warrens. It's the place to be.
Yeah.
It's parties over here, and we see the 3rd seal. Still a grip full of cards, and Kalor's looking pretty good in this game.
And these Nocturnes should be ready. They can just gank over if he wanted to be able to conquer the Reaver's Row on this turn.
Yeah.
But if not, you can also just kind of send a Fizz in or an Ezreal in and just grab the point. I think allowing the draw at this point to start getting on to point cadence as the Miracle Draven is actually quite reasonable. I'm okay with maybe giving one draw to Draven in this spot, unless he wants to start to full commit to a double hold because of the amount of might, but that feels a little bit risky, a little bit soft to the amount of might that's on the board for Spicy Noodle.
Okay, so Galore is gonna pass turn. So we got no Reaver's Row. The party's happening is all Warrens. Reaver's Row is kind of sitting there, twiddling the thumbs, waiting for somebody to show up. You know, so back Noodles' way. Bunch of units in play. We got a Fan, a Kaisa, a Nox Soulful, Treasure Hunter, a Darius. That's Draven hiding under there, right? And then another Nox Soulful. But Kaisa's coming in, so Kaisa says, I'll start the party at the Reaver's Row.
I'd like to draw.
Yeah. So draw another card. And a fistful of card for Spicy Noodles. And like you were saying, a lot of tricks, a lot of runes up now too. We've kind of redeveloped in the last few turns. And now the question is, how do you break this ridiculous stack of party goers in the zone?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a good way in hand right now. Still some kind of more units, not as many tricks as I'd like to see. No switcheroo, which is really notable because it starts to make these treasure hunters look pretty sad. Right? That's just one might unless you find a switcheroo. Then suddenly, oh, that's the best card in the game. Right. is your treasure hunter at home. So I do think developing the Mind Splitter makes sense. I'm not sure how I feel about developing it to Reavers. I feel like now you're kind of committing to losing one of these units. It'll still trade for some amount of might. Miracle usually doesn't get the free trades to come through. They're going to give you some might for it, but they're going to get the better deal at the end of the day.
Right. So we're going to see Spinning Axe in response to the Mind Splitter.
Yep.
Going to come down, and before the discard happens,
great idea.
It's going to hop on over to one of the Nocturnes, so a little ganking action perhaps.
Yeah.
And I agree. It does seem a little weird to play this Mind Splitter onto the Reaver's Row with the Kaisa, unless there are plans to move other things there too, maybe, and kind of start Noodles' own stack.
All right. So one Rasa in hand. Fizz can still find another called shot, and I'm pretty sure he finds Rasa on this next called shot. Based on some of the earlier bottoms of cards. I don't think we saw one discarded. They must have gone in some of the early looks that we didn't fully see. So it feels like with the redundancy of the Bushwhacks, you don't really care about those. You're going to leave those. I really think that you want to deny further looks. Like, this is what you're already dealing with. You probably just have to get rid of Fizz. Because if you get rid of Rasa, reasonably, there's still 2 more Rosas coming from Fizz being played and getting the draws. Then you're going to find the other Rosas. They're going to get bushwhacked in. And so this is 1 Rasa you have to deal with, 2 more that are in the deck that you'll find later. But the bushwhacks are a lot less exciting when the board is already like this. They don't really do anything. And then the Traveling Merchant, I mean, you know, what's that guy going to get? He's a little too drop. Compared to what's happening, it's a little late, yeah. So,
well, you know,
Fizz is the correct choice, I think, for sure.
Him and Treasure Hunter are hanging out in the corner of the party like, hey, do they know that we're here too?
Yeah, they're both looking for their little pet gremlin switcheroo thing, whatever that is. And if you can't find it, then they're not doing much.
All right, it's pile-up time. So Noodles is at 5, and Kalor is at 3. So now you've got this kind of split board where each player has a ton of might stacked up. A little hard to count Noodles' numbers because they are stacked up pretty well. Look at that. It's almost like you heard me. And but now what? So Noodles is at 5, Kalor is going to 4. So if this were to stay exactly like this, Noodles would win. So what's Kalor's next step?
So Kalor, of course, still having the Nocturnes there that can gank over. So that is 11 might that is currently on the Warrens that can be added to what's at base. So we have 11 there. We have another 10 from the Battering Rams. That's 21. You add another 6 from the 2 there, and that's 27.
That's a lot.
I think that's already currently winning the send-in. Now, of course, Overzeal's Fan gets to push back the 7, which is your biggest amount, puts you back down to 20. Then it gets a little bit closer after the fact, and there's a Spinning Axe in the hand for Spicy Noodles. Plus, he knows that Kalor doesn't have any tricks that actually are going to affect this. However, I wonder if he did the math of Bushwhack into Rasa into Traveling Merchant, an additional +2. It could be relevant when we're looking at just this big of a fight. But without going through and doing every single point of math for both sides, my expert opinion here in this moment, Jim, is that I do think Kalor is overall going to be ahead, but we are seeing a Traveling Merchant played, then moved to get rid of a second Bushwhack. Did he know the top of his deck? That's the big question for me. I didn't have the full count of the stack, but I know we have Rosses coming up.
So the Merchant, if the goal there was to draw, could have gone into the Reaver's Row and attacked the fan.
Absolutely, he should have, but I think he did know there was a Ross on top because he did just rip one, which is going to add to this. I am fully with you. Didn't want to give a card draw, but I don't think that matters. I think you could have absolutely sent it in, just said, I would like to kill the fan, and then you wouldn't have to deal with it. I'm 100% with you. I think that is just maybe a slight mistake trying to play too fast. Probably knowing that he had the Rasa on top and wanting to be like, oh yeah, I just want to get this Rasa, and he was kind of playing too quickly and not thinking about that exact play line with the fan sitting there.
Too busy counting up all of these numbers. So we got the party. The party's moved houses, all right? Now the cops showed up at the Zon Warrens. They broke the party up, and now the party's over at Reaver's Row. We've got Nocturne, Raza, Ezreal, double Ram, did a Fizz there under the bottom of the stack, and a Spinning Axe on there too. I can't count that high. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. My expert opinion is it's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. I do think this was cool for Kalor. I was pretty confident the Rosses were the next few cards. And seeing the speed in which he decided to go Bushwhack, Traveling Merchant, move it, and then discard, draw Rasa, I feel like he did know that was the Rasa, and so we did see them bottomed early on in the game. This is really, really well done, making sure that he knows his stack and getting ready to play that second cycle game that you kind of need in the Miracle Draven versus Mid-Range Draven matchup, where the game likes to bog down a lot, and you need to know what your next cycle is. We might even see the last rights come in, and you can even play for that second cycle setup of Nocturnes with the Bushwhacks as well, which is really, really good and really potent when you can pull it off.
Yeah, so make clear, second cycle means the cards that were bottomed on turn 2,
correct,
on turn 3, these called shots and these stack decks are a really good player and kind of keep track of that.
Yeah.
Kind of keep it in their head, okay, what's down, how many cards down am I, and they'll know on turn 6 and 7 what's coming up, be able to plan for that, which is a very difficult thing to do. Something I'm not very good at, but these players are in the future match area for a reason and doing a great job, and really stacking up that might with that Bushwhack. So big kind of combo turn, huge combat, and just eyeballing it. It looks like a much bigger number on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, it feels like the guys on the right side are larger than the guys on the left side.
Yep.
Yeah.
And being big is good. So we'll see how it all shakes out. We got the splitter there in there also. Is it Darius on a Draven? Is that the Draven also?
Yeah.
Draven's also, so we got a Draven.
Oh, he's hiding underneath there. He's under the Overzealous fan.
He's sneaky.
Yeah. So, as we expected, Overzealous fan pop. That's going to send home the Nocturne. That was for 7. That was the largest unit there with the Spinning Axe on it. From there, I mean, Draven Trigger, I assume he's taking that, so it's going to go to 6.
31 to 32.
31 to 32. Wow, it's closer than I expected.
Yeah.
Closer than I expected.
Draven, the splitter's pretty big too. And there is 2 energy available for Spice Noodles. Here comes the Spinning Axe. Okay. So if the 31 to 32 number was correct, as we heard in our earpieces from our players, Spinning Axe seems like it goes over that.
Now these guys are bigger than those guys. The ones on the left are bigger than the ones on the right. And we know that Kalor just doesn't have anything here, right? We saw the hand from that Mind Splitter. Spicy Noodles knows it too.
Just kidding.
Where did this rebuke come from?
Found a rebuke.
Where did this draw come? What draw did I miss?
I mean, just draw for turn.
Draw for turn.
The merchant draw. Yes.
Yeah, I missed it. Yeah, draw for turn.
So we are factoring in the merchant draw for the Raza, but not the rebuke.
Yep, there it is. Okay.
And there you go. You can't Mind Splitter the top of the deck. So rebuke comes in, breaks us all up.
So now the guys on the right side are bigger than the guys on the left side.
we need a little seesaw, like whew. All right, and now with Spice Noodles totally exhausted, this combat's going to go down. It's not going to go down very well. So you get to pick the things that will be killed going out, but going to be a point for Kalor and kind of a dominating position.
Yeah, I mean, from here it becomes very difficult for mid-range to ever crawl back. And there's this snowballing factor of Glorious Executioner as well, where Kalor is now also going to draw a card off of this as well. And Spicy Noodles, losing all of these units, exhausting a lot of the resources. It is his turn. If he could play another unit, then he'd be able to equip the Spinning Axe. Or sorry, it's not his turn, so he can't. The Spinning Axes are just gone, right? There's no way to actually get those reattached to anything. Yeah. And from there, Kalor still has a large amount of might left on the board.
Right, and Noodles' deck, a little more pace, doesn't have that miracle engine to kind of just, wow, here's a bunch more stuff, so I hear this is going to be a tough spot. Noodles?
Yeah.
time and space there. Ooh,
He's not able to go Ezreal, call shot, ram, nocturne, and then try and win from here.
Right.
The deck just does not get to do that.
Yep, so it's also that huge Nocturne still in base too. The hidden card still on the Zon Warren. So here's Kaisa. It's going to be accelerated. So coming in and going to threaten the Nocturne. We'll see Reaver's Row trigger happen first. Is Nocturne scared? Want to retreat? Potentially, a little combat trick here. I can only assume a spinning axe probably in the future.
Yeah, I have to assume there's something. You can also just kind of bluff it as Spicy Noodles because you're so far behind. You just say, yeah, this is a spinning axe. Yeah, it's definitely a spinning axe. Trust me. Trust me. It definitely is.
So we see 3 axes in the graveyard. No, I'm just kidding. But so now Kalor needs to decide, okay, concede this point? Probably are, I think. Even if it's a bluff, I think it's fine, right? A lot of might in the back row. Concede the card. It is 2 cards, to be fair. Kaisa draw, Draven draw. Still a lot of cards in hand for Spicy Noodles, but only 2 energy available right now. Kind of hard to just deploy stuff fast enough.
Yeah, it gets really difficult here. Losing the energy earlier from the Falling Star, definitely a big deal. There is still the fact that it did clear a Draven. So you cleared 6 might that could potentially be more gold generation, could be just even more might potentially if you have to have multi-attacks in a single turn, right? And so the Falling Star is often still quite good in the Draven matchup, but I feel against Miracle, spending 2 runes, recycling 2 runes to deal with 1 unit that this deck puts out feels pretty underwhelming, and I'd rather kind of have like this vast amount of runes to continue to develop through the game. I don't think that's the difference maker in this game entirely, but we are kind of hitting that point where you're trying to refill the board, and wouldn't you love to have 4 runes here to play like another Kaiser, another bigger unit, or 2 hopefuls, or something that a little bit more substantial.
Yeah, Falling Star mostly is going to be effective against the kind of filler units, the Traveling Merchants, the Ezreals have already kind of done their job. And all right, we're going to see Noxious Opal here. We're going to see a hidden card also. So Noodle is going to make the last stand here at the Reaver's Row, it looks like, with the Hopeful and the Kaisa and the hidden card. It's probably a Fight or Flight.
I would imagine so. The other option really being the switcheroo. It could be Edge of Night. I didn't think we saw one in this exact version this time around. I'm trying to remember, but
I think there was one.
If there's one, it could be Edge of Night as well. The ranges on the hiddens for mid-range Draven are always kind of difficult to play around because it's like Fight or Flight. Okay, that's just a push. That's fine. Like I know, all my might from that 1 unit is gone.
Well, we're going to find out right now. So Nocturnes aren't being shy here. They are coming right in. And that is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 might coming into 8. So Noodle's going to act first. It is Fight or Flight. Surprise. Ooh.
Bargain does just say no thank you.
Okay.
Trade offer, you don't play your Fight or Flight, and I win the game.
That is it.
Well, I guess he takes the trade offer.
All right, great stuff for Kalor.
That is a hard bargain.
And really, really cool game, honestly, getting to see the Miracle Draven deck kind of really do its thing. Really put a lot of might in play, and great stuff. The Nocturnes, too. They were a little late to the party, but they were fashionably late.
They showed up precisely when they meant to.
Exactly. All right, so we're going to game number 2 here with Kalor up a game. Obelisk of Power, going to be the battlefield of choice for Kalor into Targon's Peak. Obelisk of Power is a weird one. Talk to me about Obelisk of Power.
Yeah, so usually just in Draven in general, Obelisk wants to be your go second battlefield, so you can start your first turn by just playing Draven. So after you win a game, you present Obelisk. We see this in kind of both variations because Miracle also would just love to side out all their 2s to then play instead their sideboard cards that are good for tech. And so for this go second game, your first turn, I'm on 4 runes, I play Draven, I need no 2s in my deck. 2s are bad, I get rid of 2s. We don't like them.
Okay, well, here's a 2 for Noodles, not being on those magical 4 runes. It's Traveling Merchant. I'm sorry, Treasure Hunter, sorry. And we see, as predicted, turn 1 Draven. Draven comes down early and often, typically.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to come down immediately. And then now, I mean, this is turn 2 that you can start kind of looking for your big combo turns. Again, I'm kind of bigger on waiting an additional turn in a lot of matchups, especially the ones that are a little slower. You can play for that next cycle, which the mid-range Draven matchup tends to be a little bit more slow and methodical. I do think that Kalor going off worked out totally fine in that last one. The double seal ends up accruing a lot of value, and I don't think he had double hopeful until he started going off. And I think that's, you know, that's where he probably didn't have enough things to fully play in hand and wanted to find things because he had a lot of draw tools. So it worked out quite well, as we are going to see Treasure Hunter just going to grab at that Targon's Peak. Targon's Peak, really good go first battlefield for Draven so that you can refresh the runes and play defense a lot more effectively.
Yeah, speaking to the fact that there's more tricks, more things available, a little bit of anti-action there where you get to ready up 2 and then have all those 2 energy tricks. But you see gold off the Hunter, and then next step, 4 runes available. Draven, of course, is hanging out in the champ zone, but little pump fake there. Gonna think it through. Down a game, high pressure match. Again, 5-1. These players are playing deep into the day. Want to make a good run tomorrow. Big match for both players, and we are going to see. Don't pump fake me again, Spicy Noodles. All right, Overzealous Fan joins the party. So just a Fan and a Hunter.
That's a bit surprising.
And then we're going to see the Targons ready and a pass. So declining the Draven, leaving up these runes for possible interaction, stacking up 2 rather weak units on 1 battlefield, which feels risky.
Yeah, a bit of an underwhelming develop for that turn, right? Gonna have 4 runes available. Yes, probably gonna dissuade Kalor from moving into the Targon's Peak, but I think if I'm playing Miracle Draven on the other side, I just say, all right, that's cool. I'll just avoid this for now. I mean, you got 4 runes up. Clearly you got something. I'll just kind of play my game, develop kind of a massive board and say, all right, well, you kind of just wasted 2 runes on this last turn. I do think, you know, there's some scariness to developing Draven onto the Peak, even just untapping 2. Often you're flipping the game in the mirror when you decide to kind of go for that develop aggressively onto the board instead of just developing backline and playing slower and a little bit more methodically. But against Miracle, sometimes it's less of a flip because they won't have as many combat tricks and you might be able to get away with it.
All right, well, called shot. It's calling through. I believe that dice there is showing how many cards were played this turn. Track for the Rams. And
floating energy.
Oh, it's floating energy. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Then we got a stack deck.
Seal.
Seal in the window of the stack deck.
Sealed called shot that's a tough one. The seal is probably the take, and I think it was. Called shot's going to go to the bottom here.
First seal's really important.
Yeah, it is.
Third card played.
All right, so again, these. Oh, okay, so done playing stuff for the moment. And Draven going to come in, get that first point. That is now 1-1.
This feels like he wants to develop onto Obelisk.
Okay, well.
I guess not.
Hopeful in the back row.
Yeah.
Again, kind of the start of the big turn. It looks like a. Okay.
Okay, so there's some amount of wanting to be playing to Obelisk, some amount of playing at home.
All right, that was a pretty good turn.
Ram. This is 14 might. Yeah, 13 to me, yeah. 14.
Ooh.
That's a good might total. That's good. That's a good turn. Turn 2 this time.
13's unlucky.
Yeah.
Wasn't unlucky last game, I guess. There were double 13s.
Yeah.
But 14's pretty nice. So we see a hold on the Fan and the Hunter onto the Targon's Peak. Important to note also with the Peak as far as when you conquer it, are you going to use the energy or not? And then if you're holding it, you can't conquer it. It's a little bit of interesting play there.
Well, turn 3 Mind Splitter is on the docket here for Spicy Noodles, and I actually really like the concept of go home, jam Splitter, grab any card that says draw cards in Kalor's hand, and try and deny him from continuing to build up on this board.
And no more fireworks turns. That was a pretty good turn. I'm going to stop the second round of the show. And 7 mites a lot. Oh, nope, it's going to be a Draven. Okay.
Draven. I wonder what's going to go alongside with this. Because if you're not going to use these 3 runes, I mean, it really should just be the Splitter. But I could understand not wanting to deramp. So if there's, maybe like a Hopeful or something else to go alongside this, but no.
This is tough, though. So now we've seen in the previous turn, there were 2 unused runes. Obviously, 2 were untapped with Tarragons, but now 2 unused runes. Now 3 runes here. Will they get used? I mean, there isn't really a lot that Noodles would want to do.
There's a Ride the Wind, but I feel like that is a little suspect to kind of go Ride the Wind and ship it here, and potentially could have splittered away this Ezreal if there's no other card draw in hand.
Ooh.
And denied a Ezreal, scrap heap, draw 3, you know, like this is the kind of thing you're trying to avoid. You really want this, you want to stop the bleeding before this kind of keeps happening.
The firework box has been loaded back up. Gonna follow up with a merchant. We're gonna see.
Oh, I love just going home here.
Come home.
Yeah, that's great.
Current score 2-2. Again, definitely feels like a match where, like you were saying, this is not as much about the point tempo. It's kind of just get in, get big, win that big combat. Come out with more might in numbers game, but going back Noodles' way.
Yeah, I mean, for Kalor, you get to just dare it. You say, oh, would you like to enter these battlefields?
Come on in.
I would love if you allowed me to enter combat as the attacker.
All right, so Falling Star takes out the Merchant and the Ezreal,
yeah.
right? So, I mean, killing 2 things is nice, but those are not exactly the high impact units on the board. I mean, Ezreal's good, obviously. So, but...
Well, here comes the splitter.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, I'll say that every turn until we play this. Realistically, there's a world where it's not, because if you do end up wanting to push to 4 here, you want to actually hold up interaction. Like, I can understand that on this turn. But do I want to push in here?
Is there enough interaction to really overcome all of the might on Kalor's board?
So there's a switcheroo in hand. And that's the big one that, like, starts to lead towards, like, maybe we can play for this, because Treasure Hunter switcheroo is very potent. You know, the full swing of might, especially if, say, Draven pushes in, you pump to 6, switcheroo is going to come out. That's going to be a 10 might swing. That's a big deal. And so there's a world that the hold can happen. It's just how much further behind you end up going if you don't spend these runes. And then Kalor just says, yeah, okay, here's 18 more might, or what, you know, like, are you really winning in that case? And I'm not convinced that that's necessarily happening. Ride the Wind going to be cast, just Treasure Hunter getting more gold, and then the potential to go home. I mean, conceptually, I like Ride the Wind, go to 4, don't put any of my might at risk. But if there is not a development to follow this up, then I don't like it anymore. You know, that's not something, this board needs to get bigger. It needs to be bigger numbers. You know, we said it best in the last game so eloquently. The right side's guys were bigger than the left side's guys.
Right.
And that's the story that we're having once again.
Right. Yeah. 1 might unit, a 2 might unit, and then a 4 or 6 might unit against all that. Does get the treasures, which is kind of cool. But Hopeful's good. Hopeful is one of the best numbers cards in the deck. And just kind of passed it. Bunch of
so it's
runes.
3 more. So this is 8 runes that we've lit on fire in this game.
Right. Yeah, because you're just not really going to use these interactively when you're not on a battlefield.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Unless you're just going to fighter flighting some random unit.
And I'm not going to count the peak runes here. Right? Like, this is just 3 that were wasted on 5, right? Because like the peak runes, I mean, that just is what it is. You conquered Targon's Peak this turn. That's fine.
Right.
But, no, as you said, when are we're not using them here. This look has an Ezreal, so the draws can continue on. But I think it was bottom, and I didn't see the other card that was grabbed. But Bargain Hopeful, so this is just going to be, you know, as I was thinking for Kalor, is like, we're just going to keep putting might on this board.
Yep.
You're already ahead of the curve on it, so just keep just placing as much might as possible.
Right, there's the Ezreal.
Explains putting an Ezreal at the bottom if you got another one in hand.
Yep. So only 1 seal this. I'm sorry, the second seal in there too, right? So 2 seals, but still recycling happening. Notably out of Chaos runes. So.
You drew an Ezreal, so I must have missed which one got to the bottom, because that would have been 3rd Ezreal, so he must have grabbed one off the call, but that is what it is.
4 Ezreals.
Yeah, 4 Ezreals. It must have been another, you know, full art epic card.
Yep. All right, so we got another Ram.
Yeah.
And just, again, here's all my stuff, your turn.
This is what I fully expected from Kalor. It's like, as we the points don't matter that much. It's entirely board control. Now, I will say Spicy Noodles getting to go to 6 is a boon, because that means you do just have to find 1 slip up, 1 turn that you can kind of push through and get that double conquer in the game, right? So it does open up some opportunity. And I think, you know, Splitter finally coming down is quite nice. You've got these extra gold, so you're not going to deramp. You have a lot of runes for that final push turn, and this hand is a nightmare. Double Nocturne. Ezreal gets to go away. You immediately click the one that says draw cards.
Yeah, and here is the downside of the Nocturnes. The one place you don't want to see them is in your hand, which where they are and not even playable. I mean, I guess next turn will be playable, but with all these Chaos runes. So, all right, so we're going to see Hunter's coming in once again. This brave Hunter, in the face of all these huge armies, just going in, getting the gold, scoring some points, up to 5. Now we'll see. I think if you're going to 5, you're going to 6 here, right?
Of course.
So
yeah, always.
So Fan comes in, and now there's a decent amount of might in Noodles' back row. Love to develop anything else here also, another hopeful or something like that, if possible, but... And now Kalor is 2 things. Kalor is 1, kind of out of cards, realistically, and 2, on the board with all just numbers. These battering rams, these noxious hopefuls, these are just stats. There are nothing more than that. So it's a bunch of numbers in play and a bunch of, not blanks in hand. You can just cast Nocturne, of course, but not very exciting.
Yeah, I think that's a hidden switcheroo. Try and get some value out of the Treasure Hunter. Having to lose the Fan is a bit unfortunate because that's going to be nice if you wanted to go 6, conquer one side, try and play for a hold to 8. The Fan was actually pretty high value. However, when we look at the rest of the board, I mean, I don't think you're throwing away a hopeful to keep a Fan. So it's kind of makes sense is what you have to go for in this spot for Noodles. And maybe at best you can deny one of these bigger units from getting on to the Obelisk of Power. I actually think for Kalor, it does make a lot of sense to potentially just send Ezreal first into the Fan, so that if they want to push, they're pushing your lowest might unit.
Right.
And if they want to commit something like a Spinning Axe on this turn to kill an Ezreal, I think you might kind of be okay with it. Like, it ends up being like a fine trade for you to take. So I'd like to see that out of Kalor. I'm not confident that that's 100% the line he'll take, because realistically, he's going to want to look for a bigger hold, but I think that could happen. This is a great way to attack into switcheroo.
Okay, yep, so we have all 3 Rams are coming in.
Yeah.
They're all 5s. So we can see a switch. And will we? Yes,
yeah.
We will.
So you switch, but now Treasure Hunter's still a 5, and then you're 1/5/5.
Yep.
So all it does is switcheroo gets to trade for a Treasure Hunter.
All right. We'll see a Fighter Flight as well. So this will hit one of the larger Rams, I can only assume. So we now have a 5 Ram and a 1 Ram against the 5 Treasure Hunter. Still looking pretty good. What was the purpose of that Fighter Flight?
I don't know. Is that an acceptable answer here?
That's a fair answer, yeah. I also don't. Because it doesn't really change the... I mean, it keeps the 1 unit off the battlefield for next turn if Noodle's looking to conquer, I suppose. It's just a chance to play Fighter Flight and spend your energy. But it does give a lot of information to Kalor also. Because now Kalor knows, okay, well, that's not there. Other things might need to be there.
No, you are right. You are right. There is a small little amount of merit of making sure that these runes get spent. Yeah, like just ensuring, like, especially if the hand has a lot more spells that are going to be utilized on this next turn. Like, you just need a double break next turn. This just means 5 might is guaranteed to not be there. I think that is actually quite valid, and it is. Honestly, that's the only thing I can also think of, so I think you're right. I think that has to be the idea here, and there just wasn't a better opportunity. You, in theory, could wait until Obelisk is pushed, and then you can still just cast it on whichever side that you wanted to. But I still I think that does make sense, because this would have absolutely blown out if he held on to the Fighter Flight. By going for this Piercing Light, you actually avoid the showdown and going to be able to punch through and actually get the Draven down.
Pretty brutal. So 2 units down, and now Spice has got a whole lot of work to do. I mean, has more energy to do it now. There's a bunch of runes available. There's a lot of cards in hand also, but going to be a lot to overcome. Ezreal moves in also. So Ezreal and Noxious are at the Obelisk. We've got Fizz and a Ram. Draven's going to come in there too. So looking for a stack up here to defend. With Spicy at 6, Glorious to be extra sure that there's not some sort of big, huge double conqueror to kind of take a game where he's definitely ahead. So this is the turn. Can Spicy use all of these runes and these cards in hand to break at least one of up with these?
Is that just 2 cards in hand?
Is it only 2?
That looks like just 2 cards in hand.
That's not a lot of cards.
Yeah, that is not a large number of cards.
Okay. Well, there will be more.
All right. So you get to trade a Fighter Flight for a new card.
And so the Ram's going to get eaten. That's going to be a combat win. So, I mean, if you're going to chain some draws together, this is a good way to do it.
It's a start.
There's Fighter Flight, draw off Draven. And now, what's the next step? Does there need to be a number more steps? There is a path here for Spicy. It's a tough path, but there is a path.
15 might on Obelisk. 11 might on board if Ride the Wind is something that we look at. Axe doesn't get there. 2 cards in hand, so...
Right.
Not a 2-card combo that is allowing your 11 to beat this 15. You can tie it with Rebuke or Push.
Yeah, is Darius Axe enough? It's only 14, so...
Yeah, Darius Axe is 14 into that 15 still.
Yep. So a little bit short on that, yeah?
So hold becomes the option.
Yep.
You're at 7. Galor's not winning immediately.
Yep.
8 might at base. You can put 11 on Targuns. You're going to untap. It would be great if it was, honestly, something like Mind Splitter. Right? You just push Hopeful into the Targuns. You play Mind Splitter, and then you get 2 runes back from the Targun's Peak, and then having some kind of defensive measure there is kind of perfect. Plus, you get to deny Galor the best card from the hand. So there's a hidden card is one of them. Could just be a push once again. Could be the Edge of Night. Could be the Switcheroo. Switcheroo needs a smaller unit to get out there.
Not so good there with the 7, so. And then the Nox Shovel has to go to the Targons, right? I mean, on 7 points, if you're committing to just trying to hold here, like, is the one Nox Shovel in the back row going to really matter if this Mind Splitter gets broken?
So the idea, I suppose, is maybe to just push the Mind Splitter home in response to anything being cast from Galor with a hidden fight or flight.
Okay. Let's take a look. We're on Galor's way. Galor's in the driver's seat, but still definitely a lot of possible pitfalls to fall into here, so I'm going to take a second and go through. We are in game 2, and there is a little over 8 minutes left. So this has been a complicated game, for sure. But, especially for Noodles, if you go into a game 3, you know, it's kind of tough. So, we got Fizz and the Ram coming into the splitter, 8-7, and we see Fight or Flight. And going to push back the Ram, not the Fizz.
Yeah, there was a part of me that just felt like this was going to be wanting to bring the Rebuke, bring the Mind Splitter home, but I see maybe hoping that Galor just doesn't have an answer. Rebuke is going to be able to pop that back. It feels like maybe the card is hard bargain with Repeater, at least that's being bluffed right now. However, Galor can pay through that easy enough.
And whatever it is, looks like it's coming in.
Yeah.
It is hard bargain. So this is just going to be exhaust 4 runes. Imagine this is a thing you want to
easy choice
and not get countered. So Rebuke bounces the splitter. Bargain is paid. And Fizz is in. So up to 6. Now it is 6-7. Draven drop. Still a lot of cards in hand. Great spot for Galor, looking to close it out and go to 6-1 here in round 7 of the regional qualifier in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Galor knows that the only card in Spicy Noodle's hand is Mind Splitter. Heard him say Darius. Darius plus Splitter is 12 runes. So if you do leave less than 7 at the Obelisk, assuming Spicy Noodles is going to 12 runes, I believe he is, then you could randomly lose to Darius top deck. So just making sure you play around it, but then bringing everything else home so you can reconquer any attempt to hold makes perfect sense.
All right, so looks all set up. Okay, you good old cast Scrappy, draw a card. And recycle and play that 3rd seal. All right, so passing 2. Ready to for Targons. Now it is time for Spicy Noodles to make something happen with the stack deck. Is that another bargain?
There's the Darius, but that can't be cast in conjunction with the Mind Splitter.
Yep. Hard to find a 2-card combo here when the 1 card in your hand to start the turn is a 7 drop.
Now there was another stacked if we want to keep fishing, but I'm trying to find what card actually saves you here. I mean, you know, Darius off the top would have been a nice idea, being able to kind of push in and at least have a little bit more might with the Hopeful, but at max you're still sitting on 9. 9's not beating with the basic lore.
And amusing too, because if you do cast the 2nd stack deck, now you're off being able to even play with Darius. Because now Darius would be the 3rd spells, so No readying, so tough choices here. Not looking too good for Spicy. Gonna try and find a way out. Kalor patiently waiting. And hopeful into Fizz. Gotta start somewhere, that's where it's gonna be.
Pretty sure there's an axe in Kalor's hand. In fact, there is.
Wow. We got a pass. It's time for the axe. Going for a spin. And definitely a bit of a sigh of resignation there for Spicy. Tough spot. Been a really tough match. You know, again, we are only in game 2. This has been a grueling one, but here's Darius. Darius will enter ready at 7 million.
All right.
And coming in, 7 Darius onto 6 Fizz. All right, so small victory.
Yeah, you'll draw 2. Yep.
You'll see
Draw 2.
So you'll see a draw off of the Draven Executioner Legend, as well as a draw for the 7th point.
End of turn.
Knocking up the axe is pretty cool too, so a little extra value there.
I mean, ride the wind axe ties the bottom here. You know, that's actually pretty heads up from Kalor to leave 10 value, just in case of some like really crazy outs that can come through.
So we're gonna see a hopeful reinforce and a Kaiser reinforce.
I mean,
all right.
So
that is able to actually beat what Kalor has at home. I mean, that is no slouch of a draw, is getting 2 big units. You know, Spicy Noodles should have 2 runes ready for Targon's Peak, but we know the card in hand is Mind Splitter, so it does probably not matter.
Yep. Yeah, that was honestly drawing the maximum amount of might with the energy available to use every single piece. That's huge.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, and now Kalora's got to break this. Otherwise, we're going to see a
I think it's just
awesome
Fizz Rebuke.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see a good old Fizz Rebuke.
All right. So Fizz. Gonna go get Piercing.
Oh, this one works even better. Yeah.
All right. And there it is.
Yeah.
Kalor takes it down in the Draven pseudo mirror of Miracle versus mid-range. Spicy Noodles at now 5-2. Not necessarily out of it. So still going. And Kalor, great stuff.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Draven Mirror is, when you see Draven as the most played deck, you might think to yourself, like, oh, Draven Mirror. But, like, that was actually really awesome.
Yeah, that was sweet. And that number that you were looking at, that was the number of might put on the board by Kalor.
So big. I can't count that high, so I believe you.
Oh.
All right, so really, really great stuff. Again, really cool mirror match. Really cool to see the different versions of the deck. Of course, both versions are quite popular and doing quite well.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of cool to see the differences. Kind of cool to see a match, too, where the players aren't just vying for points. You know, there was so many times in that match where a player had a shot at an open battlefield and just said, you know what? That's okay. The game is not about this, which is really cool to see different games, different matches speaking about different things. It's cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when you're watching Aurelia, it often is about can you count to 8? And when you're watching some of these Draven Mirrors, it is not that at all. It is very much a board state game where you are just entirely trying to posture for positioning. And then you get to the point where we do start counting might instead of points, and we have to figure out who's going to have the bigger side.
Good stuff. So let's hop down and hear from our winner.
Hey guys, I'm Ursi, and I'm so excited to be here with Kalor, who just won his match live on stream with Miracle Draven. Would you like to tell us about your deck a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I come from Toronto, so I'm going to give a shout out to Prismaticism. Majority of the deck looks very similar to what he built out at Bologna last weekend. So I just made a few card tweaks for my preference. He's from Toronto as well, so yeah, a big fan of his.
That is so cool, and I did see you chatting with some of your friends right after the game here. Did you come here with people from your local or anything like that?
Yeah, there's so my 2 friends off screen are been cheering me on all weekend. They're awesome friends. We're all from Toronto, and there's a massive Toronto TCG scene in general. There's probably 15 people I know at least here from Toronto, and they're all friendly, so it's been awesome.
That is so cool. I love when the community comes together to come to events like this. How are you feeling with your deck?
I'm feeling really good, to be honest. It's felt very strong both Friday and today. I definitely had a little bit of stream nerves. I missed a trigger here and there, but overall, I think the core of the deck is really strong. I think the hardest part about playing the deck is time. It's a lot of cards to draw, so.
Yeah, I would say while everyone's learning these Miracle decks, a lot of people are going to have that problem. Is there any matchup that you're worried about today or tomorrow?
I've historically done pretty well into Irelia, but I think every single time I play against Irelia, it's like 7 points to 8 points. It's the scariest matchup ever. They have like Purple Draven Charm. They have all these like crazy toolboxes. They never give me combat, so I don't get to draw with Draven. So definitely one of the scary matchups is there, Irelia.
Well, thank you so much. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out before we end here?
Yeah. I'm going to shout out to Ponzor. He's watching from home, and he's a really good homie. So wish he was here.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love seeing players come with all their friends. They come with a team. It's so cool to see the groups. You know, occasionally they'll all be wearing the same shirt, same jersey, or whatever. But just so cool to see. You know, it's like, you know, oh, it's the Toronto crew and it's the New York crew, and like that's just such cool stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's really sweet. I know there's a whole Utah crew all in these jerseys that were sponsored by all the different LGSs, and I think that's really sick that was there. We also had him shouting out Prismaticism in the Miracle deck, and I was like, yeah, that does look familiar. I think I've seen that one somewhere, and especially the ratios. He had some cool tweaks in there, but the Nocturne version definitely showing up big for him, even drawing a couple Nocturnes in the second time, showing that they're still pretty good. You know, they'll pay their dividends. They'll arrive when you need them.
Yeah, no problems at all. So that's going to do it for round number 7 here. Round number 8 is coming up, our last round, perhaps our most exciting round. Don't go nowhere. you want to get into the action, it all starts at your local game store for Nexus Nights, where you can play in a nice, casual, relaxed environment. Super fun. I love my local Nexus Night. It's great. Check it out, locator.riftbound.uvsgames.com/events to find stores in your area that are running Nexus Nights. All right, welcome back to the booth here at the Regional Qualifier in Las Vegas. I'm Jim Davis. That's Casanova. We got round 8 for you, our final round. We're going to see what players are making day 2 and possibly setting themselves up for some really deep runs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the pedal to the metal, right? A lot of win-and-ins going to be playing on this round. A lot of players looking for that, their hopes and dreams to make that day 2, to keep fighting for their best of, to keep fighting to make that top 8, try and become a winner of a Riftbound regional qualifier.
Yeah, and it's a battle of attrition, you know, where it's a long day. These players have played a lot of long rounds, a lot of tough games, and you get to that last round, there's an element of you're not just fighting against your opponent, you're fighting against yourself. A little bit of fatigue, so it's always nice to see what players can get to step up and do and get it done. So let's see our standings and see what players we have at undefeated. And we got some pretty familiar names up here in the undefeated list.
To no one's surprise, the top 8 players from Bologna, the 3 that are here, Prismaticism, Alan ZQ, and Randy, all still in that 7-0 bracket. We have Talion, who is a teammate of Randy's as well, kind of practiced a lot together, played in China together at that 7-0, playing the same list on top of that. Pretty insane that these guys are all still just kind of undefeated, not losing any matches.
Yep, we also got Awesome Rossum in 3rd place. Awesome Rossum is a longtime Magic pro. And cool to see. I think he had kind of retired from card games for a bit. Cool to see him back out in a new card game, which is super cool to see. And we also see that our undefeateds now only go down to the top 13. So we could have 7 or 6 undefeateds at the end of this round, barring any weird draws. And then we get to our draw bracket. And of course, you know, with these Miracle engines going really, really deep, the games are hard, the games are long. Draw bracket is pretty deep, going down to 18th place. These players are, air quotes, undefeated.
Yeah.
You know.
and at 16, there was Funk Monks. He's actually part of that same team, and he's playing Teemo in this event. He's still undefeated, you know, with that one draw, but 6-0-1. That's still big shout out to Funk Monks for kind of making it that far with that Teemo. I know also LS is on Teemo at 6-1 in this event.
There you go.
Really, really well done. He is now a part of FlyQuest TCG. I saw a tweet that go out today. They now have an official TCG roster, and LS is one of the first players on that roster. So very cool to see him come from League of Legends, and even before that, a Magic the Gathering, StarCraft background, and coming all the way here now to doing Riftbound, and at 6-1 on Teemo.
Yeah, 2 Teemo players absolutely crushing. Really, really great to see. And these X1 players, you know, have a little more work to do as far as really want to get a win this round, really want to go into day 2 at X1, and you know, get themselves set up for a good run tomorrow. You know, and these XO players, the X1 players are locked up already.
Yeah,
they're locked up for day 2. That's cool, but you can't just like check that box off and be like, okay, I made day 2, I did it. Still another really important round to go, and it's going to be one of the most difficult rounds you can play because you're playing against all the other players who are undefeated or X1 too. So going to be a great round to watch, so I'm looking forward to, and we're going to get down to that right now and see what our players are up to. And as they saddle on, and I think you can see the fatigue a little bit, you know?
Slowly meandering towards the feature stage.
Yeah. And, you know, and that's a big part of it, tournaments. I love that aspect of tournaments where it's a bit of an endurance test also. So we're going to see Broken Honor here. A little Lucian the Purifier.
Yeah, bringing some Lucian back. A few interesting one-of choices that we did not see from Mo's list earlier. Gonna be the Rengar. This allows you to play him at reaction speed from your hand when you are attacking to where you are attacking, and he has Assault too, so this is 3 for kind of +5 into a battlefield with a unit body to go for it. Very, very cool card. And then the Vayne that you can continue to recur. She comes in ready when your opponent owns a battlefield. She has Assault 3, so that little measly 2, and it turns out to be a 5 when you're attacking in. And when you conquer with her, you can pay 1 energy to bounce her back. So you can kind of recur this value and get her off of the battlefield. Kind of nice against Draven if you can conquer with it to not give those combats back. So kind of some cheeky one-ofs here that are pretty nice for this Lucian deck for Broken Honor, and we'll see if they're able to kind of come into play during these first few games that we're seeing.
Yeah, both cards are good against purple decks. Rengar especially good against Fight or Flight and Rebuke.
Yeah.
So you can kind of like refight into that battlefield. We also see Hextech Ray here joining Falling Star as her rule spell, not usually seen outside of Kaisa.
Yeah, kind of nice to deal with things like Overzealous Fan if we end up in a Draven matchup. It hits things like Ezreal, it hits Fizz. There's a decent amount of stuff at 3. I think 4 has been really the magic number of Spirit Forge, though, so Ray has kind of fallen a little to the wayside. Of course, Kai'Sa still plays it because it's just very good value in that Kai'Sa deck, and you still have Stupefy to kind of combo with it and still beat those 4s. But we'll see if this Ray ends up being really strong. I think the biggest thing, if it ends up being like a Draven matchup or something like that, is you're going to get to deal with the fans. But going up against Victor, not as many targets that you're going to be really excited about.
Yeah, so Danix playing Victor. We've seen Victor on camera a few times today. And definitely a different list than the list we saw earlier. We see 2 copies of Singularity and 2 Sharks as well, the Riptide Rex. And but again, kind of a list focused on units that actually get into combat. We see the Honest Brokers. We see the Pickpockets as well. So what's going on here? We see Consult to Pass too, a little bit of a hidden action package too.
A bit closer to what we saw out of Ghoster Driver in Bologna, having the full suite of Xin Zhao, the full Pickpockets, as well having those in the main board, dealing with the Ezreal, the Miracle Dravens, killing all those seals, the pesky seals running around. The Pickpocket is going to go clubbing them, so they're going to be just fine with that.
Sounds great. So we got Victor versus Lucian coming in round number 8. Danix, our Victor player. Get our players all set, all ready to go. We got Danix on the right, Victor Herald, Dealer Arcane, looking at Treasure Hoard as the battlefield, and Broken Honor, Lucian Purifier, Forge of the Fluffed as the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian does not have an exhaust ability, so Forge of the Fluffed is going to be able to get some really good value. You can tap Lucian to equip one of those weapons and not de-ramp yourself. And it's very, very nice battlefield for Lucian.
Good stuff. Let's pop down. Round number 8. Let's go. These players are both 5-1 and 1. So this is effectively a knockout match for top 8. I do not believe 5-2 and 1 will be good enough for top 8.
Not even good enough for day 2. So,
oh, right, yeah.
So this is,
So that is true.
This is a true winning in, but also the win here. This can be the start of a submarine miracle run, right? You win out from here, and you're essentially guaranteed top 8 at X1 and 1. But, a loss here, you don't even make day 2.
Right.
So this is the big, this is the big pedal to the metal. X1 and 1 being the maybe scariest, but also very exciting record to be at here, right? You can't lose anymore, but if you keep winning, top 8 is well within your reach.
You want to lose anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So
who wants to lose?
Just don't lose.
Yeah.
All right, Doran's Blade comes in. Broken Honor here on the play. Danix, our Victor player, is going to be going second, and we're going to see one little recruit token. And is there a second play to go along with it? There is not. So just a recruit. Passing back Broken Honor's way. A couple more runes. And I think one too many. That's okay. A little whoopsie there. And then a little shuffle fix maybe. Maybe not. That's cool. All right. So next step here is going to be Fire the Lucian. Weapon Master for the Blade. Kind of another scripted chosen champion where you're playing Lucian on turn 2 a lot of the time. Right?
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do in Lucian. You want Doran's Blade turn 1, Lucian turn 2, start playing the game. Right. That's it's a little bit annoying that you kind of have to waste a rune with this curve, but it just is what it is, and it's still a very powerful kind of 1-2 punch that you get to play with this deck.
Now, the Victor deck has a lot of removal spells, so it's kind of able to, even though Lucian can kind of get in a hit and run, the Victor deck will be able to use Hidden Blade, Cold Week, find other ways to kind of deal with the Lucian outside of combat. Like you might just see a Cold Week right now, right?
I think we will, right? You've already been able to use this recruit, get the Conquer, get the gold. You just rip this Cold Week, don't even bother letting this Lucian get a lot of value, and there's not really any other plays in the hand that I'm very excited about. So let's just kill the Lucian. Let's just go ahead and make another recruit, most likely, and just kind of keep on keeping on with what Victor loves to do. Keep the board clear, build your base of recruits, and just keep conquering with these recruits over and over again to build a large point lead.
So back Broken Honor's way. Need to rebuild. As we were saying earlier, not a lot of Accelerate in this deck, so kind of got to get back on the board. Sure. Never mind, just kidding. We got Confront.
Well, there's not a lot. You are right.
It is not technically Accelerate. It is Enters Ready, so I was right. Technically right is the best kind of right.
Yeah, but Confront is still, the great way that you do get to have units enter ready, even though not a lot of the deck does. And we are going to see just a Pouty Poro, go in, conquer Forge of the Fluffed, and that will allow this Poro to then have a Dorn's Blade as a little treat for that conquer of the Forge of the Fluffed. You know, it's really thematic. The Poro's getting in there, it's getting all kitted up, and now it's forging a Dorn's Blade for itself.
Pouty Poro loves a little treat. And Poro should be very good in this matchup, right? So, of course, Victor, quite spell-based, a lot of removal spells, and that Deflect can certainly start to add up. So, Poro's in, and now at 4 might, going back Danix's way. And Victor, a deck with a lot of big, powerful plays, so these higher rune counts start to get pretty scary.
Yeah, this is where Xin Zhao can actually make a lot of value. So a single more recruit being added to the backline here is going to allow Xin Zhao to enter ready, because you just need to have 2 or more other units in your base. When you play him, then he'll come in ready. And there's a Stupefy to add to it. And yes, you will have to pay the deflect cost. And as you're saying, Pouty Poro is still going to be able to gain a little equity that way. But then Xin Zhao can potentially just get a free trade. And you still maybe have to play around things like Punch First. That's something you maybe want to consider in a spot like this. But if you force your opponent into a Punch First, you're still kind of creating a better board state for yourself where they've deramped so many extra runes that it can start to be okay.
2 runes is definitely a lot. So Danix makes that recruit. And, I mean, I feel like making the recruit is committing to this line first. So, but I'm going to go pop the other recruit in, check out the Treasure Hoard again. And we're going to see a Hex deck Ray.
Okay.
So there you go. The Ray takes down the recruit. A tough exchange, you know, being down a rune and then using a card on only a recruit. So maybe not ideal. It does, however, put Danix down to only 1 unit.
Okay, so instead, Danix, instead of going for the Xin Zhao approach, is just going to go for wages plus a Stupefy afterwards. Use the initial gold to pay the first deflect cost. Now you're going to have to pay 1 for real. However, still going to be able to remove the unit and get a new replacement gold coming through. Not going to get a score on this turn, but overall just keeping the board clear, getting an additional gold. Still having a recruit on the board and similar rune totals, but the hand is 3 of a kind for Xin Zhao, and not really a card that wants to be played next to each other. It wants to be played in tandem with a myriad of other units that have been played to the board.
Yeah, and that was painful. Pouty Poro really kind of chomping away at the runes and the gold there, but we're going to see, we see the combo.
Well, the combo is getting assembled.
The combo is here, so game over Broken Honor, right?
I mean,
maybe one way or another.
Maybe, yeah.
So all those powerful equipment are in play, but of course they are very lonely. They have no unit to hang out with. Going back Danix's way, we're going to see another recruit. And then popping right in. And we have a ready unit, ready to go.
Yeah, Xin Zhao gets to come down ready. You get to go for the double conquer. I mean, it just goes up to 3, but I think that's still fine. You just start scoring because Victor is a deck that can still potentially look for an endgame hold, so you don't have to just play point tempo with Victor. It's not like, you know, Aurelia, perma double conquer that you're looking for, or even Lucian really wants to play that point tempo as best as possible. So you're going to just see it go into 3 here, and no big reason not to. And the question is does Broken Honor have a unit in the hand? I mean, I think developing the combo is fine. Even if there are units in the hand, you don't necessarily need to develop one because you might just be putting it in danger of dying to some back row access. But does he have one? That's what we all want to know.
I want to see Confront into Rune Runner.
Yeah, I mean, that'd go crazy.
That's what I want to see.
I mean, that'd go real crazy. Okay, First Mate first feels like that's the only unit in hand.
It says first right on the card.
Yeah, that is.
First Mate comes in first.
So now the second mate needs to get played.
Yep. All right, so First Mate will pick up the Trinity Force. Of course, you get a hold to get the full value of that one, so there's 2 might at present.
Yeah, we'll see what he can actually get done. Like, you can still equip the spear, but if it's not going in, I don't know if I want to equip the spear yet. In fact, I don't like jamming all the equipment onto the first mate if there's not a way to actually ready it on this turn. You do still need to play around the backline removal, so going up to 7 might is a reasonable idea, but not equipping... Oh, yeah, of course, because you're going to equip it via the Relentless Pursuit. So, going to Relentless Pursuit to pick up the spear and now start going for some conquers.
All right, it's game time.
Here we go.
So the full equipment stack is on the first mate. Pursuit puts it in, and now we get to see a Hidden Blade.
Well, that was short-lived.
All for naught. So all the equipment falls helplessly back to the battlefield. And maybe next turn.
And now we get to ask the age-old question: does Broken Honor have a unit? there's the big one that we have to find, and 2 more cards added to the hand from that Hidden Blade. Confront.
Okay.
We go again.
Okay.
Is it our favorite Poro? It is.
Wow. All right.
Look at that face.
Howdy Poro is back, and this time he's got some friends. Quite the armory for this Poro. Entering ready, of course, and now we can see combo again.
So, unfortunately, we can't. Because it costs 1 energy and 1 power to equip the spear.
Ah, yes. One of the few equipments that has the energy cost as well.
So instead, you can go to the Forge of the Fluffed, and once again, the Poro can have a Doran's Blade as a little treat, or a spear. I think the spear is actually really nice because you get to dodge the energy cost with the Forge, so I think that's the most efficient way to do it.
So now total might in the Poro is 6, is that correct?
Yes, 2, 4, and that is 6.
Okay. So we got a whole point, putting Danix up to 4, Broken Honor at 2. And again, we're getting to that really high rune range for Victor, where a lot of these really huge spells can come online. 6 is a tough number for both Singularity and Riptide Rex, which both do exactly 6. So, and then it's at the point now where I think you're almost happy just firing up Singularity to kill the 1 unit, right?
Yeah, you would do anything, really. It would be fine. But this is a very efficient clear to just go for the Watcher. You don't even have to pay a deflect cost for this, so you just kind of send this in. Just
good old-fashioned combat. So Watcher comes in, and once again, the equipment falls to the ground. That's point number 5 for Danix. And a retreat and a pass.
Right. So I have to ask you an age-old question. Does Broken Honor have a unit?
We're going to find out. I mean, and maybe the third confront.
Yeah, the third confront as well.
Yep.
Really get things rolling. Maybe the second and third mate can show up this time.
Oh, okay. It's a party. You got to run a ship. You need a first, second, and third mate. Arr. Okay. That works.
Hey.
All right, so Kaisa, look, I could only assume accelerated. This is going to be a costly rune turn, though.
It sure is.
So we got 1 rune going down for the Kaisa Accelerate, and of course for each of the equips as needed. Thousand Tales on 7. Kaisa starts at 4. And we got all the equipments are currently +2, so it's 2 each.
Yeah, but an additional 1 from the Purifier, at least offensively. So
correct, the Assault.
You are far and above any might that you need to reach for the Conquer on this turn. And I really like the idea of equipping the Spear and the Trinity to score to 4, and then using the Forge to equip the Doran's Blade after the fact in order to just beef up the might total so that potentially you can hold into any unit combat. We know Danix is drawn into a drag under, so no matter what, this is going to end up getting kind of like punished on the following turn. But I do think Broken Honor is doing kind of what he can with this deck. This is really solid. You get to score 2 points up to 4. You draw a card. You equip the Doran's Blade for free because of the Forge of the Fluffed. I mean, it's everything you want to be doing with the deck. Unfortunately, Victor just has a lot of removal and is being able to deal with each of these individual units.
Yeah. So far, Broken Honor has asked a question every turn. And I would say a pretty big question, too. You know, it's been a very threatening question, but Danix had the answer on every street. Starting with that first call of the week, which was really a great place to start. So, Kaisa here, like you said, will draw a card. Oh, okay.
Sabo's I mean, that is really effective in this spot. You get to take the drag under. It is your only option. You get to see that this is going to be Riptide Rex, which means, unfortunately for you, there's no way you're actually holding because that damage will be enough to at least clear away the Kaisa. But, you know, hey, if I equip this this additional Doran's Blade, that might help me get a better trade.
So, Blade's a free equip, might as well fire it on there.
Yeah, no reason not to.
Yep. So, still a tough spot. The problem here is that Broken Honor lost a lot of runes this turn. You know, so that rebuild phase, you know, be able to ask a good question every turn. But
I think he must have forgotten about the Forge here because, you know, Lucian is still untapped. He's gotten it every single other turn, right? He's just absolutely
yeah. Maybe a bit of resignation, kind of seeing the hand and being like, ooh, okay, this is not going to go well. So now even further down on runes. And again, you know, like I said in the intro to the match, fatigue is definitely a factor at this stage in the tournament. Almost a test of wills, if you will. Right, so doubling up on the creatures. 1 is nice, 2 is nicer. How about 3?
Yeah. I mean, it's Sin City, and we've got 3 Xin Zhao on the board right now. So I think, you know, it's very fitting for the Las Vegas tournament that Xin Zhao will make this appearance, and he is going to just send all 3 of them in, trade 2 of them away to clear away the Kaisa.
So do you prefer that to using the Riptide Rex to deal 6 and then coming in with one of them?
No. Okay. No, I do actually kind of prefer the Riptide Rex play. I think playing 1 Xin Zhao, play the Riptide Rex, trade 1 Xin in, and then, you know, just conquer from there. Go to 6 and then play for double conquer on the next turn is my preference in that spot. But this is going to set up for a double hold, and you're probably just always winning with the double hold here. I think it's kind of like, you know, 6 of one, half dozen of the other at this point because of this lead, because Broken Honor is only on 4 runes. Yeah, I just kind of feel that Danix really cannot lose in that spot. It's both are very strong plays. Both are setting you up for success afterwards.
So really clean game from Danix.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll have the answers on all the right streets. And honestly, Broken Honor, every turn we felt like, ooh, are we falling apart here? No, a big thing comes in, but Danix has the answer. And that's some pretty impressive stuff. So Danix up a game here in this final match here in the last round of Regional Qualifier Las Vegas. We got Jim and Cass in the booth for you. We got Void Gate as Danix's second battlefield, and Obelisk of Power for Broken Honor.
Yeah. I think Broken Honor in that game as well, I'm not really seeing any problems coming from the gameplay. I think he's actually making a lot of really correct decisions. It's just coming down to the structure of Lucian versus Victor. You don't have counterspells, right? You are beholden to, my opponent has a card that says my unit dies, and when they cast it, I say, oh, okay. Like, there's nothing I can do about it, right? So I think for Broken Honor, if there's any sideboard tech, something like Unyielding, it can help it against some of these spells. But Victor, being in yellow, has a lot of spells that actually just say, okay, your unit dies. And there's not really counterplay in these colors to that specific line of text.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure on Sabotage. There are only 3
Sabo
copies.
is great.
And that really is one of the few ways to, you could say pick apart, but there's just so many great removal spells. And very often you're going to cast it and just see 2 removal spells in hand for Danix and get a go. So pressure's on for Broken Honor. Great start for Danix. You've got a Recruit and a, we got there. Is that an Honest Broker?
Yeah, Honest Broker Recruit is the follow-up to turn 1 with the starting with Obelisk for the Lucian, just having the immediate Lucian Merciless. Going to go into Obelisk, just start trying to score points. And we'll see what the development in the back is following this. Because last game started in a decent spot for Broken Honor. Combo found pretty much right away. Relentless Pursuit was there as well, right? Kind of like everything you would want. However, not able to keep a unit around to actually utilize it.
So Trinity forces the play. Declines to go for the hold. Just going to back the Lucian out with the old hit and run. Going back Danix's way. 6 runes already. The Obelisk Power games are crazy. 2 units available and open path to both battlefields. Broker's going to come in, take that first point on Obelisk of Power. Recruit comes into Void Gate, takes in point number 2. So a 2-1 lead for Danix. And then, oh man, some big heavy hitters in hand. Imperial Decree, Singularity. Singularity kind of be backbreaking this matchup.
Yeah, it's this weird thing where it's like, you almost want to snap off Singularity and just be like, okay, you can't have your Lucian. However, 1 rune up means Unyielding is probably something you should respect. And also, there's a good chance it gets better and you could just develop back row, especially because I actually feel pretty decent about developing the Victor leader here because Honest Broker is sitting at Obelisk of Power and is very likely to be something that gets taken down, and you get to get that kind of free recruit. So instead of holding open a bunch of energy, the only action speed spell I remember seeing at 5 energy was going to be that Imperial Decree, but there's a lot more smaller action that could happen with the Wages, the Hidden Blade, the Facebreaker.
Yeah, Facebreaker, Hidden Blade in hand, Wages of Pain. There's a lot of options. Definitely a pretty telling turn where Broken Honor's going to be like, whoa, 5 runes up,
yeah,
huh?
Hold on.
Yeah, oh, I guess I just don't have anything, you know? Sorry. So, got to go Broken Honor's way. Broken Honor's have to think about how he wants to navigate through all of these open runes and these potential pitfalls of these variety of removal spells.
Interesting idea of maybe trying to force Broken Honor to just develop backline because you're holding on to Singularity, saying like, you don't want to run into all of these, so you should play another unit. Like,
right.
you should play another unit here. Like, another unit's really good here.
Yep.
And then you can set up the Singularity. Now, unfortunately, Rune Runner cannot be selected by a Singularity, so that does not fully work for Danix, as Broken Honor does take the bait and plays another unit. It's just not the one that Danix is hoping to see.
Yeah, so Rune Runner seems great against most of Danix's deck, but Imperial Decree in hand is a pretty good answer. So things lining up well here. This does seem like a pretty good matchup for Victor. Going back Danix's way, a double hold up to 4, 4-1 in Danix's favor. Again, this is a win and in match for day 2. The player who loses this match will find some fun side events to play tomorrow. So, want to keep on playing?
They qualify for the side events.
Yep. So we're going to see immediate Victor token in the back row. What is the next step here? Starting there.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of keep playing around these spells that you've got in hand. The Imperial Decree is a lot of value. There is even a world where you let Broken Honor kind of walk in and you just cast Imperial Decree at action speed to try and deal with the Ruin Runner. I mean, there is a completely valid play that Danix can look for. With the point lead, though, I kind of like, slowing it down, just develop, and then just use Decree to win the game at 6. Often, people are afraid of casting it too soon because it's not like a win the game button, but it feels like a win the game card, right? This is one of those games where I actually feel like being patient with it and using it as a win the game card is quite reasonable. And we are going to instead see, a hidden, I assume Hidden Blade, because hiding Facebreaker seems really suspicious, into Ruin Runner, and this is just going to be used to draw additional cards and have more options going forward.
Yep. So it's either Recruit, Retreat. I assume it's Hidden Blade. This Honest Broker's like, wait, what did you hide here?
Yeah, excuse me.
What's the plan? Is it someone gonna tell me about this? Or so passing back Broken Honor's way, and now a lot of runes. Definitely getting more set up this game. Has more than one unit in play for the first time in the Ruin Runner, and Ruin Runner is a really good unit to have, and then Lucian as well. Trinity Force, and then what is the next step going to be?
Well, let's see a Sabotage. That would be
great place to start.
A really good start.
Really
know what you're walking into.
Yeah, really illuminate what's going on here, and in some cases you can't play around stuff, but at least take the best card, get some information, and figure out what the best path to proceed here in this pretty tough matchup.
Yeah, I do feel like if you can take this Decree, the game becomes a lot more winnable.
Absolutely, yeah. The Ruin Runner Decree is the current ace in the hole against the Ruin Runner. Otherwise, without the Decree, these targeted spells can't stop it, and if it can get big enough, it could just be a house.
Because right now the unit combat's still pretty scary, admittedly. There's still a lot of might that's going to be available for Danix, and we saw the Watcher in the previous game, so that's something you have to be concerned about always. But I do think with the Decree there, it feels like there's almost no out, there's no win available that I'm seeing for Broken Honor. And so if a Sabo is found, at least this gives you an opportunity where, hey, maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and there's a way to actually navigate. This matchup actually feels quite hard for Lucian because of the fact that there's just not a lot of great answers to all the different spells and removal that Danix has, and I think it often needs to start with a good Sabotage.
Yeah, and the variety, too.
Correct, yeah.
So, yeah, but I think here, if you are Broken Honor and you have the read that was a Hidden Blade, time to cast Sabotage is now. It's not the start of the turn. Let the Hidden Blade go off, draw some more cards, and I'll get to look at the full amount. But we'll see what Broken Honor has in store for us. It's going to be a Yona.
Yeah, Yone getting set up. Great way to deal with Victor Leader if you can end up having any unoccupied battlefields. But what I will say is siding in Yone against Victor is a little surprising to me as a whole, because you're not conquering open battlefields very frequently. Often there's a recruit there that you're killing when you go conquer, so...
Ouch. Solution goes in, tries to go for hit and run on Void Gate, and Wages of Pain. Pain indeed. Solution is down, the treasure is in, and this board is looking mighty nice for Danix. To the point where the Decree is almost not necessary. There's enough stuff in play to kind of just go after this Ruin Runner. But we're going to see an equip. And unfortunate for Broken Honor here, this Imperial Decree is probably going to cause some trouble this turn, I would think.
Yeah, I was mentioning waiting until it wins the game. I do think that there's a very, very good argument for just killing the Ruin Runner while it is sitting on this point right now. And
right, with Trinity Force on it also.
Yeah, and not waiting until the final turn, because what you can do instead is use that to clear the Ruin Runner now, and then you use the Hidden Facebreaker to try and look to even hold on this next turn.
Yep. So Recruit comes in a Void Gate. That's point number 5. Getting point number 6 here, also a thing you want to do, and there is the Decree. So now, whenever a unit deals damage, it will kill whatever it deals damage to. Sorry, the other way. Whenever a unit takes damage, kill it. Same thing. So Recruit comes in and says, "Hi, Ruin Runner, how big are you? Don't care." Now this is tough, because even if there is, a Hex Tech Ray or something like that here, there's a few more recruits just next in line.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to see.
I think this can go base.
See a pursuit. And all right, just back it up.
Yeah.
So
I was like, I'm pretty sure it says location, not battlefield. So yeah, going to go ahead to base.
That's pretty good, right? So now the decree is gone.
Yeah.
So now this Rune Runner has a chance to kind of run away with things if we can get it a little bit bigger. So pursuit. Fight or flight impression. Another recruit for Danix. And still developing. Pretty good board here. It's probably a little less impressive than it looks. They are just 1 might recruits, but still plenty of good spells in hand. But again, those spells might not be able to touch the Rune Runner. So we're going to see a hidden card at the Void Gate, which is, we saw the Facebreaker in hand.
Yeah, it should still be there. With the Ruin at home, I don't think Danix is going to ever hide this Facebreaker.
Yep.
I believe there was a Consult that passed in hand, or it was a Hidden Blade, one of the two.
Yep. We got another hidden card too, so time to play the shell game. We're going back Broken Honor's way. All right, so, I mean, Rune Runner, hey, survive a turn. Kind of dodge that Imperial Decree bullet. Now we see a Singularity in hand, kind of hopes looking on. Hidden Blade, same thing. But can Rune Runner make some noise, is the question.
We're in here.
All right, sing me a song. So we're going to see a Consult in response to draw 2 cards.
And then draw 2.
Then we're going to see
believe.
Other hidden card is another Hidden Blade. So Recruit's going to bite it and take 2 more cards. So going to concede a point this turn. That does open up a battlefield for the Yane. So maybe things turning around here a little bit. And, I think that if, for Broken Honor, if the majority of Danix's cards are in hand, that's not a bad place to be. They are often very expensive. They are very impactful cards like Singularity, Riptide, Rex. But if you can only do 1 a turn, and Broken Honor is able to kind of get in here and start making some moves, that's not too shabby.
Yeah.
We could see a path here.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's a world where actually playing the Hidden Blade there and losing your Victor is not the correct line, but also just drawing a million cards and being ready to play like another Decree on the next turn feels pretty good. So
sure, finding Decree is huge, but I mean, that's a big question. Is what's more important, 2 cards in hand or Victor on the back row?
Yeah.
Something to answer. Danix says, I want the cards. So, more runes coming in now. Broken Honor on these battlefields and on them strongly. That Rune Runner is huge. And we see so many cards in hand. And this is a spot where if you're Broken Honor, you're just like in the mental discussion is no Decree, no Decree,
Yeah.
no Decree, no Decree.
The Singularity got a lot better, and I actually think there's exactly enough room for Singularity Call the Week, and I think both of those are in hand, which completely wipes the board.
Okay.
I think that is very likely the line we're going to end up with Danix. When you get to draw your whole deck, I think you often are able to find some of these really strong spell combinations. And we saw that Singularity all game. I'm pretty sure I saw a call drawn, so Singularity going to deal 6 to 2 units, going to kill the Bryn here, going to kill the Yone. Going to leave you still with 3 recruits back where you get to slam the Call the Week, get rid of 1 of your recruits, get rid of that Ruin Runner, and then conquer both sides for the win. The only hope would have been that with that 1 rune, there was an Unyielding Spirit, and as we're seeing him pack up those cards, there is not.
Yeah, Rune Runner, again, really good against half the cards in Danix. I mean, more than half, but Call of the Week also is a big one, and there it is. Yep, all right, so here's Call of the Week. Rune Runner's going down, and that is tough. Broken Honor really had a nice setup there over the last few turns, really, and that's going to do it. So that's the game. Danix takes it down. Danix 6-1-1 on to day 2. Our Victor player going to be playing for possibly a best of, possibly top 8, possibly a championship.
Yeah, still alive. This could be the very start of the miracle run for Danix going into that day 2. Has the potential for top 8. And unfortunately for Broken Honor, that is going to be the end of the road for this tournament. Not going to be able to sneak into that day 2, but still a great run overall. I think going X2-1 on day 1 still a great feat. 5-2-1 is a good record.
Yeah, that's
not quite good enough to make day 2.
Not bad at all. Tough matchup there. I liked texting him, hi, Mom, I'm on day 2. It's awesome. really good stuff. So great to see. And Victor looked great there,
Yeah.
So Really, really cool stuff. Again, I think a tough matchup for Lucian. You know, Victor definitely has some polarizing matchups, right?
Yeah, it feels very difficult. It's like any deck that just cannot deal with the spells is going to have some trouble. And the only tool that I'm really looking at in that Lucian deck would be something like an Unyielding Spirit in the side or the Ruin Runner to try and answer it. But, you know, there's still answers. Decree and Call, as we saw, are both ways that Ruin Runner can be stopped by the Victor. And so all those different tools, all that extra removal, and Victor tends to draw more cards than Lucian. It just kind of leads to this recipe where the two decks don't line up super well for Lucian's favor. It lands up great for Victor. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really tough when you have these interactive elements to kind of fight back, but you really draw the right half at the right time. And that adds a whole other element to, well, I need my deck to work, I need equipment, I need units, and I need to have the right interaction at the right times. And if I'm able to do it, I mean, valiant fight there in game 2. Really, I thought that that Ruin Runner was going to be able to kind of take through it, but enough cards drawn, and our Victor player takes it down. And let's hear from our newly minted Day 2 player.
I'm here with Danix after taking the victory on Victor. You've officially now made Day 2. How does it feel?
It feels great, yeah. I was a little worried going in, but, you know, made it through.
So Victor, a pretty popular choice actually for the weekend. How did you land on this deck?
Yeah, I've been playing Victor since set 1. I just really like his playstyle, and I feel like set 2, there's just kind of a lot more flexibility in what you can do. It's a tricky deck to build, though, because there's like so many options that seem good, so, yeah.
What have your matchups been like? Is it kind of what you expected metagame-wise, or have you hit kind of a lot of different things on day 1?
I've pretty much hit most of the top meta, I would say, yeah. So nothing surprising.
And of course, now you've made Day 2, you can continue making that run. You have to win out quite a lot to kind of make it far, but how you feel you're going to do now that you've officially made it to tomorrow?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some opportunity. I just got to play well and, you know, luck of the draw.
It's just that easy. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Love that attitude. You know, I'm just going to play. I'm going to play tomorrow, and we're going to see what happens. And that's the sort of like zenness I think you need to go deep in a tournament. You know, you can't be living and dying at every match. You know, I got to win 2 more. I got to win 1 more. You know, so love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic for any long Swiss tournament. The mindset that I've always had, right, 13 rounds of Swiss. Just keep winning. Just keep winning. It's fine. Just keep winning. You don't think about the future. You don't think about top 8. You don't think about, like, you know, too far forward. You just one round at a time. Oh, yeah, I'll just win this one. Okay, now I'll win this one.
Yep.
And you just keep going. And eventually, either the wheels fall off or you win the event. So there's really only 2 options.
That's what I always say. I'm going to keep playing. The judges tell me to stop.
Yeah.
At the end, I'll have a trophy, or I'm going to have a tournament.
Yeah, there you go.
Just going to play the best I can. So we got one more match for you to close out day 1 here in Las Vegas. And we're going to go in and see JoJo Kayfabe cards.
Sponsor.
Sure. They got it. So playing Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly now standard Ezreal build of the 3-Vex main. A lot of really juicy one-ofs that are being thrown into this one. We got a Beast below. That's the one that's going to be able to bounce both sides. Kind of nice in Ezreal, where you can bounce back the Ezreal Prodigy when you bounce your opponent's large unit, and then you can continue your draw engine. Or you get to bounce yourself a Fizz back and be able to replay that, which is really nice. Just a single copy of Ross of the Sunder, pretty interesting. Not worrying too much about stacking an overwhelming amount of might. You can do that via Student. You don't really need to do it via Rasa, but it's just like some additional might you can slam for a late game hold. You have to find the slot somewhere, and I think the Morbid Return has been a really impressive card that we saw from the Allen ZQ build that a lot of other players have tried more and more. This is just 2 energy. Find the unit that's most important for the moment. And that can be the one of Watcher, that can be the Rasa, that can be the one of Mind Splitter, the one of Beast Blow. That can be another Ezreal, it can be another Fizz. There's so many different options that you can find. And it will be against an Aurelia. And they've even got a Vex in the main board. So Vex is really catching on.
Vex is the breakout card, right, from last weekend. Really, really cool card. And Aurelia here. And we see Defiant Dance, all the usual stuff, counter spells. How does this matchup play out? So you have Aurelia kind of be able to deal with those really big shots, whereas Ezreal's taking a more controlling role. What's it look like?
So what I will say is Aurelia, for a long time, seemed like the blocker to Ezreal. Really good matchup for her. She's playing a deflect unit baseline is the thing she wants to play around. That's annoying when you are playing as Ezreal. She's got all these counter spells for all the things that you're trying to play. She's going to defy all your cheap spells. She's going to not so fast when you try and go for a rebuke or do any of that. Then Alan put 3 Vexes in the main board of the Ezreal deck, and I will say that his teammate who was on Ezreal nearly quit the deck. So it does get really difficult when the Vexes start coming into play, entering combat, and you as Aurelia are like, I would like to cast 4 spells. Oh, that's going to cost me how much? Oh, my life savings? Oh, my car? Oh, my house? Ah, yes, I see. You're taking everything. So that's kind of where the issue starts to come up for the Aurelia, is because that Vex tax of an additional energy and an additional power, very notably, that can cause a lot of issues. And we'll see if Ezreal can kind of make that work. If not, Aurelia may be finding some charms onto Vexes and being able to kill them off when there's low runes. Like, the Vex is very integral to this matchup now.
All right, so we're coming in game number 2 here, and we see a Nation coming in with Sunken Temple, and then JoJo is actually Jonathan Job, who's a Magic player. Yeah. He's been playing Magic for a really long time, so we're going to come into game 2. We're going to see that Astro Nation is starting up a game in game number 2, so JoJo behind the 8 ball. Got to win 2 games in a row here. Both these players are also 5-1-1, so another pure win-in. Winner goes on to day 2. Loser qualifies for side events.
Yeah, it's a bit different from this Ezreal build, actually. Obelisk of Power for being on the play to just immediately be able to cast Ezreal on your first turn, but JoJo not even going to go for that. So just actually skipping the turn, and instead Aurelia is just going to start the game 4 runes, and if we just see something like a Stella, I mean, that's a massive early lead.
Yeah, so the concern here is just not spending a rune for JoJo?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, I would imagine. I haven't seen a lot of Obelisk going first Ezreal. It's not been super popular overall, but definitely this feels like kind of nightmare scenario, right? You've played Obelisk, you've skipped your first turn, and your opponent has now gotten to Stella turn 1.
Yeah, and Stella Corn, of course, a great draw engine, and if Astro Nation is able to defend this with counter spells, combat tricks, and then that card draw starts to stack up, it can be a huge factor.
Yeah.
So, back JoJo's way. Gonna think through. Of course, Astro Nation also saw no Ezreal on turn 1, so both players gonna say, okay, what's going on here? What are you thinking about? Ezreal's like is often in no rush, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it really isn't. You kind of get to refund, wasting, quote unquote, wasting runes by playing a lot of things for free later with your Vex and Ezreal on board. And, we are going to see could be a very good reason to not play the Ezreal on turn 1. You have the Vex in hand, you want to turn 2 Vex. However, that is still kind of feeling like, oh, skip a turn, and then immediately there's a Stella Corn. That's still going to be a bit of a struggle, but, Stella going in, we're going to see probably Astro Nation be able to ready it via the Blade Dancer and then move it back, get 2 cards drawn on this turn for the cost of a power. That's going to be a pretty nice start overall, as you're not going to be able to find an easy combat for the Vex on the side of JoJo.
All right, so you are correct. Stella Corn's coming in Sunken Temple. Gonna draw a card on the move. Take the first point of the game, first blood. And then now many options for Astro Nation. Up a game. Gotta be feeling pretty good. And definitely need to tread carefully here. Stack deck, good place to start. Look at the top 3. Put it all together. The right interaction at the right times. As you've seen with these Aurelia decks, there's a lot of different moving parts when it comes to interaction, and piecing together the right ones to have on the right streets is really, really important. So, starting that path right now.
I wonder if he's just looking for shoes. I feel like shoes, draw a card, conquer to 2, really powerful. I mean, you can even re-ready the Aurelia Legend and then still move the Stella home after that. There's like enough runes here to kind of do all of that. Draw 3. I mean, you spend 2 power. It's a steep cost, but you go to 2, you draw 3 cards. I mean, you end up in this just really nice position overall. So I could see shoes being something that you really want to find. Other than that, maybe like sneaky deckhand, just go to 2, and then you let the deckhand die, and you still kind of ready the Stellacorn with some other spell that you have in hand. 5 runes, there's a lot to work with here.
The rune costs in a matchup like this, where things are going to be at a slower pace, aren't as important, right? Because you're going to build back up. So we're going to see those boots the find.
Sneaky deckhand.
Going sneaky. So that's point number 2. So now deckhand at the Obelisk. Stellacorn still at the Sunken Temple. Both of these are vulnerable to the Vex. And now the question is, where are we going to see a back out on the Stellacorn? Or maybe just going to try and fight in combat. Fighting in combat against the Vex is quite difficult.
best card would be Flash. I think just Flash, and you would just cast it now. But okay, it's just going to be a Guardian Angel. No equip and run home. That, again, would be very pricey. That would be 2 power to actually be able to move the Stella home. However, this is just saying that it is fine if you would like to kill all of my units. I will develop the Aurelia on the next turn with the Guardian Angel, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, almost surprising to see, all right, you can just have my units. Yeah. The runes are more important. This shows to me a player who has a plan, knows how things are going to play out, and is like, okay, I know what I need to do, and I'm going to play to that. Stellacorn, Herder be damned. So Herder's going to hang out. Herder's like, wait, you could have saved me.
Cards.
Yeah, I drew you a card. You know, I'm just hanging out of his temple, and things are looking a little vexy. So back JoJo's way. And JoJo now, here's the converse, has to say, oh, so you're just giving me your Herder? You know, what are you so excited about next turn that you're willing to kind of just give me these cards for free? And both players have a lot to work through.
Yeah, and the answer really is just Aurelia on 8 runes. Like, I just get to, you know, you have 3 runes open after you play the Aurelia. You're generally going to be able to keep her somewhat safe, especially with the Guardian Angel. And so now we're finally going to get to see that Ezreal come down from the champ zone. Ezreal, Vex, Exodius assembled. All of the spells are now free. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, basically. Just do whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah. Well, as soon as this happens and you get a Vex into combat, you can just kind of dump the whole hand. But yeah, going to start with Call Shot, and that is just free. Free 99.
So the Ezreal, of course, reduces 1 power cost, and the Vex when in combat reduces the other one. So Vex, really powerful card, kind of overlooked a little bit, and then last weekend had a big breakout, and does some quite powerful stuff. Does make you do things at a certain time. You know, we're in combat, must be done during the combat showdown, but you know, that's not too hard to do with these action speed spells. So Called Shot, look at some cards, and kind of get that train rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the first of many. We'll see how this turn ends up going, because the combats are just going to be won. Everything's going to get removed probably by the end of it. And the question is just what else can JoJo leverage? And that is going to be the card draw. That is going to be, you know, what else can we continue to cast through? Usually you want to be able to go for this when your opponent also has like a back row, and you're kind of just like removing all the work they've done, right? Because you're getting to cast so many different spells. But, you know, Bells with Repeat, that is just going to essentially be for free. It does cost 1 energy or 1 power when you have both of these online. You get to decide because you can reduce it all the way down.
So this reduces the cost of
so, explain the reductions, and then
yeah. Let me talk you through Bellows Breath when you've got Vex and Ezreal, because this is something that people got to see kind of debuted in Bologna. The way it works with Bellows Breath is when you pay a repeat cost, it becomes a total cost of the spell. So this spell with repeat is 2 energy and 2 power. Then you're allowed to stack reductions however you would like. So Vex is going to then reduce it to 1 energy and 1 power, and then because it's a repeat cost, Ezreal can reduce either the 1 energy or the 1 power. And that's how you're actually able to cast Bellows Breath for 0 energy and 1 power. Now in this case he did cast it for 1 energy, but you can cast it for 0 energy, 1 power, even though Vex says reduce by 1 energy, 1 power to a minimum of 1. It's because she's not the one reducing it to the 0. It's the Ezreal that is. And I know that can be a little confusing. I hope I've explained it in a way. If you don't get it yet, we'll continue to see Ezreal all weekend, and I think by the end of it, you'll fully understand why these Bellows Breaths are being cast essentially for free.
I got it.
There we go.
We're good. So, Vex is in, and we see there's a lot of cards in hand for JoJo here. I can't even count that. Looks like 9 or 10. So, Ezreal back row. Now we're going back Astronation's ways. Astronation, that turn looked bad, but Astronation said, I don't care. That turn's going to happen. You know, for the most part, some combination of things is going to happen. I'm going to lose my stuff, but I don't care because I wanted this turn right here with these runes. And now we get to see that plan come to fruition and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it has to be the Aurelia turn. And we actually have seen him separate his runes as a 5 and a 3. So I think I know where that 5 is going.
I got a good guess, too.
Yeah. And I would be wrong. It's a Vex.
I'm also wrong. So the one of Vex, going to have a Vex battle.
Yeah.
So now, if 2 Vexes are in combat together, do they cancel out?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Vex says, while I'm in combat, friendly spells cost 1 energy, 1 power less to a minimum of 1 energy. Enemy spells cost 1 power, 1 energy more. And we're going to see a ready and an equip. All right, so Vex is getting in. This is kind of cool to see.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of funny because originally Rebuke would have been able to be cast if this was an Aurelia running in, not a Vex. But because Vex is resetting the Vex reduction from JoJo by being in a mirror,
listen, Cass,
Rebuke has now gone back to costing 2.
The only way to beat a bad guy with a Vex is a good guy with a Vex.
I guess so.
JoJo's scratching the head a little bit. All right, is this what it feels like?
Yeah.
Am I the baddie? Is Vex the baddie? Yeah. So, can I think it through? And gonna figure out how JoJo wants to proceed. Now, JoJo needs to be aware, but the clock is at 18 minutes. And, of course, Ezreal, not a very fast deck. A draw here would be catastrophic for both players. That would send both players out of day 2. So
I think this is just a stack deck. I mean, what else are what else is being paid for with 1? I mean, is Stupefy?
Stupefy would open up a trade.
Yeah,
so
Stupefy would be good.
I guess the Vex would just be trade for Guardian Angel, but
yeah, that's worthwhile though.
Yep. So
or you force a spell out of Assassination.
Oh, hello. Factory
great.
recall and a Defy. Okay, wow. So going for the recall to bounce the equipment. That's no good. Defy. So we're going to see the Vex battle go to the player with only 1 Vex in the deck. And it's now 2-1. That's a great spot. Vex is also mighty. A card can be drawn here as well. Factory recall. Cool stuff.
Yeah, I think Factory Recall, very underrated purple card, very strong in decks like Ezreal. It's a really good tech against Aurelia because bouncing a Guardian Angel is effectively killing Guardian Angel in this matchup oftentimes.
Uh-oh. It's charm time. So the charm gets to Ezreal too. Assassination says, I want all of it. I'm taking all of it. And now Vex is here. Hector by the Guardian Angel. JoJo got a lot of cards in hand, but that was a great turn.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the cards in hand are actually doing much at this point. You often want, you need to have those units in play to really make value of this, and really the Vex Ezreal combo is what's going to allow you to play 7 of the 10 cards you have in your hand on a single turn, right? So by not having that setup anymore, you have to redeploy what I was expecting to be maybe another Vex, but it is going to be a Mind Splitter instead. Splitter, you see Rebuke, Discipline.
That's not a great hand.
No.
Rebuke is interesting here because like it's a tempo card, and you know the Ezreal deck is not a tempo deck. It is definitely a control deck. So how do you feel Rebuke is used in a matchup like this?
Rebuke would generally just be used to send home, like, I suppose, Thousand-Tailed Watcher. But realistically, I feel like I would side out some amount of Rebukes in this matchup. And I'm seeing 2 right now. I mean, that has to be for Watcher. There's not a lot of good targets. You really can't cast Rebuke into Vex. Like, let's be real. I mean, that is costing 3 energy, 3 power. So, yeah, what else are you sending home in this Ezreal matchup? I mean, it's really Thousand-Tailed Watcher. But it was a one-of that we saw. I know Astronation doesn't exactly know that. Maybe he saw Watcher in the last game. Right. Maybe it was a valuable card and decided to keep the Rebukes in. It's also possible that there's just no other cards in the board that feel better than Rebuke.
Sure.
So they're kind of stranded in the matchup.
Yep. That's kind of the power of playing a controlling deck like this, where you're kind of just sidestepping a lot of the interaction in the format. And, you know, all of these units have really good abilities when you play them, so rebuking them can be painful. You know, if it's a clutch tempo turn, sure, bounce that Mind Splitter, but if it's not, it's coming back down to get another card. So Vex will back out, and we're going to see Mind Splitter. That Mind Splitter looked pretty good. So while the turn went very well for Assassination on the previous turn, hand's a little weak, and now also face up. So JoJo now, 7 Might unit in play, a lot of cards in hand, and try and start picking things apart.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got like another Vex, that can start to really turn things on again. We know it was one of Ezreal. It was just the Champ Zone one, so to get another one, we'd need to see Morbid Return come through for the side of JoJo, which we know is in the deck, just has not been seen yet.
You know when you're putting Morbid Return into your deck, you got a plan.
Oh, yeah.
You know what you're doing.
You're returning a unit from your trash tier.
Right, right. Yeah. It's a face value that's like, wait, I took a card out of my Jinx starter deck day one. You know, like, but when you're looking to use the late game loops, it makes a lot of sense. But we're going to see another Vex. So Vex is in. And
okay,
Rainbow student.
Yeah, this is once again the beginning of a very powerful board. Vex is going to reduce the cost of everything and going to be able to allow this Raven Bloom to get fully juiced. But because there is Vex on the side of Aster Nation, it gets to kind of cancel it out in a lot of these spots. So, you know, not going to be able to get the craziest Raven Blooms like we were seeing in Bologna, where it's getting up to about 12 might and a lot of the turns that you're getting from the side of the Ezreal.
All right, so good news is that Sunken Temple will provide a card. Aster Nation's hand, it was not great. It was just 2 rebukes. Now we've got a card drawn for turn and a card drawn for Sunken Temple, so 4 cards now. This card drawn last turn too, right? Just 3 cards. So, all right, it's Charm time. Another Vex battle, and once again, Aster Nation comes out on top of the Vex battle. 2 Vexes down.
I don't know that there was a better card he could have drawn.
Yeah, that was.
I think that was quite literally the best card in Aster Nation's deck to have picked up there. Because the Vex coming in, canceling out the effects, was immediately going to be quite strong. I think JoJo does have a Rebuke in hand. It feels like a very reasonable Rebuke at this point to try and slow things down, slow the tempo down. But I actually think there's a Not So Fast that was picked up by Aster Nation on one of these other draws, which is going to defend against that. The other big question would just be, does JoJo have a way to actually kind of kill off the Vex? Because that's the better thing to do than Rebuke. But if there's no answer, then you might have to just go in that direction. Because you need to cast all the spells pre-combat. You can't start the combat with Vex and then cast a bunch of spells. Everything has to be played now.
You can. But you know what? You gotta empty your piggy bank, to empty your wallet out.
You may not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Rebuke is the start. So we're gonna see Rebuke targeting Vex. And as I was saying earlier, having the right answers at the right time, there it is. Not so fast, says Aster Nation. I've got day 2 plans of my own. So there goes the Rebuke. Vex standing strong. Now there's still a ton of cards in hand for JoJo. But are they the right cards is the question.
No, they're not. Yeah. It's a great question that you're asking here, Jim. But when I'm looking at it, I'm seeing like a Wages of Pain. That feels kind of a little goofy. I mean, I think it can work out if there is still something like a Frigid Touch. You know, Wages, Frigid. You still just kind of deal with this Vex, get it off the board. And when I say off the board, I mean off the battlefield and back to the base because of this Guardian Angel. So then you need some kind of backline access to go along with it, something like a Bellows Breath, which is not quite there. Do end up seeing a Fizz potentially to be deployed here. I also saw an Arcane Shift. So Fizz Arcane Shift is a potential here to try and get through some of the removal, to get some recast through. Maybe just Fizz the Factory Recall, bounce this to try and permanently remove the Vex. It's a decent idea.
There you go. All right, so trying to solve his Vex problem now. It's been a problem for a number of turns. JoJo says, get that Guardian Angel out of here. Vex is all alone in Sunken Temple.
It looks like Aster Nation binned that Guardian Angel. That should be back in hand. Factory Recall is just a bounce effect, so we'll see if they catch that and he's able to grab it back. If not, that could be a major loss.
Yes.
Or here. Yeah. That's what I'm.
So there's Stupefy. Raven Bloom is doing what Raven Bloom does and just learning and learning, getting bigger and bigger. And your stack deck. A lot of game actions. All right. Stack deck.
I mean, the big thing is you just have to be able to outmight the Vex now if you're not going to have an actual removal spell. Raven Blooming at 5, you know, that's even, but if you start the combat, then Aster Nation now is going to have Vex online. You know there's a pair of Rebukes, right? That's going to be able to deal with some of this. And they get to be cast for 1 rune, 1 energy, and 1 power.
1 power Rebukes are quite nice.
Oh, yeah.
So, Student comes in. Student is a 5, right? Oh, but yeah, but Vex is a 4 thanks to Stupefy. So
I forgot to Stupefy. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
So we're going to see the Rebuke, and Student goes back. Of course, Mind Splitter is still there. Now, getting your Mind Splitter Rebuke is not too bad, you know, so certainly it seeds the point for the turn, but can come back in next turn. You know, Assassination is at 5, would be going to 6 potentially, but this game doesn't really feel point racy.
No, not really. I think Azure Nation's going to be really happy just going to 6 after this double rebuke, and then I would assume... I mean, there's not much development that can be done, because, right, you've spent so many runes here, going down to 3 runes, you're going to go up to 5. You could develop, technically, the Aurelia Fervent to go alongside this Vex, but then you're opening yourself up to just being Singularity and kind of losing the game on the spot. So it may just be Vex goes home and hangs out, and you actually just pass and keep as many runes and cards available to protect.
Right. Vex does go home. And now we're I mean, this is the area of the game that Ezreal wants to be in, right? Yep. We're approaching the late game. A bunch of cards, a bunch of runes, a bunch of options. Again, though, I'm starting to get player anxiety on that clock. Played a lot of control decks in my day, and the clock has been my mortal enemy many a time.
I mean, we're not playing a game 3 here. That is for sure. If we do get into that game 3, it is going to be a race to score a few points at the start to see if someone can win the game, or if we end in a draw. Neither of these players wants the draw. The draw means that their run is over. They need a win. This is a must-win scenario. At 5 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw, the only way to advance to a day 2 is with a win.
Yep, 5 wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws is exactly 1 point short. It's a little bit short. You don't want to go home, come up a little bit short. So we're going to see Fizz get into combat over at Sunken Temple. And then go up to 2. Raven Bloom go up to 3. Our first big offensive turn from JoJo. And guess who's back? Back again. Mind Splitter. Tell your friend what you got in hand there, Astro Nation. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. You got to make me look wrong. You know, come on.
Yeah.
So we got Beast Bellow, right?
Beast Below.
Beast Below. My bad. Sorry. Haven't seen that card very often. Yeah. You know, so got to come in. It bounces one of your own units and an enemy unit.
You didn't get Ezreal at your pre-rift, did you?
I did not. No.
Yeah. Classic pre-rift all-star here. The Beast Below.
Yep. So that'll send Vex back to hand, and of course, bouncing Fizz is a little bit of value. This deck is built on value. And now, Assassination, I think, get this one through and see if there's any responses.
I mean, if there's a not so fast, you can just stop this.
Yes, and that would also keep the Fizz in play too, right?
Yeah, I believe so. It should counter the full effect.
Yep. So, all right. So that's no good. And now we see almost a big tempo swing where JoJo has kind of gone from sitting back, taking the lumps, to now being on both battlefields, bouncing things, and getting really well set up. Back Astro Nation's way. 6 minutes left. I'm going to keep looking at it, folks. I know you are too. The important question is our players looking at it?
Yep. Now is it time for Aurelia instead of Vex? You do actually have to start beating some larger might numbers with the Beast Below being on board. Feels like the answer is yes.
That's tough, because Vex is a slow card to develop.
Yeah.
So now if you slip behind a little bit, when are you even going to get that back into play? So here's Aurelia. 2 runes left over. And just a pass. Wow. So double hold for JoJo. We are now 5 to 6. Right? 6?
5 to 6.
Okay. 5 to 6. And still the Mind Splitter in hand for JoJo. So it's tough to have a setup turn where you know your opponent's going to Mind Splitter you. But that is the world we are in right now. JoJo in the driver's seat. Here comes that Mind Splitter. Going to take a look at the hand. Going to play it over to the Obelisk, joining the Raven Bloom student. And let's see that hand. Yep. Okay. So we got.
Wow.
2 Vex.
That's a horrible hand. That is a snap pick of a Discipline, which makes perfect sense. Great selection by JoJo. Deny the card that draws a card.
Yep.
But also, it's the only buff card in the hand as well, so it's kind of also in 2 ways the best card. That
yeah. Only targeting effect too. So now with a hand of just kind of, the second Vex. The first Vex already in the spot was a little iffy. Now that we're in this stage of the game, the second Vex is almost blank. And for Sneaky Dockhand, it's got no place to sneak to.
It's not very sneaky.
So a lot of work to do here. Assassination up on points, but not on board. But Aurelia, fervent as always, coming in, and right off the top, we're going to see some +2, -2.
Yep, Divine Dance, very good. End of the day, it's a +3, -2 when it's Aurelia Fervent.
Correct. We're going to see Arcane Shifts. Ooh. The Shift's going to come in. Ooh, boy.
Yep.
Oh boy. So Arcane Shift is going to banish the beast.
I'll choose Papa. You have to pay the flag, right? I don't have to pay for 3 damage.
Okay, so right now they're talking about, so the Arcane Shift also has the 3 damage effect too. The only unit that Association has in play is the Aurelia. It has Deflect. So the question is, does the Deflect cost need to be paid if the shift, the damage isn't relevant? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
But that is going to bounce the Aurelia, which is crippling. Just absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, at this point, with JoJo still at 5, going to hold to 7.
So they're just double checking the ruling.
Yeah. So what he is doing is he's saying, I decline paying for the deflect. I just won't deal 3 damage. Which is, yeah, that is a lot.
Well, that works for abilities, not for spells. If you had this, I put a game yesterday with Frank Scaron, one of the Riot developers, and this happened, and he played it as we just said, but apparently he checked the rules, and you have to deflect.
That's great to know.
On spells and abilities.
So this is a good old reflexive triggers falling star thing that has now since been changed.
I don't know exactly.
Okay. We'll go past it.
Yeah,
we'll go past it.
Either way,
you learned last night that did need to be paid for, and this is we're all learning together.
Right. With 1 million runes in play, not super pertinent either way. So we see hold up to 7. JoJo says go. 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Looking great to take game number 2 here, and then game number 3. Oh boy, game number 3. What's going to happen in game number 3? Which of these decks can score 3 or 4 points very, very quickly?
Aurelia.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, there are sneaky deckhands that we did see, right?
That's right, yeah. So I think if you're Astronation, are you just like getting out of this game and trying to get into game 3 with at least a minute or 2 to start?
Yeah, I would. I would absolutely. I don't know that you're actually, based on what we know of the hand, right? It's 2 Vexes, it's a sneaky. Like you're just not winning.
Right. So Guardian Angel so far not threatening either battlefield when JoJo's threatening to hold both at 7. Now, as far as the extra turns go, if we're in time before we start game 3, do the players start game 3?
No, my understanding is no.
Okay, so in that case,
yeah, I guess you just stay in this game for another minute 30. That doesn't feel great either.
No, I'm saying that you back it up, shuffle cards as fast as possible, and try and get the game started before that clock hits 0. To have a chance at maybe scoring a few fast points. Of course, when you are in turns, there are 3 extra turns, and if a player is winning by 2 points, that player wins. Otherwise, it is a draw. So Aurelia is a deck that can score quickly with sneaky deckhands and stuff, but we're going to see combat here. So we're going to see Guardian Angel is going to... okay, that's it. All right, so can't stop both holds. 1 minute and 3 seconds left, and now the question is... Game 3, we see Dreaming Tree and Void Gate as the battlefields. Both players looking a little unhappy here. And are we going to get to start into a game?
Yeah.
All the judges over. Tough spot.
Yeah, it sounds like they are talking about just start it as fast as possible, see if you can get your 3 turns in.
All right. So it sounds like they're able to start the game. Might have been a little more time on the clock than it showed. Our coverage clock and the actual table clock might be a little bit off. So we see Tide Turner coming in, and this Tide Turner is an important job to do. That's called score 2 points. Raven Bloom for JoJo, and then as far as our turn counter, if we were in turns or not, it can only assume we're in turns.
What? We're just gonna both be screwed?
Okay, so this game actually started in turns.
Okay.
So
turn 0, turn 1.
Right. So we had
on turn 2.
So we're on turn 2 with this Tide Turner.
On turn 2?
So the problem is that, so if Astronation can conquer, deckhand, defend, win 2-0.
Yeah, it would have to be exactly Defiant Dance.
Yep.
So it's deckhand, Defiant Dance, and then there's a world. Right. Maybe a hidden card as well, right? Like,
yep.
Add on top of that. And if it's not that, then, there is a Defiant Dance in hand, actually, notably.
Okay. So here comes Tide Turner. Point number 1 is not that relevant. You must win by 2 in extra turns to be declared the winner. Otherwise, the game will be a draw.
Oh, you know what? There was a Tide Turner in hand as well. That would also work. So you Tide Turner, use Aurelia to ready the one that you targeted at the Dreaming Tree, run it into Void Gate. You're holding both. There's a Defiant Dance in hand. It's possible.
Okay, so We were saying we wanted to get this game started for a reason, and this is definitely the reason. So, tense moment here. This is our last game of the day. Round number 8, regional qualifier, Las Vegas. Jim and Cass in the booth. Thanks for joining us, of course, as always, to try and send another player into day 2 for a chance to take down the whole tournament.
Yeah.
We get a best of card, get some serious prize money.
Life on the line.
And the glory. Glory's pretty cool, too. All right, so we got a charm,
Okay.
starting on charm on Riftbound. So this is just going to be a straight trade, barring a spell. This is risky.
Yeah, but we saw the Defiant Dance. So you
Okay, sure.
get to dance here, deal with this, and I believe I saw another Tide Turner in hand.
Okay, so Defiant Dance goes off. We got a plus and a minus. Here's a Stupefy. So Defiant Dance puts the Tide Turner to 4, the Raven Bloom down to 0, then up to 1 off the spell. There's Tide Turner. Little switch, little ready, coming in. That's point number 2. Now the question is, JoJo, can you stop one of these Tide Turners? So you've got 1 turn to do
End score.
Right, and score, correct.
And that would just keep it as a draw, but instead Astro Nation going up 2-0 on the points. That might be punching his ticket towards day 2.
Wow, unbelievable. So starting the game in turns in a spot where I was so worried that it was going to go to a draw. Of course, both players will be knocked out with a draw, but instead Astro Nation is able to take it down, starting the game in turns, and it becomes a sub game. It becomes simply, okay, this is not a normal game of Riftbound. This is a game of can I get to 2 before turn 3 end? And wow, that is what a way to end the day in extreme fashion.
Yeah, I mean, the Aurelia deck is going to be heavily advantaged when we get to those kind of situations, being a sneaky deckhand deck. And it wasn't even the sneaky deckhand. It was actually, in fact, the Tide Turners, the 2 of them being able to turn the tides of this one and send Aurelia and Astro Nation into day 2, still with a hope and a gasp towards that top 8 being at X1 and 1.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem with the Ezreal deck, of course, is the deck is extremely powerful, but you do not have infinite time.
You got to play fast.
Right. You know, there's so many game actions. You go so deep every game. Your plan is to see your whole deck, and you know you're morbiting back and just oh my god, so much stuff. So that is one of the pitfalls of playing the deck, despite it, you know, of course, winning last weekend and being great. But we're gonna hop down to a winners interview with Astro Nation and find out if he can even talk after that game. Never mind, we got to decline the interview. And honestly, I don't blame him because after that game, I would probably just go lay down and take a nap.
Yeah, time to rest up for day 2.
Yeah, and a nap is very well needed. A good night's sleep, a nice good dinner, very, very well earned. Astro Nation, just a crazy, crazy finish. Really, really awesome stuff. And I need a nap too. Even watching the game.
Yeah, I mean, it gets so crazy, right? You have so much complexity between the Aurelia deck and the Ezreal. The Vexes, we actually see the counter Vex coming in from Astro Nation to try and deal with all of the Vexes that are going to exist in the Ezreal deck. Because as I was saying at the start, like when the Ezreal is piloted extremely effectively, the Vex can basically close out the entire game against Aurelia. It can make it almost impossible to play the game. And you can see how suffocating it can become. But when you cancel it out by playing around your own Vex, instead of worrying about the deflect from your Aurelia, don't worry about that. Play around the Vex of your own. Don't allow Ezreal to just cheat out every spell from hand, play 7 cards a turn. That can at least maybe buy you the space, and we saw it get there for Astro Nation. I mean, you won game 1. We didn't get to see exactly how that happened, but I have to assume somewhat of a similar game plan as we saw in game 2, where it was such a close match.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Vex on Vex. So we're going to take a very, very short break, get our final standings in order so we can show you who's at the top of the standings, who to watch tomorrow. So don't go nowhere. Coming right back. All right, folks, welcome back to the booth here at Regional Qualifier, Las Vegas. Jim Davis, Casanova. We've had an incredible day. So many awesome games, great matches, really, really cool decks. And the best part is we have to do it again tomorrow.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yep, so we're working on our standings, trying to get those final standings. We got a few straggler matches, gotta get them finished up. We gotta get out of here, So we get, for as far as day 2 goes, you get to look forward to 5 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, where our players will be continuing to battle it out for those coveted top 8 slots. So we see here, Sunday, 5-round Swiss top 8, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you are tuned in and ready to go here on Twitch or on YouTube. And nothing like day 2 play. Players who are playing for a variety of goals. You have players who are, of course, playing for top 8 to win the tournament. Even if folks, slip out, maybe they take that second loss or that third loss, still possibly playing for best ofs and other great prizes too. And it's just great to see you getting those late rounds of a Swiss, the win and ins. That's where the tears start coming out, the hugs start coming out. For some players, it might be maybe their 5th top 8 or 6th top 8 across various games. And for some players, it's that first big achievement, that first chance to kind of be on stage and play for that trophy.
And then they start playing their hearts out in that top 8 untimed rounds where they are able to think through all the lines, try and find the best outs, and you get to see that high level of gameplay, not stopped by needing to be playing around that clock as well.
Yeah, which is really, really cool to see. Things are always just more intense and special when so much is on the line. So in those top 8 matches where it is untimed, you can feel the pressure. And the players are, they're playing against their opponent. They're playing against, the weight of being on camera in top 8, knowing there's money up top, there's trophy. It can be life-changing to win a tournament like this, where you are on that trophy shot, you're holding the trophy, and you can build a brand around that, which is really, really cool. Yeah. And no one can take that away from you, as it's your trophy.
Take a look at Sean Dwally, winning Houston, and from there being basically able to go full-time Riftbound, just leaning into it. He had played plenty of other card games before, had done well in other card games before. It's not like he was a slouch in some of these other card games, but Riftbound kind of gave him that opportunity where he took it, ran with it, and he's been building a community around himself as well, and he's been having some really great performances, and Bologna still had a great performance there. And here, if I'm remembering correctly, he was X1 going into that last round, so he'd already made day 2, and is still going to be fighting to try and, continue that legacy, make another top 8 potentially.
Yeah, and that's the really cool part, where making top 8 of an event like this is so difficult. It's such a huge accomplishment, but when you get to go home with the trophy, it's very tangible. You get to show maybe friends and loved ones who, know you're playing a competitive card game, cool, but don't really understand. Well, you say, oh, I came in 4th place and won a best of. They go, okay, that's cool, sure. Yeah. You go say, I won the whole darn thing. You show up a trophy and grandma goes,
that's pretty cool.
That's not too shabby, right?
Nice.
So something really, really cool and very, very exciting. Love seeing players getting in and playing for that. So while we get those standings ready for you, I want to remind you, your journey starts at Nexus Nights at your local game store. These are happening all over the country and all over the world. And there's so much fun to play, kind of a casual, light environment where the focus is around, kind of just learning and getting into competitive play, which is so cool. Love my Nexus Nights, and you were saying you love yours also.
Oh, hell yeah.
And any story you want to shout out? Your own personal home store?
Yeah, I usually play at Riftgate. Riftgate Games,
cool.
Salt Lake City. Very, very good store. Absolutely love them.
Were they called Riftgate before Riftbound, or is that
absolutely, yeah.
Coincidence? Cool. Yeah. That's some good branding there, right? Yeah. Little future-proofing. And, of course, then it's time to take the next step from your Nexus Night to your Summoner's Skirmish, which is kind of the bridge between your Nexus Night, which is a little more casual, and, of course, the regional qualifier here in Las Vegas and many other spots as well. Skirmishes give you a chance to win that coveted first-round bye. So you can take round 1 off and have the comfort of knowing, all right, round 1's good, kind of get the jitters out, and that's great. High competition, lots of fun as well, and all the info for these are on uvsgames.com/riftbound-organized-play. You can find local stores in your area. You can use the event finder to find when the events are happening and get involved in your community. Great stuff. And we got a roadmap here, so what events are coming up?
Well, I mean, these are the ones that we just had. We're in Las Vegas right now, and we're going up to Lille next in April. In the month of March, we're skipping a lot of it, but going to Lille, then Atlanta to close out Spirit Forged before Unleashed hits the shelves on May 8th.
Unleashed, yeah. New sets are always super exciting. As we've seen, Spirit Forged change the metagame so much, so many new things happening, really, really cool. Now we're going to pop over all the way down to Sydney, which is very, very exciting. Up to Vancouver in Canada in May. We got Urked in June, and then Hartford right near me. Of course, I'm from New York, so that's a little bit of a cross the Long Island Sound from me over to Hartford. And then the release of Vendetta
Yep, and Vendetta is going to bring us in line with the Chinese release. So that's going to be the first time that we get that global release going for Vendetta. And also, we heard about those competitive colors coming against each other, right? The red and green going to be in the same decks. You're going to have purple and yellow and orange and blue for the first time ever in Vendetta, which is very exciting. And the Vendetta ones are going to be in Barcelona and Singapore that we're going to get to go to for that.
Barcelona's a nice spot. I have played many big card tournaments there. It's a great city. Really, really cool. Then we got the release of Radiance in October. And then Los Angeles, kind of the hometown Riot event to end out the year. That's going to be a really, really fun one. Would not be surprised if Riot pulls out all the stops for that one.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very, very excited to head back to LA. I want to go to all the stops. I want to make it to every single one. You know, either play, commentate, everything. It is so much fun going to these events for Riftbound. I've been having a blast. You know, even being in Bologna last week and getting to play is an absolute ball.
Yeah, just being involved is so cool in whatever way. And that's kind of the cool part of these events is that you can come and you can buy some cool stuff at the merch place. You can play some side events. You can play some sealed, play some team with your friends, or of course compete in the main event and try and do your thing. So I think we're all set here with our final standings. Let's take a little look and see what we got. So we have 6 undefeated players. Wow, that's weird. Alan's undefeated again.
Yeah, very interesting. Prismaticism, Alan ZQ, 8-0. I've seen this one before a couple of different times. Even on Thursday, there was a 2K at an LGS local here to Las Vegas, and Alan and Priz showed up and made it to the finals and split.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh my
so
God.
they have just been winning nonstop in Bologna, no different than here in Vegas. Alan and Priz making themselves mainstays in the early stages of Riftbound.
Yeah. It's just so cool to see that the skill ceiling in this game is so high and it's rewarded so much, you know? So really, really cool. Awesome there too, Magic player. But so you have 8 undefeated players and really awesome stuff. And tomorrow we're going to see we got 6 undefeated players. We'll put about down to 3 perhaps. And on from there to the King of the Hill. And we can see who's going to take down the trophy, take down the championship. And of course, best of cards too. Yep. A lot of fun things to look forward to. So I think that's going to do us here. Do it for us here in Vegas. Jim, Casanova, of course, the team. We'll see you tomorrow for some Day 2 action. Let's crown a champion here in Las Vegas.